at that time already. Dude, I was like hoping to get a few Dynasty Warriors games in, spin up a little bit of Deadlock, maybe run an Ordinary. Okay, that's got like a 4-hour process. I ain't got that time. What up? Homestead Cup's back. Group stage ends today. People crying, tears, despair in the streets. That's what's to come for two players, and it's looking likely at this rate to be Anatan and Vortex. Yeah, you heard that correctly. Boom. Group stage has been brutal. This is kind of crazy, actually. Vortex, I thought would be top in the group. Turns out he's on track to be at the bottom of the group. B, I had predicted to be out in group. Top in the group. Crazy. Other side of it, Anatan, Marine Lord. I always expect Marine Lord at the top, but Anatan was meant to be right behind him, yet Lucifron has turned up. That's absolutely wild, especially when you consider Vortex compared to Lucifron. Vortex right now is seen as the stronger of the two bros. Throw that process out the window, because here's the other crazy part, guys. This was meant to be the death group. If you ask someone which group is more stacked, they're both pretty damn stacked, but this one, right? Because you look at all four of these names, and all four of these names are like, oh yeah, I can see them in semifinals. These four, you know, Beastie's been not as strong as he was historically, and then B has been a giant question mark. So, just absolutely not what was expected at all. But we are already getting into the draft for G1. First series today is going to be Lucifron versus Anatan. I've got a stalker in the background. What do you want? No, leave my Red Bull alone. Yeah, that's all I got. Is that all you got? Yeah. Yeah. Go get your own caffeine. You get free drinks where you work. Dude, I got sent like 24 cans of Red Bull, and she just comes in and looks down and goes, is that all you got? Yeah, that is. Thank you. Love you. She's gone. Yeah, I need to actually bump my guy on that. I was like, because usually like Red Bull, when they send me care packages, because they revamp their system, I'm going to have to check. It might be they're sending every 2 weeks, which isn't too bad. 48 cans. Sorry, 24 cans? 48 cans every 2 weeks would be pretty freaking dope, though. I wouldn't mind that. All right. So, yeah, I was about to say, oh, the UI has been broken again, Lamau. All right, let's get to this, folks. It is Elimination Day, and this is wild. Anatan versus Lucifron, the outcome, not what people were expecting. Going into this, Anatan was favored as one of the top people to make it out groups here on this LAN. Lucifron, on the other hand, had a looming question mark over his abilities. Yet here he is. If he wins this series, Lucifron is guaranteed locked in for second place, and Anatan will be out of the Homestead Cup, failing to make it beyond group stage. No one could have anticipated this, because in the other group right now, Lucifron's bro, who is seen as the stronger Spaniard at the start of 2026, is facing elimination. Lucy's digging deep, man, and we've got him on a signature pick. French game 1 in the yellow, going up against Anatan in the green, playing as the Japanese. Japanese that were recently nerfed, remember. Not as strong as they once were. And French, still astoundingly strong. They did get a little buff as well, but we're not really going to talk about that in this game. Like, let's be totally real. If Lucifron goes Chamber of Commerce against Japan, he probably just likes feeding. Usually you don't tend to go Chamber of Commerce against civs that spam knights, because it's very hard to guard your trade. In fairness, he wouldn't get access to the knights until age 3, but I would just wholly expect Chamber of Commerce to be nowhere in Lucifron's mind right now. So, I know, done the right thing, by the way. He went out onto the deer because he knows there's going to be no Dark Age aggro from French. And also, this is such a Lucifron thing. Guys, if I covered up the nameplates on the top, right, if they were gone and you just saw someone doing this right now, it's Lucy, right? He was one of the first players bringing this in after the wall changes, and a few people did join him for a while, but I feel like as the dust has settled, he is one of the few people that truly still regularly believes in this, whereas a lot of people are like, not really that valuable anymore. But it's a smart play, right? When you're up against the spear play, it just kind of blocks it out nicely. And I know he didn't overinvest, by the way. He only went 2 spears. It's not too bad to have 1 or 2 spears anyway. You're against French, so you're expecting knights in the first place. He'll still have to resort to outpost to defend his gold if there's going to be a fast tech. Which I would assume so. Should be very telling just how fast, though. You know, if you get 1 or 2 on Kura, then he's going for like a fast castle. If you get 3 to 4, then there's a chance he hangs around, builds a few units in the feudal age. Oh, predictions. Almost forgot. Who will win game 1? And it is an ultra fast castle. Okay, so 1 on the Kura. Pretty standard play. I feel like just a broken record with Japan. This has been the majority of the games at the moment. It's very, I'm not going to say never seen to see them play Feudal Age. But whenever they feel like they've got an opportunity, they always take the castle as the big upside. Like, even after the nerfs around deflective armor, the buffs to cavalry as the game scales later, it just doesn't matter. It's still your #1 prerogative. Sheep Hall, even Stevens, by the way, 20 to 18. So, ever so slight lead for Anatan. But nothing too crazy. I wonder if Lucifron will try to walk out to Deer. So, like, normally you'd think that's kind of a bad idea, but the reason it can work here is if your opponent's going for a super fast castle, it means he's building no units. So you just having 1 knight against double spear is already good enough to get you out on the Deer. And then the Deer just inflates your push rate, right? Like, you can get a lot more knights out with that capacity. And it also means you can then go back to your TC and gather the sheep when your opponent starts to spam out his knights when he reaches castle. Lucy adding in the archers as well. I mean, that gold backside is really easy to defend, no? Double outpost is pretty solid in that area for Anatan because it kind of blocks a rotation into his tree line as well. I wonder why Anno didn't actually go for double scout. Well, actually, I know why he didn't. So Anno is one of those type of players that still occasionally believes in double scout. And double scout is super effective against civs like French and John. Because they need so much food for the night spam, right? And on this map, it's like super effective because what you do is you just send a scout down one side, one down the other, and you end up getting like 70% of the sheep, usually. Didn't opt for it here, but the reason is because he went spears. If he went for double scout opener, he would have been delayed on his spear timing. So like that slight hindrance may have just proven a little bit wonky for him, right? But like if I had to label maps where you can do 2 scout and it's viable, Gorge is probably #1, Prairie #2. Actually, probably the other way around. Prairie tends to be even better than Gorge for it. Second one on the Kura now. Makes a lot of sense. The problem is he knows the aggro's coming, and he wants to be able to get his arrow slits online stat, but he can't build those arrow slits until he gets feudal. So, just wanted to speed himself up a bit. What else is there to this map? I mean, it's actually kind of crazy. If Anatan can push Lucifron back a little bit, he has a crazy southside spawn. Double Deer kind of wallable, double gold, the berries there. Like, it's really freaking nice for the mid game. By the way, how dead does my voice sound? I wasn't sure this morning. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's like hay fever or if I'm just getting ill. I think it might be hay fever. It could be my kids killing me. That's also possible. Oh, Lucifron. I thought he'd just try and dive poke. He's full commit. So we've got ram play coming in ultra early here. And also, he denied the house intentionally because now he could build the ram there, right? I don't know. I guess it's not like that subtle of a thought that you would go for a ram rush here. So probably better just to build the ram closer to the gold so you get hits in on the towers sooner. So he's trying to pop lock him up. That should slow him down a little bit in a different area. Yeah, so he needs to get a new house set up. He just gathered the wood, so it's already being built. He should be fine. Wait, is it being built? I could have sworn he had 50 wood. What did he do? Oh, let's do it, Aaron. Okay. Yeah, he went tech choice, so that does slow him down a bit, but he'll still better get the house up. It is going to lead to a little bit of idle TC, though. Maybe. The numbers aren't moving, which suggests that like he actually lost the house at the beginning of a villager build instead of at the end. The end is disastrous. Start, you don't care. Because remember, the way that like population works is as long as that bar's not full, right, you're not kind of pop locked. Really. Well, you are pop locked, but like it only matters once you're waiting for a unit to actually be pushed out. So well played. Anatan got 0 extra idle time on TC because of that. And here's the ram. So he did try to hide it behind the tree line, but I think the outpost on the left side actually skimmed it in vision. Nanotand is almost complete on that floating gate. Probably just looking standard knight spam here to try and break this, right? And that's why I love Lucifer's response. Check that, guys. He's going spears. That's really cool. French spears, Omega lol. Nah, actually really good here. It just gives you the brace control so your knights can win the fights. And look at that burst damage coming through. Now the knights with the charge. Good body blocker there. Anatan sacrifices the scout to save his workers. Lucifron loses his scout in kind. Anno, limited on gold. He's got about 400 gold to work with. That can get him like 3 Mounted Samurai out, which isn't a great deal. 3-4 Mounted Samurai maximum. I wonder if he pivots a different way, because I don't think Yorishiro dropped yet. In fact, his wood was lacking because of that farmhouse he lost. So he didn't actually have the wood necessary to drop a production building yet. And it is going to be archery. Okay, so Masayumi. Masayumi would make a lot of sense. You don't really want to do Onimusha on their own. Would be a little bit surprising. Okay, no, he disagrees. He goes for it. My only concern is, like, if you're building just Onimusha and there are archers, archers have the same range as Onimusha, essentially, right? Because Onimusha's attack speed and also, like, the hitbox and whatever. If they're shooting you, you're shooting them. It's really good against the feudal knights. Like, I agree with that thought. But maybe the problem here is that Anatan was expecting more knights, less archers? Because he's only seeing 3 or 4 right now. Oh, that's sick. He's going to use the healing. Not going to be effective enough to protect the spears, though. So we'll just appeal back. Lucifron has more archers on the way. And in fairness, yeah, like he was doing this without Steeled Arrow. When he has Steeled Arrow, that's when I'm a little bit hesitant about the Onimusha. But against the Knights, they disintegrate them. And I don't think Lucifron has Chivalry yet. I didn't see it queued up, but that's actually a really big problem. Remember, these Onimusha are crossbows on horseback. And if you've ever tried to play Feudal Knights into crossbows, it's the most depressing sight you'll see. It feels worse than trying to attack spears. No, actually, props to Anatan. I'm impressed. I was a little bit worried because of the gold that he wouldn't be able to justify Onimusha. Like, Yumi made more sense because you can get veterancy, and although it doesn't kill knights straight away, you can upgrade them to do wonderful things. Especially if you get your hands on like a little bit of stone and you get the bannerman. But this is working pretty well for him. Knight Raid in is going to be able to club 1 villager down. Doesn't get the second though. Onimusha response is good. So now Anno's just forced to gather stone to get a sliver of gold. But the good news is it will be able to get him towards like the bannerman points. And those daimyo levels are going to be really good for his food income anyway. Looks like Lucifron is starting to anticipate a need to go castle. And Anno now going back for the spear spam. Does make sense. Actually, maybe a bit overkill now that I think about it. Like, your whole comp gets countered by archers. The Spearman makes sense when you need a solution to knights, but your Onimusha is meant to be that solution. I think the reason Anatan's doing this is that he wants to go raid with the Onimusha to kill workers, so he needs something to guard his base. I like the way he's playing this so far, though. He just keeps trying to press the mat up because he doesn't want Lucifron to get up to like 15 archers. If he hits that number, you're always going to lose an Onimusha when you go in. And he doesn't have that many Onimusha as it is. And here we go. There's the cross-map rotation we talked about. I think he just checked through the fog of war. He saw the Dira dying, so he knows where to go. So Lucifron has to send everything to react. He has got Horseman queued up. Great read there. The ultimate counter to Onimusha. And now we are getting Yumi from Anatan. Meanwhile, the Knights from Lucifron diving into the base. Fishing for targets. A few Onimusha are still here, though, so we better target fire him down. The spear line, good enough to hold this back long enough, right? But no, the backstab! Lucifron, he sacked his deer for this, but now he has the firepower to push the Musha away. Damn, that was a sick timing. I wasn't expecting it. I had vision on the map. You wouldn't anticipate that. When you see you're being chased with those Onimusha, you assume your opponent's going to block you there. But no, Lucifron gets the sickest of hits. That may just be GG. Has he killed him? He's got more horsemen coming, which can deal with the Onimusha. He's not really losing that many workers. He's idled out the entire base at this point. Freaking Lucifron, man. Who would have expected this going into this event? Like, dude, did real Lucifron shave his head bald and Vortex grew his hair and they're actually the other way around? Because going into this event, Vortex was expected to be the lead brother. But Lucifron is looking miles ahead of most, including his bro, in this event. Sheesh, are you kidding me? Is he going to dodge death there? Don't move. Don't blink. Don't breathe. Okay, they're good. They're going back to work. Because if they get found, that's over. That'll be the final hit, right? Because, like, this is pretty bad, but Yorishiro can stop it getting worse, at least. So Yorishiro in the TC. It's still really bad. He has, like, no gold to work with. The only thing he can actually build is Yumi. So if Lucifron just keeps building Horsemen, Giga Clap. Oh, wait, no. Wait. He got to the gold. Lucifron is moving over there, though. The Knights are circling too. I think he might know. Oh, no, that worker! What are you doing? Poker face read right there. I don't know if Lucifron was 100% going to check the gold, but Anatan got angsty, and it revealed him. That is disaster town right there. Onimusha should be good enough to scare away the Knights, so not many losses, sure, but the idle time, the lack of gold access. You don't even have enough gold to get veterancy on Yumi. Meanwhile, Lucifron just thriving, loving life, gathering whatever the hell he wants. Dude, this has been a pretty aggressive group stage now that I think about it. Like, average game length, not that crazy. I think we must be around 20 minutes, maybe. I think we had, like, one late game. Max. Like, 40-minute game. I don't see this game, at this rate, being likely to breach past 20. Yumi, they've got the Bannerman, but they don't have the veterancy still. They are worse than the archers on the other side. While being in Castle Age. Like, this is not tenable. And the Guildhall now coming through means that Lucifron is just going to ramp up a big edge here. It's really 20 eco ahead. And now the one advantage Anatan had is about to be gone. But you see what I mean about the Onimusha? It's a cool idea. I don't discredit that or think he's wrong for trying it. But it can be really hard to pull off. I think like these type of approaches with like Japan have been ousted by double downs from feudal players. Because like what you saw that Lucifron done that's so great, he stopped relying on knights as much and relied a lot more on archers and spears, right? He just basically flipped the script. Yeah, and now tech up complete. Just needs to wait veterancy and then he can recommit. What do you guys think Anno could have done different this game? I think maybe just vet Yumi straight away in spears might have worked better for him. Because he only just got veterancy, right? By the time he's got veterancy Yumi, it's now veteran knights. It's like this went the wrong way around. I respect the idea, but Lucifron's read through it was perfect. Now this type of commitment, what do? Right? You haven't got enough anti-armor, you haven't got enough anti-cav. Archer's going to peel off to chase away the few Onimusha and move towards the gold. Yumi going to get swept through by the knights. This just looks textbook for Lucifron. Dive, then leave, then dive, then leave, then dive again. Those archers are even just hunting those Onimusha the whole time. Lucy played really well. Dude, Lucy played like a god. This guy on French is still as dangerous as he was 5 years ago. I think Uncle Anatan may end up spending a lot of time with B's daughter at this rate. It's not looking great. I mean, it's not over, right? It's best of 5. He's got shots, but based on Anatan's performance so far in the group stage and Lucifron's, and this is more credit to Lucifron than fault for Anatan, because I think like Anatan's first set of the group stage wasn't too bad. Even though it was 3-1 finish for him, like the individual games weren't atrocious. But Lucifron's performance has been more impressive. Take a game off Marine Lord to open the series. I think he had a second game in that series that looked kind of close. Meanwhile, when you compare Anatan Marine Lord series, Anatan had that one great game, but outside that, it was just surgical from Emma Lord. Next up, we got Dry Arabia. Anatan, what can he go for here? And let me put my music back on. Oh my god, dude, why does the music button keep breaking? So I think Anno probably drafts what? Byzantine Malian? Or you could go Macedonian Malian. And then Lucifron's going to be drafting... Golden Horde could make a lot of sense. They usually quite like Golden Horde, but there is also Borderland. Wait, was Anno Marine Lord 5 games? I thought it was 4. Does my brain misremember? Oh, you're right. No, sorry, it was 5 games. Good call, good call. You're right, yeah. One thing I will say, though, in defense of the idea that Lucifron is more scary here, is like, Marine Lord Anatan, I think he said after that series he drafted badly. Marine Lord did. And the other thing that's quite intriguing here is like these two scrim together a lot. I don't think Lucifron is in their same scrim circle. Right? And then playstyles also matter a lot. Marine Lord is more defensive than Lucifron. I think Anatan thrives a little off the ability to be the more aggressive party. And you're not going to get that against Lucifron, right? Lucifron's going to be the one in your face every time. So I don't know. If you can pick aggressive matchups, I'm like, this is what I mean. Like, this is not an aggressive matchup for him, right? It's not to say that you can't do things. Sofa's in theory really nice. But your assumption is Golden Horde will be the aggressor because they literally have to be. It's the only thing the Civ can do. But yeah, we were on the money, right? We said either Macedonians or Byzantines, and then the other pick Malians. Golden Horde goes through. And we didn't even mention another Civvy pick, but it was probably going to be like either Sengoku or... I don't think Jean, actually. Jean would be terrible. Maybe Shushi. It was probably going to be Shushi or Sengoku as the second pick. The reason Jean's terrible is you're probably up against Mali. What are you going to do against that, right? And the alternative pick of either like Byzantines or Macedonians can be kind of a coin flip. I think like Macedonians, we don't see it much against Jean, but it doesn't sound that fun for Jean. Whereas Byzantines can go either way based on the spawn. All players are really close. They replayed all the games. Tables would look very different. Agreed. Like, that's the thing. I think I said that at the end of the day is like my predictions are all in shambles. And that's like, I'm happy about that. And it's twofold, right? It means I'm constantly being surprised, which I think is fun. And the other thing is like, it just kind of proves that the gap has closed, has shrunk between the skill levels of all these players, right? That's a double win in my eyes. Oh. All right, in we go. Dude, they need to just get rid of the custom overlays. There we go. All right, in we go. One and all, welcome back to the channel for another epic game. We've got Anatan versus Lucifron, game number 2. Anatan fighting for his tournament life here. Lucifron just looking to simply flex. One game up in the best of 5. Lucifron goes to what is a signature pick for the Spanish bros. In the yellow, he will be in the Golden Horde. On the other side, Anatan has a all-round potent pick. This is one of the most desired civs that you are likely to get through a drafting phase in Professional Age of Empires 4. It's the Malians in the green. Man, this is going to be an interesting one. Anatan is definitely one of the more creative Malian players out there, and I think you're going to have to be, because my thought is if we play this in a bit more of a linear fashion, you're going to be defending a lot. And something we highlighted is where Anatan tends to look better is, I think when he's up against opponents where he dictates flow a bit, aggression a bit. We saw that in the Marine Lord Anno series. Is like there was clear games where he got the opportunity to do so. And Marine Lord is usually the miraculous defender, right? But Anatan chinked through the armor. So far this series, only in one game, yes. But that one game was completely one-sided aggression. Anatan felt like he had no moves to make. Lucifron just locks him out. This time around, there is potential for aggro with things like Sofa, but you have to be expecting that Anatan is going to take a more defensive line against Lucifron and just hunker down because of things like the really, really tanky Tortugud coming in so early. Look at this spawn as well. Not the best in the world, not the worst. The golds are kind of weirdly acclimated, but you know there is kind of a wall situation in the mid game for Anatan. For Lucifron, an interesting spawn, actually. Every single huntable source leans left. And they're really close together. So, you know, I said that Anatan probably isn't thinking of rushing Sofa. If he does find a way of getting some Sofa, very intriguing opportunity here. Because he could shut out, like, all the economy. Khan Torgu going to be coming in like it literally does every game. Dude, how did I forget that the Anatan Marine Lord was free 2? I don't know why I thought it was free 1. I think it's because, like, if you look at the group stage of this event, they're the only free 2. Every single other series has been literally a free 1, without exception. So my brain is like free 1, free 1, free 1. Totally blanked that one, even though we cast it, lol. So, opening-wise, I know probably we'll be looking at, what, getting the cow out fast and then going into Donzo? You're not going to need javelins straight away, right? Like, you're going to be up against the cavalry before you're up against the archers, but the assumption should be that Golden Horde is going to send archers and heavy cav because it's basically what they do every single time. Hold on a sec. Let me see if my Red Bulls are cold now. Oh, guys, I think they're cold. Yo, guess the flavor. Guess the flavor. Which flavor? You guys seen that dude who, like, he phoned into, like, an Australian radio station, and they have that challenge, like, is it a beer or is it, like, a Coke? And he gets up to, like, a correct streak of 9, where it's like, it's a beer, that is definitely a Coke, that's a Coke, that's a beer. And I think it's like he beat, not Robbie Williams, the guy who's in the band with him's record on the show. Well, none of you guessed it was Melon. Which I've now spilt down myself. Oh, also, not my birthday today, Camin. Thank you very much, though. That's tomorrow. As I probably won't be streaming tomorrow. I just realized licking the phallic can probably wasn't the best thing to do on stream. So, I know. He does go for the cow beginning as expected. Lucifron already moving out to the west side to set up the second Uvu and onto the deer. It's a nice area, really. Like, just anchoring down here with an outpost makes a lot of sense because you could just drop an outpost, build all your production around there. It's not really much further away from any base. It's kind of the same distance as your primary. But then you get the protection on your economy plus the production getting ramped up on production speed. So it's like a double win. And there you go. Outpost now going up. He's showing the respect because, yeah, as expected, Anatan does have that option to try and go stables. I think, I thought maybe he'd go Donzo first, but I guess if, like, this is the thing. I think about it in the mindset of, like, you're playing this Civ that has to come out, but that's not Malians. They just sit at home, they don't care. So, he's just going to play pot cake in the back with his friends. Like, this is a nice thing. For Anno, when you play Malians like this, it's just such a chill beginning. He could just be like, B, is your daughter here? And just sit there playing pot cakes with her while occasionally queuing up a cow. That's the beauty of a Malian life, If you're a dad and your kid comes in and keeps bugging you, play Malians, right? Because you can just chill, keep queuing up Donzos, Javelins, building cow, let your opponent kind of keep headbutting you, dying, and you're just there playing, having some, like, cute father-daughter time. Easy. So Warrior Scout upgrade did come in, by the way. So a little bit of harassment actually going on through those villages. And he is queuing up Sofa as well. The outpost complete will at least scare him off. Did harass him off the archery range timing, which delays him. Out of time, making it double stables. So one thing I was wondering is if he's going to play this like B. Because we mentioned, like, can you be that aggressive? And I wasn't sure, because, like, Malians have a good economy for sure. But Torgud are Torgud. There is a player that has taken Malian aggression to the absolute extreme, and that is B. And Anatan is like, him and B, they still have that intermingling of playstyles. Anatan is this weird hybridization of B and Marine Lord, really. And I think within that, this is maybe something that rubbed off on him, is if you guys ever watch B play Malians, he'll lose 15 Sofa in Feudal Age and then build 15 more. Whereas most players in that situation would lose 15 Sofa and say it's time for Castle Age. I think Anatan's going to try to mirror that line. You got to be a little bit careful, though. These Torgud are really tanky. They don't have as much damage as Sofa, but they have more health. But the interesting trade-off here is, like, as you scale deeper and deeper into bigger and bigger feudal armies, there is going to be that Karash detail that can be quite important. And Lucifron, because he sees Sofa, I think he gets what I would envision to be a more desirable comp here. If he was forced to be Archer Torgud, kind of better for Malians, because Malians can then just go Gonzo Javelins and counter everything and feel nice, because Javelins are, like, the god tier defensive unit. But by doing Sofa instead, Lucifron now gets to go Spears. And Spears, Archers, Torgood, yes, your opponent can go Javelins, but Spears do reasonably well against Javs. And also, the other fun fact here is with Golden Horde, because you get the Karash, which gives +1 armor of both types, you're a more tanky version of the Donzo against certain damage types and equal on others, right? Because you pay more per Donzo to get a hybrid attack, 1 armor, and a little bit more health. But your opponent's going to get that armor anyway, and he's going to be paying less per Spearman for it. And yes, you lose the hybrid attack, but it's kind of a whoopty freaking doodah. I think sometimes the Donzo attack, it looks outrageous, but there's a really good reason why it has 6.5 tower range and hasn't been nerfed into the ground further. It's decent. It's not broken. Lucy. Just trying to block the tech timing, right? Because I don't think he has his own blacksmith yet. I'd be a bit careful about where you position. Might ping my contact point because there's a little bit of latency. I'll keep an eye on it. Let me know if you guys notice the lag. Flash coming in. This is a good one for Anatan, though. The damage buff did get activated by Lucifron, so he recommits, but guys, what are we doing here? The Torgood health is getting low. You see what I mean? They're tanky, but they don't have the damage match to Sofa. And they don't have the numbers either. Yeah, your archers get cut down. He could think about retreating here and then re-engaging Donzos. Instead, he commits? Show some respect and restraint, good sir. Yeah, so like this is the interesting thing about Golden Horde. And whoops, I don't know where the taskbar came from. It's why they love these big, fat feudal fights and these big, long castle fights where it doesn't stop. It's the Khan. The Khan's 10% damage buff doesn't sound like a lot, but it can be a difference maker. We talk about Bannerman enough for this reason. But the requirement is that you keep fighting. Your Khan has to keep fighting. So you need to just keep committing more and more troops because the moment you stop fighting, that buff is going to go away. And then you have things like a 10-second window to get it online again. Like you have to be fighting for 10 seconds. So it's a really wonky one sometimes to balance to get to what you're looking for. And that's also why you guys probably had this where you've watched them play. You're like, that looks a bit AP. What's he doing? He's committing an army for that buff, right? I've seen it so often, and it's a really polarizing thing about Golden Horde, where they look bad in the first part of the fight and then look good in the second part. And it's kind of contradicted because they should look bad in the second part of the fight always because of the cavalry. The cavalry are very tanky, yes, but that health bar is never going to heal again. So it just goes down, down, and is gone. It's kind of like when you play gilded units and you feel really bad about the fight for the first 15 seconds, and then the next 15 feels really good. Because all of a sudden, you're seeing these fat units that just weren't dying fall dead all at once. And also, it's similar to Order of the Dragon, I guess. It fits in that same idea of, like, continuous fighting is bad. Order of the Dragon is much happier to win a fight, a big fight, and then that's kind of it. Because when they have the follow-up fight, everyone's got no HP. And also, that gets even worse in late game because you're pop-locked, and you've got all these units with no HP. That detail, Golden Horde doesn't have the true extreme of with the pop block, just because, you know, outside of Torgood, these are standard health units. Burn coming through. Nice read there. Anno with the switch up, by the way. He's going into the Musafadi. Okay. Not a bad idea here against the Torgood. It's another unit that can actually penetrate through there. But one thing that's going to be really annoying, usually Musafadi are seen as not bad traders into spears because they're slightly cheaper and similar stats. But there's something really cool here for Lucifron. He got the body shields, baby. That's right. Karash actually is a game changer. Karash mitigates over 10%. I think it's 15% of Musafadi's base damage, which makes them terrible against spears. So far, brilliant against everything, though. Nicely played. Anno's cut him off. He has no easy way of getting reinforcements through right now, and he's pretty deep. Yeah, like full snorkel gear on from Lucifron. Needs to be careful on the exit, because Anno's not going to allow it for free. Sofas trying to blockade him. The archers are kept in the middle of it, and this is kind of bad for the Musafadi. That's the worst case scenario, actually. Yep, archers just turn onto them. I mean, Lucifron, it made that look so simple. It's like Anatan just gift horsed him the fight. Gets the clash the right way around. Archer's guarding against the following Musafadi. Now the rotation round. The Spearman moving back in alongside the Tortugud. The Musafadi count very low. Archer's being annihilated, so the spears for Lucifron can hold on even longer. And the Khan buff should be coming in, so all of a sudden, Anno needs to get the hell out of Dodge. At this rate, is going to be getting the hell out of the group stage and tournament in last. Because Lucifron, with a win in a fight like that, and a position like this on the map, there is a grand risk to Anatan that he just gets wiped trying to swipe a play into the next stage. I mean, I assume that's what we were doing here. Otherwise, this is a gross mismanagement of resources. It's got 1,100 food. Nicely played intercept from reinforcements again. I think Lucifron, a little bit eager there to get reinforcements across. Did actually cost him. So nice read there by Anno. Archers are now moving towards the cow gatherers. Oh, yeah, he's got like a weird situation because he's building the cow at the mills, but he ran out of food underneath the TC. So he accidentally clubbed them really far out. I do like what Anno is doing, by the way. The sofa is his one redeeming quality right now. Everything else is just feeling like a bit of an L. But the sofa are problematic because Lucifron, he can't just send his Torgud to deal with the sofa on their own. We saw how that went at the very beginning. At the very beginning, that was kind of disastrous. The first fight they had, the sofa milked that. It only backfired because Anatan over-aggroed into the reinforcement wave and then got punished. But the initial fight was really good for him. Yeah, I dread to think what Marlians would have looked like in this matchup before Sofas got buffed. Clean feed's okay? Yeah, I think so, Doncom. Thank you very much. I think, what did we say? We said was happening earlier, guys? Oh, I think it's like, it was the slight frame drops occasionally. I think that's the in-game observing, though. I imagine that's probably something like on Vodka's end, not the stream feed. Don't know if they're aware of it. It's only happened briefly 2 or 3 times, but it's weirdly usually early game. All right, looks like Anno's getting ready for attack. If he Farimbas, I'll lose my mind. I mean, why would you Farimba her, actually? It's weird. You've got Musafadi, but like, there's a lot of archers and no javelins. Maybe just Freeborn? Freeborn is, if you think about it, Freeborn is like a Tortugud without its pony. Oh my god, that's such a weird way to think of Freeborn, but it's kind of true. Very high effective HP and kind of air damage for the class. Lucifron is not being left behind here. Muscovy Yasak on the way. They need to nerf Muscovy Yasak so we can just start referring to it as Muscovy Yasak. I'm excited for this, though. This has to be Munsum. This is Mansa Musafadi. Mansa Musafadi are insane. They get 4 melee armor and boosted stats. Remember, the way the Farimba works is it gives improved versions of units, and it recently got buffed. It used to be you had to choose either your Musafadi or Javelins or the new Freeborn unit to build there. Now, you enlist the first choice for free, and then every additional choice, I think, is 350 resources. So it used to be a really crap landmark because you basically drafted yourself into a corner and got counterplayed. I.e., oh, you chose Musafadi, I go Archers. Now, you can do this, and your opponent can go Archers, and then you say, okay, I'm going to go Javelineers. I'll just buy the conscription and scale it up. It's a really, really nice change. But it's also really, really insane because Marlians is like a top 3 Civ, and they basically buffed them. And the Mansa Musafadi, the ladies are ready to go. Look at those stats. 5 armor because, of course, he has upgraded them into the veterancy now. 5 melee armor here. It's all on the archers to try and carry this, but difficult because it's a full melee blob. Anno commits underneath the TC. A few troops are going to ripple across onto the tree line now. And these so far are upgraded. No imported armors, mind you. Spears just trying to hold on. This is a feudal versus full castle army, and he doesn't give a duck. And now you see why I was reluctant. I love Mansa Musafadi. I think it's a cool unit comp, a cool unit idea. But against 20 plus archers, it's just death. Oh my god. He done that before even reaching the 3rd age. Let's really emphasize this. He had 1,800 resources locked into a tech up. No value coming from it whatsoever. He won the fight. Resoundingly. Like, you can't even be like, oh, Anatan done okay for 5 seconds. No, not even 5 seconds of it. I mean, you could argue Anatan got 3 worker kills. That's cool. But now he has to deal with an army that just beat his ass in the feudal age. That's about to be veteraned up, coming towards his base, and he has no big army left. Lucifron's a freaking beast, man. Notice he's going and prioritizing ranged armor too. That's because Lucifron wants to dive the TC. Other thing to remember is what Anatan just done is sinful. You cannot rebuild a lost army at the pace you're used to seeing with Malians with this build. Look at his cows. He's got 2 cows. They're not even Fulani. So his food income is abysmal, right? He's at 650 with 20 villagers roughly on food. You're not going to get that many Musafadi out that quick, even if they are insanely cheap. Like the raid from the sofa, I think that's the correct approach. Just like few troops you got left, pick away at your opponent's economy a bit and try and buy time. Because right now, Lucifron is on a death push attempt. He just needs to get enough troops to guarantee that death. Rotation round here. What's he looking for? Oh, did he see the deer through the fog? Maybe. Kind of feels like he's moving towards that. He catches the gold workers out in the pit mine. Uh-oh. Rotation coming through. Archers do get caught with the A-click on the racks. Tortugud are going to be able to chase past this. That's a lot of idle eco. That's basically half Anatan's economy not working. Probably more, actually, because he's got idle economy elsewhere. Lucifron going to lose a few workers in return, but going to get a lot more out of this. They're like, oh, we can just eat cow, right? No, you can eat dirt. Sofa's still raiding. But the archers are there now to deal with the Musafadi. Remember, he still has the Karash armor. That's important here. It's minimizing the value of these Musafadi in the melee. Because unless they're attacking Tortugud, they only have their crappy base damage. And it is pretty crappy at this point. Oh, God. Forces the hard commit. Tortugud are going to have to pull away. Maybe a little bit overcommitment there. You want to try and save your Tortugud to clash with the Sofa. Same with your spears, really. In a weird way, you kind of want to be semi-frontlining with your archers. I know. Oh, no. It's going to move over to his economy again. The Tortugud chase towards the workers. And he did just get the damage buff as well. Archers are just going to trade out for it. I like this. Lucifron's like, okay, I'm not going to win the game right now, but I can guarantee I win it in 5 minutes. And the villagers actually hang around. A quick wall attempt. Cheeky, but unsuccessful. And it sounds like, check my building fingers. I've been watching Viper streams recently. I can do this too. Oh, no. So he loses the army, right? Pretty big deal. A lot of troops going down for sure. But consider what just happened here. Anatan's 2 Sofas were kind of allowed to raid this backside of the base like almost 2 minutes straight. In and out. And they got several kills. But despite that effort, Lucifron has now done double over on him. 16 worker kills compared to 7. This is pretty brutal. Also, did you guys just see what Lucifron queued up? He had so much stone accrued, he just triple produced into Tortugud, which is going to be 6 additional heavy cav coming in. I don't know about that. I think for Lucifron, it's the paranoia of I need to get more troops now because his Musafadi mass is fairly big. But you're building a unit that gets countered by the unit that you're now trying to resolve, right? Which is a little bit weird. And I just realized I never posted out my Discord groups. And the other thing to keep in mind here is that he could have kept accruing that stone and just got batch production for archers. Which also would have given him batch production for crossbows. So I am a little bit surprised by that choice. He has at least got the grazing coming in, right? So his stock guard's going to be better. And we did just see Anatan went 2 TC. Correct reading this situation. And decent positioning. It's kind of on the backside, less likely to get noticed. But also just kind of creates a choke point against full dives again. Also, do remember, this is Golden Horde, not Mongol, so he can wall up. Probably a good idea now that you've reset like this. Because the risk isn't just the Sofa. The risk is now the Musafadi creep in stealth and gang bushy. So having those walls up forces them to reveal themselves beforehand. Or you could just lose workers on the go. That's also an option. It's about to happen. Oops. He had the right idea, actually. He was trying to go for an outpost. Just unfortunately for him, Anatan with a speedy lady's just a bit too quick. And Tortugud. Ooh, got another 2 on the tree line. And also starting to retrieve relics from the map. Lucifer was already doing that, though, right? We can't see the relic feed because they haven't pivoted over on the statistics. But I imagine 3-2 relic split for Lucifer would not surprise me. Approach again. Lucifer actually adding in Keshiks now. I quite like this. The Keshiks are like your burst damage, but like using them for raiding, really. Just need to make sure you have good raw archer and spear count, because that's how you beat Anatan's army comp right now. Gotta be careful not to sack the tributaries. They're decent against cavalry, terrible against Musafadi. Look at the size of this army. Guys, isn't it crazy that Malians are infamous for being a zerging civ, and this entire game has been them getting zerged? They're not called the Golden Horde for nothing. Also, what is up with... Wait, I didn't really process at the time. The Gur placements. There's something just adorably hilarious about this to me. And it looks so all pretty and orderly. It's like he's trying to wall his base. Going down the TC. Really? He lost it that quick. The problem is, it's just raw number game, right? Like, every time you even step up to a fight, you're already losing at the beginning because your opponent has range mass. So unless you have a quadrillion sofa to dive him, you're not gonna win that engagement, that trade. Like, that's the thing that matters even more, is if they keep poking each other, Lucifer always gets further ahead. And if you're probably wondering then, why doesn't Anatan build sofa? With what food? He doesn't have Fulani. Like, this is why most people still anger towards Fulani. Sofa is your best unit, and when you go for Farimba, it is not a zergable unit. Ay, ay, ay. Backside raid at least looking good for him to shut things down temporarily, but the push through continues. Lucifron is hunting for the killing blow. He finds the stoneworkers. That's more things running away for all what's left alive in peril. The Karash formation is slowing him down, right? That's the one upside for Anatan, is the Karash are slower. So Lucifron's army is getting a bit too split. Now the sofa. Engage. Archers are just diving past them. They don't care. Tortugud. Oh, he sees that attempt to get away. That's 10 workers in trouble. Minus 10 here when he already lost the second TC, remember. Yeah, this is just Anatan going through the motions now, really. Like, we're getting to a point where we could realistically talk about Golden Horde going to fourth age. Wallow is going to at least force him to retreat. Yeah, he made the right call. The Karash made his archers too slow. But now the re-engage comes through. He can beat the cavalry. He can't beat the spears, is the problem. Go for another Wallow. Archers can snipe that out, though. No hope in hell. Second wave coming in. And that... Is Anna Chad becoming Anna Flat? It's another word that, like, something like sounds flat, like flat. Anoton becoming Anodon. He's just gonna hang in there until the bitter end. But Mansa Musafadi, I keep wanting to win, but it ain't that simple. And Lucifron ain't no pushover. Dude's a beast. Mullins are not the king of Zerging. You forget it is Golden Hornet Zerg, but Golden Lig is comparative. What's Golden Lig? Your Lucifron, you would choose Relic Uvu against Mullins because they don't rush relics. Yeah, well, the more important thing there is that Yasak's kind of redundant because it shouldn't really be about your cavalry to win the game. You're not really ever going to build men-at-arms against Musafadi. I think like that is a perfect example, actually, in fairness, where the choice of landmark for Golden Horde has become instinctual instead of conscious thought. Does that make sense? I think that's an interesting one. Like, and I don't know. Someone tell the interviewer for Lucifer to ask him about that. Why did he choose Yasak over Uvu? I imagine his answer will be because I tech second, and it feels really bad to try and even play Relic Uvus when you tech second. And in fairness, he got 200 wood. Like, actually, like, going Yasak at that point isn't even about the armor. It's actually about the wood. He's massing archers, so getting 200 wood is like having an extra 5 or 6 workers, right? It's really nice. Like I get an email from Red Bull about my shipment being on its way after it's arrived. All right, guys. Is today going to be the quickest day, do you think? Maybe. I think this could be the long series today. I think this will be a quick series no matter what, the B versus Vortex. Because Vortex likes playing fast and B's creative builds can crush you fast. The BSD WAM series could have the potential to be the longest one. Actually, like the one that drags us long. We'll see. Hold on a second, getting pinged in the background. One sec. What is this? Guys. No, I can do that maths. I don't need your help. I can do maths. I'm not incompetent. All right, I'll switch into custom mode the moment we actually have audio, which we won't. What just happened?
I don't have video activation. Huh? My video is not activated.
Wait, what does he have? Is he missing sound or something? What's 850 minus 20%? It's 170 off of it, isn't it? There we go. Ping my boys. Fantastico. What is going on? Are we all looking at the world through Marilon's height class? Did we run out of apple boxes? Guys, you were asking how tall I am. I think we can confirm now that I am the tallest person. Okay, look at these shrimps. They're just so tiny. They're so tiny. And they got such big heads as well. People who said I had a big head before clearly haven't been paying attention. These guys are not only small, but they have massive heads. They're like those little, like, you know, those little go-kart like caricatures they do with like the tiny body and the giant ass head. That's these two right now. Oh. They're normal and your head is extra small. But then you guys always said my heads are big. Do you think that Shaw makes headsets for tiny heads? I doubt it. You might have a big head, but does your curtain match your drip? Wait, what? Well, I got, like, they've got big head. It's different. Also, I've never fully dyed my hair in my life. This is all natural. I done frosted tips in high school. That was a mistake. One time, the dye was left on way too long by my aunt. I got the nickname Lightbulb. That wasn't fun. Also, what games am I missing tomorrow? So just like heads up, tomorrow I'm not gonna stream tomorrow because like tomorrow's my birthday. Maybe I'll check out the latest series. Maybe like in the evening, like, I'm gonna hop on. But I would not expect me to be live tomorrow because it's my birthday. So I'm gonna go see my mum, spend some time with my family. Because I've been so busy at the moment. I think I've earned it. So I'd miss quarterfinals, wouldn't I? Quarterfinals is likely going to be Lucifron versus Beastie, probably. Lucifron versus Beastie, and then Wham versus Poppy Pool. I did predict the Wham versus Poppy Pool, actually. That's spicy. We'll be getting a finger paint picture from your daughter for your birthday? I don't know. Probably not. That's on her. If you have to force your kid to do these things, then like, it's not genuine. Like, dude, I know a guy. I'm not gonna name the name, but I know a guy at like an esports event who was working the event. Who, I kid you not, it was his birthday, and he came into the studio and he bought himself a cake. And he was like, "It's my birthday. Can we like do this on stream?" So, seriously, it's very different compared to like when you see it on a broadcast and like the studio brought the person a cake and brings it out and happy birthdays them. No, this wasn't that. This was the person brought in a cake themselves to be presented to them when they were on the broadcast. Like, not as genuine and awe when it's that way around, right? It's a little bit different. So it's the same there. If I force my child to make me finger paintings, it's kind of weird. I feel bad for him. I don't. I think he's doing fine. He's a grinder. It was just a little bit weird to me, though. I was like, you probably could have just told them it was your birthday, and they probably would have tried to get you a cake. Or like someone else. You tell someone else, and they tell them. But it was, I remember the time when it was serious. I was like, that's kind of, huh? What? Anyway, it's time. One and all, Lucifron is on the verge of crushing it here and crushing Anatan's hopes. It is do or die. Anatan, one of the most creative players in the history of Byzantines, now needs to make his last stand here. In a best of 5, he's in the green, and it is no mistakes allowed as he faces off against Lucifron in the yellow on one of the scariest civs in AoE 4. Not as scary as these faces, but focus on the civs right now. Sengoku Daimyo, they have been nerfed, but they are still seen as a valuable addition to almost any drafting lineup. And Boldland is going to be our map. I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to be in store for here. Sengoku haven't had the best win rate in this tournament so far. Weirdly enough, shockingly enough for people. And they did start to skew a little bit better. Shout out to Anatan for helping with that when he allowed Marine Lord to have Sengoku versus... Wait, was it Sengoku? Was it him? Someone done Sengoku versus Jin, I think. And that did not end well for Jin. Tech-up-wise, are we going to be... Yeah, Ryokan. Everyone's going with Ryokan now. It used to be you go for the Koka because the ninjas gave you huge damage buff and they were way too good. But I think the healing makes a lot of sense for cavalry comps. And also just the savings on housings is kind of crazy, actually. You get 80 pop space off of building this landmark, which equates to 400 wood rebate, right? Because you save on the house. Then you think about the fact you save on having to build the houses. So it's not just a raw 400 wood. It's the idle time for your workers that has been replenished, has been taken back. So it just gives you a lot more burst in the opening than you realize. And that's important because usually you want to put your wood to other things like getting the ties, getting the initial buildings up, and then spamming out Yumi for a lot of players. And remember, Ryokan does provide something else. It's not just a giant house. It provides healing. The healing is a little bit weird and warped because it heals you 4 every 6 seconds while you're out of combat. So it's not as good as Chivalry. Nowhere near. But when you have breathing time between fights, it can still be invaluable. You think the guy who bought himself a cake is just taking the initiative? I don't know. I don't know. Like maybe I'm on the wrong mindset about this. I just like I find in my life, if I want a cake, it's because someone else has bought me a cake, and if someone else is getting a cake, it's because I bought them a cake. So you know what I mean? I don't think. I mean, like maybe I'll buy myself a little cake on my birthday, but not to have like a big party hoo-ha around it. Does that make sense? I mean, I don't know. I don't personally have many parties. Sound like a party pooper there, but you know, like kids' parties as well. We're accepting the fact we're probably going to have to do them for our children. But you realize the real reason why parents do parties for their kids is not because they're going to make it back in presents. They never do. It's a social balance act. It's like one parent does it, then the other parent does it, and the other parent does it. So that you all get days where your children can distract each other's children, and you can be a little bit less stressed as a parent. Isn't that beautifully poetic? We're so selfish. Selfless. We're selfish. So, Horseman coming out from Byzantines, by the way. Anatan is blocking off that Yatai play. Interesting, actually. Yeah, because you wouldn't expect someone to be rushing Horseman up against Yadi Cavalry. Yadi Cavalry that get bonus against Cavalry is kind of dangerous, right? But did he go Hippodrome? I didn't even pay attention to that, actually. Oops. I think he went Hippodrome, right? No. With the olive oil? That must be Grand Winery 100%, right? Oh, no, he spent it. He went Supply. Yeah, he done Hippodrome. Okay, that's interesting. So he's going to try to out-cavalry the Civ that's identity lies in cavalry. But we talked about this. Byzantines on Anatan. He's one of the most creative players. He was actually the first one in pro play to start using the neutral trade post non-memefully. Like, you know, people do it not in pro games, but in pub games. He was actually doing it in pro games and making it look good. So not surprised to see him taking the initiative to get the Sipahi out. That's cool. And now Lucifron, in reaction, gets forced into Spearman on a Civ. Doesn't really want to have to be forced into it. You know, the situations are going to be justifiable, but most of the time, you're meant to be the cavalry bully, not the bully. That's through front side. Yeah, this is expensive, guys. 3 villagers repairing on this constantly. The idle time alone is just a kick to the nuts. Yadi need to be really careful because the concern here is those triumph charges. If you overcommit in a fight, your opponent's going to pin you. He's going to move past you and hold you. Type of guy that would do that, no malice. It's my birthday, got me a cake. Now you're going to cut it on stream. Yeah, I guess it's like the part that I wasn't sure of with it is the fact that like it was made to be part of the broadcast through his own recommendation. You know what I mean? It wasn't like he came in with a cake for everyone and they went, oh, it's your birthday? Oh, dude, let's cut this on stream. It was like more like, can you guys bring this in to me on broadcast? I think that's when I was like, do people do that? So spear spam coming in from both sides, by the way. Yeah, Lucifer's ultimately getting punished for this Matsuri placement. It makes sense why it's there. Like, you're not going to place it on the backside. You get more value out of the gold than the tiny tree line. You think I should go to Serbia tomorrow with a cake? Dude, imagine if now in broadcast they have the Austrian KP and they're just singing happy birthday to I'll be like, that's cool, but where the fudge is my cake? Nah, dude. If I could choose between cake being had on broadcast and having a cake 3 times the size, I'm choosing cake 3 times the size. I'm happy to just sit behind the camera eating that. And then when I come on, and this is the genius, right? Because then when I come on to the broadcast and I'm really bloated, and people go, why is KP so fat? What happened? Then I can be like, it was my birthday, I had a cake. And then see, now that's the genius hack. It's like now everyone's like, oh, it's your birthday, we should sing happy birthday. But I didn't have to have a cake on there because I was busy gorging myself on a cake 3 times the size. I got the pleasure and enjoyment of eating crap loads of cake, and I still get the happy birthday sung to me. It's just a win-win. Uh-oh. Actually, Sipahi need to be pulled away here if he wants to get past him. Why did Anno go Hippo versus Sengoku? Because he's outclassing the cavalry, is the idea. if he'd gone Grand Winery, also, like, the problem would have been... Like, what would you do with Grand Winery? Longbows, javelins, you know your opponent's probably spamming up cavalry, not that great. Don't really want to build Keshiks here. I think it was a very creative idea by Anatan. Like, probably scouted that he had the Sipahi in the trade post. And then if you think about Hippodrome Horseman with Sipahi, it's a giga buff. It's a really big push. You would get a lot of camel riders. You need to get age 3 to get camel riders. He's trying to address the threat in age 2. And also, the thing you have to keep in mind is like a mind game thing to Hippodrome. So when I go to engage you, I'm going to think twice about actually engaging you. Because the risk of engaging you is that you're then just going to turn on me with a damage buff and chase me down, sort of thing, right? So it's almost like you're playing this game of cat and mouse, and it allows the Byzantine player to be more exploitative of his positioning. Because he knows if he ends up in a bad situation, he just needs to press one button, and your cavalry get crapped on. Lucifron is just doing what he does best, guys. He's raiding. Sake Brewery coming in. System level is at 1, by the way, which is just depressing. Wait, what? He never leveled his systems. This is ultra poor man. Gee. Guys, I think we might need some 07s in chat for Anno at this rate. This doesn't look great. His army's so fat, but it's so out of position. It's like fat, but it's where the fat person would be, on the couch at home watching reruns of Suits. Which is ironic, because they probably can't fit in a suit. Hey, but no, seriously, like, look at the mini-map. There's no counter pressure. There's like 1, maybe 2 cavalry units on the east side. Luceron doesn't care, so his tech isn't going to get punished at all. And the Ring of Roses is complete. He's like, all right, got him, you baited. See ya. Anno now going to be aging up momentarily. I mean, could he go? Could he actually go System here? Golden Horn Tower does nothing for you at tier 1 System, right? It's terrible. It might be the... I was about to say maybe you want more Sipahi, so you go Golden Horn Tower because you don't choose a Merc contract. But, like, why would you want Sipahi against Samurai? That doesn't make much sense. Moment of truth is about to arrive. I mean, it would be the first system in competitive play of 2026. Yeah, that's why I thought. Golden Horn Tower coming through. Has a worker at Stone? That's true, but like he's he's still probably only going to be up to tier 3 by the time he completes Golden Horn Tower. He can get to the tier 5, of course, but it's like the order of things feels a little bit warped, right? Usually Golden Horn Tower just fits you like a glove because you're already scaling towards it the whole time. You're already building systems early on, so you're ready for this moment. You don't have to adapt your economy all of a sudden. You don't have to weaken your military push at the start of the age because you already have all that economy set up. Oh, he's going to get it? He's not. No, oh, he's going to get it. The scout damage as well, definitely. Dude, that horseman's a beefcake. Dario will sweep for him in the end. We don't have any monasteries coming in yet from Lucifron. He just mounted samurai spamming across the map. I remember mounted samurai did get nerfed. The deflective armor cooldown is now double. So they can't just keep in and outing on spears as much as they used to. And also, specifically, Sengoku received nerfs to the cavalry speed tech they get in the daimyo. It went from 10% to 5%. So your knights are still a little bit quicker than standard knights, but it's not crazy anymore. You're not basically horsemen. You are definitely scary enough here. Spear count is not high enough to defend that. Has to retreat fully. Sipahi on the way. He's going to have to stand and fight soon. And nicely done. Lucifron doesn't hang around too long, just backs off. Still, big idle time at the start of the age. Berries also secure. I don't think... We've probably got like 5 or 6 farms in so far, but not a crazy amount, right? And remember, gold is not a problem for Lucifron. Like, this is the other thing. Nerf the Mount Samurai you want, but Sengoku are always going to still do Mount Samurai because everything around their tech up choice in the castle is gold-oriented. You either go for, like, the monastery choice, and you're going for relics to get gold, or you go for the sake brewery, and you get 5 infinite gold mats. So we're gathering gold, right? Like, every day of the week. Nicely done. Look at what Lucifer's doing. He's baiting him to look elsewhere and then waiting for the Sipahi horseman to drag a bit too far forward. So just basically removing the bulky, kind of threatening raiding unit. And Anatan, he's switching arbitrary. I love this guy. This is what I meant about him being one of the funnest Byzantine players to watch. Also, what just happened to the minimap? Can we get the minimap back where it belongs? I can't believe this. Anatan is struggling to win so much that he has to move out of the map. Now, there we go. We're back in. Yeah, I've got a few cataphracts. I think if you just send them across the raid, it's probably the best situation. A few more workers going down. It just feels like death by 1,000 cards. This is what every player who faces Lucifer fears. This is where he thrives. He is a raiding king. He's raiding everywhere. Look at this. Finds more workers. He's ringing rosies. Spears weren't able to shut him down. Now the Mad Samurai. Not a quick reaction there. Lucifer didn't go in for a charge. He will move past towards the berries, though, and find additional workers, forcing even more idle time. Honestly, these villagers are spending so little time working. I don't think they should be getting paid for 40 hours a week. They're in part-time rates, okay? I'll maybe pay them for 10. Jeesh. Spears also find the arbitrary. Unfortunate. Those are feudal spears, by the way. He didn't want them. They just found value in the stupidest of ways. So Lucifer at this point is loving life. I don't want to say do 2 TC Anatan, but he needs something. KP would make a great dictator. I like to think I'd be a fair dictator. I'd be like, oh no, what's that? You can't afford to keep your heating bill on? We are all making sacrifices. I had to sell my 4th mansion abroad last week. It's just the state of the economy right now. But you keep at it, buddy. We'll get back. We'll get back. We'll be there. Okay, so Luciferon, do you just mass Yumi now? Yeah, he's already prepping for it. He can get Higayumi because he's got the tier 1 daimyo and he's got veterancy coming through. Worrisome. Anatan doesn't really have the food to build a Yumi counter right now. He's struggling. No, this type of income level, Anatan won't even be able to afford to keep the electricity on in his cardboard box. It's looking pretty bad. Luciferon does come in again. Bit of a greedy fight this time around. But it just shows you how effective Mount Samurai can be. Those are vet limitane. He just doesn't care. It's kind of crazy. This unit was nerfed, right? And Spears got buffed in general. Doesn't feel like it right now. So Luciferon can't really afford more Mounted Samurai at the moment. But, like, he doesn't need to. This game is literally just turning into Spearmen versus Archers. Which starts to make you wonder, why did we bother going Castle Age, guys? We could have done this in the feudal. Come on. Spears. A little bit of a slow reaction there from Lucy. I actually like that from Anno. He didn't hang around greedily for a second kill. Because he knew he was going to get sniped momentarily. So he just wanted to try and drag more attention longer. Still, you see the value of the hot dog stands, by the way. Like, the 5 Yatai's out, they're not as good as they were, but you get them in the right position, still valuable. And a map like Borderland is a really great map for playing them, because the issue with Yatai is you get rid of the temporary resources and the Yatais go down to 10 food. But on a map like Borderland, where it's very hard to get out to the central foods, it gives you this chunky thing to throw out there to get some resources back. It's a lot easier to maintain good income off Yatais in mid-game in a map like this. Anno actually chose Mercs finally. He's got longbows coming. Why longbows over javs? I mean, once you're in Castle Age, longbows tend to feel better than javelins to scale anyway. So I'd say that's the #1 reason. But like the camels would have been nice here, actually. Because now he doesn't have a debuff against the sand. And he has only got 12 spin. Oh god, what happened? I'll tell you what happened, guys. Anatam right now is singing "Feed the World," but what he really means is, please, God, guys, someone give me a hamburger. 60 food income? This guy can't afford to keep a dog at this stage. This looks done. The idle time on top of this is what, like, he can't build units is the issue. And he's still not finding food. He has one worker on food. Now, this is absolute disaster central. GG. 3-0 annihilation. Anatan will finish dead last in the group stage of the Homestead Cup. And Lucifron now looking like the dark horse that no one would have seen coming going into this event. What a freaking beast. All right, we've got an interview coming in. Jesus, Core looks like that estranged uncle / granddad that just got out of bed and can't be asked to put some trousers on. What the dude, please someone get him some trousers. How long was that set? An hour and 20? Very, very quick opening set. All the same? Dude, he like the way he just sat up as well, it's like he legit was just sleeping on the couch. 3-0, yep. Lucifron is the god. All hail the god. I don't even know if the other players are ready. They probably thought that they're, oh yeah, we like, I only need to be in like half an hour or something. Nah, they should already be there waiting, I'd imagine. So next set is going to be Vortex versus B. That is going to be very telling. The two dark horses, Lucifron and B.
Oh no, what is happening?
Okay, are you like
Hello,
interview?
everybody.
Okay, there we got there.
I'm here with Lucifron. Congratulations to your win, 3-0. First 3-0 of the tournament. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I mean, I'm feeling great, right? After the second game, when I was up 2-0, I was already very happy because I was already qualified, right? No matter what. But you, of course, still want to play your best. So 3-0 is amazing, as good as it gets.
Yeah. And even after starting your tournament with a loss, right? So now you bounced back up to 1 in total sets. So pretty well done overall.
Thank you.
So game number 1 was French against Japan, yeah? What did you think about that game? Because he kind of invested 2 towers on his gold, right? And he immediately abandoned it. And I think it went pretty good for you, right?
Yeah, I think he misread the situation. Like, I would have to ask him, but I think he expected
Ask
me to
him
play
about the
Mass Knights.
Onimusha. Come on.
And then like dive when he was aging up. So with 2 towers, I assume he also had +1 range damage. I don't know. I would have to check. So with that setup against Mass Knights, I think you're fine, right? Because
remember, he went for +1 range damage, and because he went +1 range damage, he was delayed getting the extra farmhouse up. But we praised Anatan because he optimized that, so he never actually skipped villager production.
And it's, but instead I went for the ramp push, right? So in that situation, I think it's good for me, especially because I had already like managed to snipe 2 houses, so everything was a bit delayed for him. And if you want to play like that with Japan, everything needs to be really crisp. So I feel like it was a bit too slow.
He lost a lot of houses, right? He had a lot of idle time, so. And after you added the spearman, he couldn't really go for knights, right? Because he had limited gold. So
Ask him about the Musha choice. How do you feel?
Overall. Second game was
I don't
against
bother.
Malian. And
The Onimusha thing is like interesting. I would have loved to have gotten Lucifron's thought process on like whether that had to adjust his plan at all.
On the couch, and we were all like, yeah, Malian should usually win, right? But then he really didn't do a lot of cows. He went into Musafadi relative early. So we were all not really sure what he was doing there. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the Mustafa thing, I didn't expect. The very low cow thing is something that both B and Anotan do fairly often, I would say. So in that sense, I did expect that style from him. Then this is a matchup that I think it's okay for the goal. Like I don't really favor either side. I think in my opinion, it's a quite...
I think Anno's going to want to drink some gin after this experience.
balanced one.
Been a rough one.
But I just think that playstyle-wise, both of us would prefer being on the Golden Horse side, as in you are the one putting the pressure and so on.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I just felt that. I just felt it was okay. Like the other matchup I could get was against Macedonians with Golden Horde, and that can get a bit tricky because once they age up, they get this keep that you cannot really dive. So I don't know. I just prefer.
So remember you highlight this as well. Like you kind of just loosely hit on that. Luciferon was mentioned about like he was able to attack him. This has been the signature approach for Luciferon and why he was looking so comfortable in game 1 and 2 in particular. Anatan picked civs that had to play in a more defensive role. Even in this one, he was actually trying not to be the defender, but Luciferon forced him to. And I think that's where we see Anatan unravel. I think Marine Lord highlighted this before. Is like Anatan is a bit more of a defensive player. Even M Lord BC said it. But they look aggressive because what happens is if you don't press them straight away, they get the foundation of the cheese or the cheeky like aggression, and then they don't stop. But a player like Luciferon, his instinctive playstyle is to start attacking you as soon as is feasible. There's no idea of I need a little bit of setup, like 2 or 3 minutes. He just goes. And I think that was what we were highlighting going the series is that what's really bad for Anatan is playstyle-wise, especially with Luciferon's form right now, this felt like one of the worst matchup player-wise to be left with at the end of his group stage.
Right, against Malian.
Yeah. And then he went for Rimba play with like pretty good timing in Castle Age, but you kind of destroyed him there, even though we were still in Feudal Age.
Dude, that fight was insane.
I mean, the Musafadi is... Like, even if they were Castle Age units, they are still not that great diving into the TC and this very high archer
and the
count.
+1 armor.
And he didn't really have a way to kill my spearman very quickly, so he's... I don't know, I felt that dive couldn't really work because his so fast would die quickly, and then I targeted a bit.
He also was concave. Like, dude, this is actually the crazy thing. These meme girls, look what they've done in the fight.
To kill the Musafadi didn't really work because he's so
he
fast
goes in, he has like
quickly,
7,
and then
8, 9 units to just keep running around. They're not fighting the whole time.
But then, like,
meanwhile, Luciferon has like 2, maybe 3.
Won the game already, but then it got really tricky. It got really tricky.
He kind of bounced back. He added a second TC at some point, but I mean, in the end, you were Golden Horde, right? You had a lot of stockyards, so pretty good. And last game was Sengoku against the Byzantine, and the Sengoku actually winning. So yeah.
Shock.
What are your thoughts overall?
Yeah, again, I expected him to play this style. I know he loves to play Byzantines with yeah. Then the Zipak you cannot expect, right? Because you cannot know which neutral mechs you get. But I know he's capable of these things. He's maybe one of the few, if not the only player who does this rather often, right? That he checks a lot the neutral market and plays cavalry. Then I think he forgot the entire game about the
system.
No, the hippodrome thing.
The Trump is right. Yeah, he never used it.
Ever used that?
No. It's hard. It's so hard against Cav to use
like
that.
Once I managed to take the pressure off my base and move the game to his side of the map, I felt that.
I think to defend Anatan on that one, because he didn't use the Hippodrome Triumph early, the buff he gets for his Byzantine Cav, by the time he would have been in a position to use it for a fight where he needed it, he didn't really have any horsemen left. He was left with like spears,
I was
right?
in a good spot because he was the one chasing, and then I could get the age up and so on.
Overall, pretty clean set. So, yeah. GG's for qualifying.
Yeah.
All right, what are we going to do next?
Okay. Luciferon, you get to decide.
Just showing my boyfriend like that.
Okay. So guys, we do have a special segment here. Cor, let me scoot in. So we have a little bit of a celebration here for all our German friends who have joined us here. Germans and Germans adjacent. We have Austrians, we have Germans.
What's Germany's
and
doing?
we wanted to bring them a little bit of home. So we brought them their famous German cuisine, which is kebab. So here you go, Cor. There's more kebab in the bag. Yeah. So we would like to hand the microphones
bold
around.
to give
So
the
grab
kebabs
hold
to
the
the
other one.
Germans.
Yeah, this is our original German cuisine.
Yeah, we like kebab as well. This is like
all
bullshit. It's not just a German thing. Come on.
There's more kebab in the bag. Boy, please help us with the kebab rating.
But in fairness, Germany has more Turkish people than everywhere else, so
it's very
you guys
much
adopted
like
it. By the way, can we agree? If Germans are this loving, accepting of, you got to meet me halfway. There's loving, accepting of kebabs, whatever. And you're practically at the point where you might as well just adopt it as like, one of your cuisines. Let's just do it. Then you can't really judge Britain's obsession with like tikka masala and it being a national dish. All right? Like, I think you guys should just adopt it as a national dish at this point. And I won't laugh at you. I'll accept it. It's absolutely fine. But then you shouldn't have any issue with like Brits deciding that the tikka masala is now a national dish. Okay.
Fries on your kebab, so
It's a döner box.
Yeah, that's how we do it here.
What?
So we're just supposed to eat it and
Yeah,
rate
just
it
eat
or
it. You can just rate our. Oh, Lash is
eating
joining
it.
us as well. Lash.
all right.
Oh, we have a vegetarian as well. Never
Lash has
mind.
got a tiny one.
But
What?
yes, guys, dig in. Let us know what the Serbian kebab is like and if it passes the test. And I know it's a donut box.
I mean, Serbia's pretty close to
bread.
Turkey, right?
I mean, after you asked for if you want ketchup on the döner, it was over.
Don't shame. I'm not. I'm anti-shaming. My point is that people shame. Oh, you mean he's tiny what? Okay, yeah.
It was also supposed to be a mayo.
Look, he's got a baby kebab.
It's okay, it happens.
Is that the
you can
vegetarian
show
one?
stream
Oh,
what it
flame.
looks like.
Nah, he's got
So
chicken
all
in there,
the
I think.
Germans right now either in shambles or thinking, I always preferred the donut box over this. Yeah.
it's a bit dry.
Do you want ketchup?
Okay, nah, I'm sorry. That's minus 5 points for Warman. You do not. I'm not on board with this. You do not put ketchup on a kebab. That's simple. All right. Get like some tzatziki sauce. You can even put hummus. I think hummus is underrated on kebab. But ketchup? What are you doing to yourself? Curry ketchup? Never tried it. It just sounds wrong. Like, do you know why you put ketchup on things? Because they taste like shit and you need it to taste good. If a kebab tastes like shit, you're clearly not eating a kebab. Because even bad kebabs are good enough that you could just add mayo and that's fine.
More cream on it.
Okay.
Garlic mayo,
typically,
absolutely fine
like,
too.
Doner kebab in Germany is like doused in yogurt sauce or
Yeah, that's the way you do it.
Garlic.
So
garlic sauce.
Yogurt, by the way. The word is yogurt. You're not American, Crackety.
Not convinced, I think.
Do all Germans say it like that? Actually, I'm kind of curious now. Because to me, yogurt is like the most American way possible to say the word yogurt. I know British people have a really kind of
The
funky
fries
way.
make it heavy, but it's still really good. Like the
Tzatziki
meat is
sauce,
still
that's
really
what I
good.
called it.
We have rice?
Fries.
The fries.
It's sinful. He's a German. He thrives on Turkish kebabs, and he doesn't know it's tzatziki. This is
Fries,
crap.
not
About
rice.
to say, what?
Forgot to clean my ears.
It's okay. So we're having a little bit of a breakfast/lunch break.
Dude, I would even be more accepting of mustard on a kebab. And I don't. That sounds wrong, but that sounds less wrong than tomato ketchup on a kebab.
right now, as you guys can see. But aside from that, I just wanted to check if our giveaway man was
Hummus
at
on
the
kebabs
ready.
where it's at?
So
100%.
we are going to do another
like,
giveaway.
hummus on
in
kebab
while
is
everyone
going.
is snacking while we're getting ready for our next cast too. But as we see, the screen is changing, and it does mean we
German
are
English is very American. Do you just kind of do that out of spite because the whole 2 World Wars? Because the Americans were there too. Or is it like because there's a bunch of Americans there in like the Cold War? Like explain it to me.
looking at our giveaway set here. And
You guys just
we are
watch
going
too
to be doing-
many American movies, maybe?
I would say it's a long. Yeah. Oh.
I totally do not.
Spicy
agree.
chili sauce?
Like this is the good dinner.
Never tried spicy chili sauce.
It is a dinner box, but it is
her
in a dinner.
in her life.
But yeah, garlic sauce is pretty popular.
So I didn't manage to pick up the doner myself. If the dude at the counter called me chief or something like that and really doused it in yogurt sauce, then I would say it's an 8. Without that experience, I'm gonna give it a solid 5.5 to 6.
It's an 8.
I mean, like if they haven't put a sauce on it, then yeah, like you're probably not getting past a 7 on a kebab rating. There is like a style of kebab. Sometimes they do it where it's so freaking crumbly and tender that you could probably just off of the quality of meat alone get like an 8, 8.5. But that's like some Michelin star level chefery where they're not making kebabs like you normally make kebabs. You know, where you like just stack these meat and these spice layers on each other and make the big freaking leg form or whatever. That's something else entirely. Let me just quickly update this, by the way. We said next set is Vortex versus B, right? And also, where's my music? Just gonna update this.
It's an 8 from me.
Wow.
An 8.
Mimi giving us a little bit of a
Where
redemption
are they
here.
from, though?
Unfortunately, it wasn't a try.
Because I guarantee, because I live in the Britlands, like if I was just a British person who never traveled, I could easily imagine a world in which I give like a no sauce kebab that's dry, like an 8.5. You guys don't realize how bad like some of the generic kebabs
Angle
are in
the
the UK.
shape, so-
It's sad.
Crackety, just that Lash also, and Neil maybe also. man?
I would say it's a 4 out of 10.
Jeez.
How's Serbian do?
Yeah, but like, okay, wait, but he had like the tiniest kebab. Did he just not have much meat in there? Why was Lash's so different?
Doing it.
I mean,
How dare you? This is not our specialty, but at least we try. What Serbian food do you make?
That's like me entering a tournament and getting shit stomped in the first round. It's like, how dare you say that I was the worst player? At least I tried. Well, it doesn't matter. This is how it works. If my like local kebab shop around the corner was in this competition, it would get a 2 out of 10. I know it. I accept that.
I got a little bit of a problem here, I guess.
You do? At the Balkan restaurants, or do you buy them pre-made?
No, we don't buy them pre-made.
Okay, guys, we are gonna be choosing that winner in a moment with the Aerox 3.
All right, are
But
we...
Eddie, that mouse is for you. Ha! And that's it. That's the joke. That's all I can offer you today. But guys, we will be either heading into a break. I don't have a cow in my ear to tell me what to do, but I have a feeling
so we're not ready
we will
yet.
be heading into a short break.
Boo!
And then
Breaks?
We will be back for
Get more
another
food
set.
sampling.
So get yourselves ready.
Bring in the
and,
Serbian pizzas. We heard
see
about
if
them. We
get
never saw them.
3-0. Hopefully not.
What food does Serbia do well?
Oh.
I'm a little bit disappointed by this kebab ranking because I thought you guys, like, if we're going to Serbian chat, I thought you do like kebabs well because you're that close to Greece, you know? Like just and then Turkey. It's like a combo of gyros and kebabs rubbing off on you, sort of thing. Like surely kebabs was meant to be your best. Or Serbian cuisine. I spelled cuisine wrong. Yeah, it's just Ottoman, Mediterranean, and Central European influence. So it's kind of what I would have expected. A rolled pie. I don't know. That doesn't look that appealing to me. $15 best Serbian foods. Burek. What's burek? Flaky pastry stuffed with cheese. That kind of sounds good, but it does look like ass, right? That looks like that. If I'm being real, that looks like some of your dog vomits. I'm sorry, Serbians, but like I'm not saying it doesn't taste good, but it does look bad. That's just how it cuts. It doesn't look like that. Oh, okay. Well, I assume would you present it kind of like a lasagna type style? You know, like as in if we were to cut in it and then get a piece on a plate, it could look like a layered thing maybe. Pejkavica? Serbian version of a hamburger. It just is a hamburger. You don't need a photo of that. Like, wait, so why do you guys have a different hamburger than just... Is it just like... Is this hamburger in Serbian? Okay. Borek is Turkish food? Okay, I'll stand by. Like, I don't care where it's from. It does look like ass like that. That's not a good presentation. It's different. Oh, do you use like pig instead of beef? That's sad. I'm a beef man. Sanama? I'm not a pickled cabbage. You've kind of lost me already. Stuffed with meat. If it was someone else, maybe it would have been cool. Gulas. Oh wait, goulash. Yeah. No, okay, yeah. Do you got your own version of goulash? I mean, but it's like Hungarian dish. But what's the difference here? It's beef in a beefy sauce. What's goulash? Is goulash usually... I thought goulash is beef as well. Isn't this literally just like goulash? I've had goulash. Goulash is good. Eat vegetables. What's usually in there? I guess they're maybe making the argument about the potato, but usually when I've had goulash, I have potato anyway. But yeah, this is always nice. Goulash and cans have mushrooms in them. Dude, I hate mushrooms too. Mushrooms is like, just, if it's one of the things that annoys me about Italian cuisine, because I quite like certain Italian cuisines, like arrabbiata. But you know, the moment you start adding in these mushrooms, I'm spitting in your face. Usually pork, Serbians don't eat much beef. Okay, so goulash is better then. I'm sorry, but like, I will always be a beef over pork guy, I feel. It's like, especially when it's just straight up pork. There's some parts of the pig that are pretty incredible, right? Like, you know, you get a nice tender gammon, or you get like some good quality sausages. Respect. The beef, oh. Ajvar, mashed up peppers and aubergine. Nah, dude, I can't. Okay, I don't know if I'm alone. This, I just can't get on board with aubergines. The moment I see them, I'm like, or eggplants is the other thing you guys know them as. I see these and I'm like, I won't even try them. They could taste really nice, but they look just so bad. Like, especially, dude, that's the worst one, is when you see a full eggplant split like that, it just looks like an alien's vagina. I don't even know where to begin with this. It's just, no, dude. As far as is paprika. Okay. All those meals was Turkish because Serbia was under Ottoman. Yeah, like that's what I was figuring. It was going to be. I figured it was going to be a lot of a Turkish influence. Just didn't know if they was going to have some extra unique stuff themselves. The kajmak, which is a cheese mixed with clotted cream mixed with salt. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of on board with that. I don't mind some soft cheeses. Bean stews, sure. Just standard. Okay, just do some Heinz beans, okay. The complet, see, yeah, like to your point, Turkish, there's another Turkish one, right? The complet lapinja is mainly found in central western Serbia. Or is it? What is this? It's a fresh bread cut in half, spread animal fat on it, and throw an egg on top. Okay, maybe this isn't a Turkish thing. I don't know how to feel about that. It sounds a bit dicey. But I'm not like, I don't really care for egg. Like, egg is a great ingredient, but egg itself. Oh, but add loads of cashback. Okay, if you add loads of meat, I'm on board. Don't care about salads. Moussaka. Yeah, freaking moussaks. Nah. I mean, moussaka... What was it in moussaka? Was that another eggplant one? What do you think about pork knuckles? I don't know if I've ever had them. Oh, those they probably look like ass, no? Or is it... Oh, pork hock. So ham hock? No, I've never had knuckle. Pass. I mean, it's literally the knuckles of the pig, right? Yeah, aubergine again. I'm out. Like, the moment you bring aubergine or eggplants into it, I'm out. Krofna, which is basically a donut. This website is so unhelpful because they don't attach images. I mean, dude, it's a donut. Like, yeah. You're either a donut person or you're not. Like, I like quality donuts, but low-value ones, I just kind of like, I know that I'm just piling on calories and it's not even worth it. Best sweet Serbian's apple pie. I'm not an apple pie person. I feel like I'm just hating on Serbia, but like, I admittedly, I don't like apple pie. I'm not... And this week, because I like apples. Like, if I'm going dessert, we're going cheesecake. As an example. Oh, yeah, rakia. In fairness, like, yeah, so rakia is kind of your guys' thing. But I will say, it will get you there, it will get you drunk, but it tastes like ass. If you guys have never had rakia, it is potent. I don't feel like there's anything I can mix it with and you wouldn't taste rakia. Turks don't eat that much pork? Someone just said they did. Oh, sorry, not Turks. Serbians do, but Turks don't. So I guess a lot like Serbian dishes is just Turkish, but adapted to pork. Because Turks can't, like, you know, if they're religious, you know, if they're Muslim, they don't eat pork. Rakia is original Slavic? Oh, I know. I remember when my boy Lizzie, he came to Germany and he smuggled it into the country in like an olive oil bottle. North Serbia was Austro-Hungarian, South was Ottoman. Serbian cuisine is mixed. Yeah. I mean, like most countries at this point have turned into like a hybridization mix of different things, right? Some countries keep their origins, like, you know, if you... Nowhere's going to take haggis away from Scotland. That's theirs, okay? They can keep that. Like, I've never tried haggis, so I can't even comment on whether it's good or not. Containing sheep's pluck. What is sheep's pluck even? It doesn't look very nice, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I want some haggis. Sheep's pluck. Oh, it's heart, liver, lungs. Yeah, no. It's what I thought it was. Yeah, nah. Pass. Serbians have civet would eat only boar. No dear. Too gamey. Oh, not gamey enough. If you ever order a burger at a Dutch snack bar, be careful since you will get a cheap slab of mixed rest over fried meat. For proper beef burgers, you need to go somewhere more upscale in a snack bar. Okay. I've never been to Dutch lands. Like, what was that I was looking at recently? I might be going to Dutch lands a little bit later this year. I need to double check in with that tournament organizer. I don't know. I've literally never been to the Netherlands. I mean, you guys swear by the thingy waffles, right? Yeah, stroop waffles. Which I can't have now unless you guys will start doing gluten-free stroop waffles. Rip. But you got strampot, mashed potato with vegetables, sauerkraut, I'm already out, and smoked sausages. I mean, like, I assume a lot of Dutch cuisine is basically going to be like German cuisine, right? And then the big difference will be like the more desserty things. Maybe. Don't like stroop waffles? I thought stroop waffles is like the thing that everyone's going crazy about recently. Yeah, like everyone's crazy about these more recently. Most Dutch people, if they're trying to convince you of their cuisine, they talk about stroop waffles. And you get your vries, mayonnaise or oorlog. What is an oorlog? Huh? Oh, it just means war. War style. Whatever that is. Peanut sauce. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's what we're ready to go. We've got Myriad and German Dimu on the broadcast. Pannenkoeken. See, this is the thing. I can eat pancakes, but... Well, no, I can't because of gluten, lol. But, like, I never understood people's obsession with pancakes. Am I alone in this? Like, I could sit there and eat them. But I feel like... If you're using them as a dessert type style, there's better desserts. If you're using them as, like, breakfast, I can kind of understand it, because there's not many better sweet options that categorize as breakfast. It's not dessert, it's a meal. Oh, what, the pancake? But I'm talking about pancakes in general. Right? Like, to me, when you have pancakes, it's like you know what it is? It's like... I just want people to be real about pancakes for a sec. If you're eating chips, i.e. fries, you're basically doing it because you want to dip them in something that tastes good, right? You're like, I want to eat some ketchup. I want to eat some mayonnaise. Fries. And that's like your padding filling sort of thing, right? But when you talk about pancakes, people make them out like some miracle thing that's different, but they're not. They're literally the same thing. Where it's like, if I'm eating pancakes, I'm basically eating them because I put a shitload of syrup on them that tastes really good. You know? But it's weird because people make out pancakes to be this God's gift thing as if they're different to fries. They don't... And it's like, if someone's a really big pancake lover and you bring this up, they feel offended. It's like, why? It is. You like syrup. I like syrup. There's enough syrup on there, I'll probably eat the pancakes. There's no syrup on there, why am I eating pancakes? Some people overhype something they grew up with. But when someone new tries it, they don't share that opinion. Yeah, I guess that's like a thing. It's like pancakes is seen as a wholesome memory thing from people's childhood, right? Mom and dad made pancakes today and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I can kind of see that. Japanese hotcakes. Screw the draft. Oh, they look different. In a sad way, kind of, actually. They look almost more like a scone with the way that they've been played. You know what I need to... You know what I need to actually have? Are you talking to YouTube? Yeah. I'm talking to both of you. You know what I need to have that I haven't, like, had in a long time? I had them, like, once and they were amazing. Bao buns. Bao burgers are, like, super cool. I don't feel like many Chinese places in the UK do them, though. What on earth is happening here? Wait, is the whole series already over? Bao buns with pulled chicken? Yeah, I like. You know what I think? You know what I think probably is the best way to have bao buns. Probably the best way to do bao buns is with like a barbecue sauce and like pulled pork. I think that's the way bao buns would work the best. You to be YouTube watching, then you took Twitch to the knee. There you go, dude. That's the thing. Like, both platforms are cool, right? But the thing with Twitch is YouTube still has this issue of like Twitch being better from a community perspective in terms of like the way people chat to each other. Because YouTube's inclusive, so it basically tracks all the messages across all the time. But like that person's message could have been a very, very long time ago. It's like different in that way. And we're back to the drawings. Oh, there was a post that like, I mean, one part of it was just silly negativity, but like the other part was fair feedback, just in a bit of a grumpy way. It got deleted from Reddit. It was the one where it was like, can we stop drawing on the stream? I noticed before it went down, Cal was in there responding no. Yo! The pro is back! Sit down, Cascade. Get out. No one gives a crap out, you baldy. Okay, it's Cascade's time to shine. So remember, B wins this series. He's top of groups. So I guess bio break. PP, your clock is over. Time to rock. Oh, we can't hear them. They're muted. So are they not even drafted yet? Or rather, like, drafted for Dry Arabia, rather? Vortex, probably going to be drafting Mali, Golden Horde, right? And he's got his English pick for Holy Island that he absolutely loves. B, expecting Golden Horde, Mali. Okay, yeah, he goes French Macedonians. Yeah, pretty much what you'd anticipate here. And the Macedonian snipe is forced because you want to have Golden Horde. This is a bit more of an interesting one, actually. I don't know if Golden Horde can just raw Zerg in this one. Guess we'll find out. Let's get different someone. Yes. Now get me in game so I can actually have audio, Papa. Get in game. One and all, it is time. B has been on a blitzer of performance. He's on track to top his group on LAN, the first LAN, international LAN he's ever been able to attend in Age of Empires 4. And he's already coming out looking like the hot stuff. We open the series with the French in the hands of B in the red. And he faces off against none other than El Matador himself. It is Vortex in the yellow as the Golden Horde, the most aggressive of all aggressive. The Spanish Bull. With a Civ that can stick it to you, aggression 10 out of 10. But the question on my mind is, can French one-up you? That's right, folks. So far, we've been seeing Golden Horde look phenomenal because their ability to keep on attacking. But this time around, it's against French. And that's a different ballgame entirely. Curious to see how Vortex is going to try to navigate this, considering French cavalry should be stronger than Tortugud every day of the week. Okay, this is going to be interesting as well. Also, more interesting than that is the fact that B is now Belarusian. Oh, sorry. B not Belarus, by the way. I don't know if that's an intentional thing. Like, I know some esports tournaments had this about not showing the Russian flag. I think they probably just left it on there from the Anno set. And Anno's hand already out, man. So he's basically going to be B's #1 cheerleader on the couch all the time when he's playing. And shout out to B. Like, it's been a long road for him. You know, 5 long, hard years of commitment to AoE4 to finally be able to get on an international LAN and prove himself. And he has done himself the full right of justice here. Because if he wins this series, he will already be sitting cozy with a top 4 finish guaranteed for this event. What's up, Af? And what's that about food? For me, poha is the best breakfast, or Maggi noodles. I don't know what either of those are. Maybe I'm just uncivilized. Best breakfast? Ooh. You know, I think my favorite breakfast time was when I lived in Ukraine for a few months, and I would get granola, but their granola was really nice because it was like it had all these chewy kind of like sweet bits in it, and then I'd mix it with blueberry yogurt. That was my favorite breakfast time of all the places I've been. And by the way, if you've never been to Ukraine, probably not a good time to go, but like years ago, I love that country because I don't think I've ever met a country since that is so obsessed with blueberries. They've got the right idea. All right, so Khan and Tortuga coming out. School of Cavalry on the other side. Look at the spawn. Really good one for Vortex if he can secure mid-game. Just the deers on the back, right? Like, you wall that in because Golden Node have walling capacities, and you're pretty cozy. But it's getting to that stage that's going to be the problem. Is this a gaming channel or a food channel? Why not both? Anatan must have adopted him. And there we go. They got the flag switched up. But like, why not both? We'll make it a climbing channel too. Do you guys want to start seeing me climbing? Like, you know, I've been making all these brags that I'm a good climber. Now I'm going to start putting money where mouth is. So what is the goal? I'd imagine Vortex is going to have to open spears. He'll still have his heavy cab. I guess the idea is there you can defend yourself and then you can try and raid your opponent because you're assuming a French player is going to be out of the base a bit. Also love how the Khan and Torgu bar still just doesn't fill. And Sheep Count is an Omega Frost of power for B. 5 up advantage on Sheep. Really big deal there, especially when you remember that he's the one that started out in Deer. I want to watch you climb while eating while casting every 4 games. I'm trying to think if that's possible. If you get, like, voice command, climb the ladder conk, pass. Okay, let's be totally real here, guys. If you guys want me to be conk, it's really simple. I could just pick Marlians and do the same strategy for 20 games, and we'd be conk. Come on. I don't know. I think when you understand the fundamentals of AoE4, then it's just training up your muscle memory a bit. And then once you're there, if you really, really want top rank, like top 100, for example, you could probably do it by just learning one civ fairly fast. I'm not saying that like demean the skill of it all, because like the skill of it all is actually being able to do 20 civs at that level. That's the difficulty. But like one really strong civ in the right meta, I mean, you kind of see it all the time where someone just takes a civ that's like super strong, and they go from being like a rank 800 player to being a rank top 50. That's a sponsorship for Elgato happening right there, by the way, guys. It's not the camera stopped working. It's just we want you to know that Elgato cameras are the best. So buy them. You need to know your enemy well enough. You basically have to learn all civs. I think you underestimate the skill level, overestimate rather the skill level, like people outside the top 400-500 on a broad spectrum of civs, right? Like I think the counter system, like there's a balance to like the counter system, of course. But if you play one civ really, 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 really well, and this is not just it's not just an AoE4 thing. This is true in a lot of games actually. You can get surprisingly far. But we have got a pause, so we're going to have to wait a second. The fact that you even considered got a belly laugh at me, dude. Like, I mean, I'm trying to not be the guy that just says no. That's boring. But like, if you could set up voice commands, you could probably offset some of it, and then you just have a big flat screen behind you where you're climbing, and then you have a controller. So voice commands and controller combo, and you can do it. And then what you do, you strategically like align it so that like when you're eating, you say things in a different voice and you have different voice commands for that. So yeah, I wholly think it's possible to like do climbing, eating, and playing AoE4 at the same time. You just need to have a controller, you need some voice commands, and you need different voice commands that adapt to how you sound when you're eating. So, you know, you're like, oh no, I need to use Jean's Divine Restoration. Quick, throw me a waffle. Divine Restoration. And it just activates. It's a plan. So we did have a little bit of a pause there. Some technical issues have now been resolved. It is just Raw Knights right now. As expected, Vortex forcing the spears. And B already adjusting the archers. Pretty much the flow I was expecting. I like this idea from Vortex. Did you guys see what he's building at the back? He's got stables coming in. So, Horseman or Keshik is the real question here. Now, someone's going to be like, KP, are you an idiot? Keshik's, of course. I'd normally agree, but expensive. And if you're worried your opponent's going to blob lots of archers, Horseman might be a bit more valid here. Like, Torgu can hold the knights back, and Horseman get rid of the archers so spears win the fight. That's a quicker flow combo than going Keshik's, to be honest. But my expectation would be Keshik's just on the reliability of them to also be a jack of all trades, whereas Horseman is a specialist unit. Trying to think of the maths on this. Of like deer versus stockyards, I'm pretty sure deer is still better, but obviously it depends if you're walking a bit too much. Walking really hampers your gathering rates, right? That's what makes stockyards so good, is you just stand still. You stand still, then you stand up, and then you go back to working. That's literally all. And then of course you have to kind of balance out the walk rate to get towards these new resources. Good news is he's got boar deer on the same location, so that's going to serve him really well. Bad news is you're now really far out the base, not really a wallable area. The Tortugud are hunting, so I think the B is going to be taking a surprisingly defensive angle here against Golden Horde. I was anticipating he'd be more of an aggressive party, but I think it's nature of the spawn that forces him to remain a bit more campy. Because let's be real here, if he did go and attack right now, he would win the fight, right? Like his knights would beat the Tortugud if they were just directly headbutt. But Vortex has no point to that. There's no value for him to directly headbutt. His economy is safe underneath the TC, so for him, it makes a lot more sense just to play loose and upfield. Oh, guys, you know what? Now I want to see... We've been talking about, like, climbing and eating and whatever. And pause that fort. Tortugud are coming in. That should be -1. Nah, beastie fast. Like, imagine if you had someone doing, like, pull-ups, and there's just, like, a guy with donuts at the top. It's like, 1, 2. You're going to look like some extra-level flex fitness freak, but the reality is you're going to be piling on more calories than you burn. And that's the problem with working out and why everyone thinks it sucks and doesn't want to do it. It takes excessively more effort than just putting the calories on. Nice hit there. Gets a kill. B just was frankly trying to get his walls up in time, maybe looking for a trap. Does backfire for him. But, you know, as French, you can afford to lose a villager here or there. This is one of the things that I find sad about Golden Horde in this matchup, is Golden Horde start with less workers and technically should gradually get more workers in the standard Civ. That's never the case against French, because French produce quicker out their TC. So, you know, you get 2 villagers every, I think it's 38 seconds with Golden Horde, but B is getting 2 villagers on French every 34 seconds. So you're just going to keep falling further and further behind. And the problem with that is, as we highlighted, French Knights should be better raiders than Torgud. Yeah, like I feel like often when you play Golden Horde, you have to send 2 Torgud to try and be as effective at raiding as 1 Knight. Upside is you deal with any enemy combatants individually a lot better. But the main focus seems to be moving towards like a direct big engagement. Who has advantage here? I think Vortex is doing a good job of not falling that far behind. Right? Because it's got 2 more Tortugud in the oven. But B is inherently going to build a lead over time. That's the expectation. The other thing that Vortex has to be careful of is trickle trades. It's the worst thing. You're against French Knights that heal. So if you take little hits like this and then back away, he's going to be full HP next fight. You're going to be half HP. It's a slow way to lose the game. So just Vortex has to be very, very careful about that. Even has the Bloomery on the way. I like that. Tortugud are low base damage anyway, so they actually do benefit from the Bloomery. And you have got lots of spears too. Knights. You take another hit, but once again, if you're not killing them, it's not worth it. Is it better for you to be able to concentrate on casting only based on the clean feed, or would you rather prefer if you were able to do observing? I think there's like some things that, you know, I've highlighted before. Like Vodka tries to do it, but I think some people have ingrained in our brain that it's better to be this zoomed out by default, and I've always disagreed, and I stand by that. So like that I don't like about just having a clean feed. Yeah, it's like, it's a different style, right? It's more chill. I mean, I would prefer to have my setup where I have a chat where I'm sitting right now and I'm over there. But with their custom replay and whatever, I had to alter. So those areas I would prefer my setup. Because like right now, me saying this on it, and it's showing on a YouTube video, someone who was not paying attention for 5 seconds now doesn't know what the hell I'm on about, right? Because they don't see the comments from chat. And also, I just like it more for you guys because it makes you more involved in what's happening. But like, if I'm working an event, instead of just like streaming on my own channel, oh, absolutely, I love having someone else do the observing. Nice hit. Vortex is not only teching, but he just took out 2 more workers? That's kind of nuts. B must realize what's happening, right? An inkling of suspicion, perhaps? He can mirror the tech now, though. And if he does, he'll be able to vet his 20 knights quite fast. Which is a bit concerning for Vortex, because although his Tortugud auto upgrade, his spears will take a long time. B, he is chasing now. This is the first time we've seen him move the archers upfield, so he's aware. He knows something's going on. Did he scout it? I think he got a sniff of it. Let's bring the army together. More knight production underway. We are 55 seconds away from age 3 for Vortex. Tortugud, that is going to be wasteful. -2. I guess he's going to attack then. Because he's backing up is the weird part. Oh, you know what it is? He's wondering where the Tortugud were rallying. So he just pulled back to check the side because he thought the cavalry was coming back in. Because if you select all army and you group them together and then you click somewhere, that would make sense why those 2 Tortugud came through that area. Is because they were running to like the backside down here. So that delayed him. Like, actually that -2 really helped Vortex. Because it gave him about an extra 20 seconds of safety. Still, this is going to be dicey. B, now on the approach. He knows. Without a doubt, and he's about to get confirmation. Tech up complete. He's trying to remove the outpost because the 10% HP goes a long way here. The archers moving in, they're getting rid of all of the Karash, just removing their armor factor. Be careful not to overextend here. Fortified outpost is about to go down. No ramped up production. Also a lot of exposed production, actually. He's kind of trying to hold him hostage on it. He's like, hey, you have to come to me through the choke points. So please do. With your entirely melee army. Kind of unfortunate B couldn't get that spear denial, though. If he gets the racks, he stops the veterancy. So yeah, he just backs away. So Vortex is safe. He's past the danger point. I say that. I'm lying to you. He's past the initial danger point, but now B is going to level up with 28 knights to vet. So you kind of want to find a fight before that happens. Easier said than done. Tortugud stats have been inflated by teching up, but they still are not that impressive. The main thing with Tortugud is they just don't die. Remember what we said, that's great against other civs where both sides have limited HP. Feels kind of atrocious against French, where their HP is at home. Because they just keep in and outing and shivering. I don't know. Vortex has to be suspecting a tech up, right? But like the way that B just keeps walking up to his base, maybe makes you think he's still double downing. And there's the charge. Nicely done. Snipes 1. Loses 1 in response. No, he gets away. He split the formation too. Yeah, you need to be careful there. Vortex realizes it. Because that could be another charge in immediately. And B pivots. Arbaletier just got killed. It's smart. Arbaletier against Spear Tortugud. What are you going to do there? It's a lot of Tortugud, by the way. He's got 20 Tortugud, I believe. Because this UI is wrong. It doesn't show them. So you've got like 20 spears here. But he's got 47 military. That is a lot of heavy cav. But the Arbaletier is the golden answer to everything. To the Golden Horde. Because they destroy the Tortugud, the heavy class, and then Spearmen hate Arbaletier because they can get the extra armor, the 5 melee armor. I think the Vortex Relics is going to become pretty important here. Wouldn't be surprised to see him drop a monastery now. While he's pushing upfield to try and like get a bit of wiggle room here. still, the problem for him might be he hasn't scouted the arbitrary, so he's like, oh, it's just knights only, so I can't really read. So I think if you notice arbitrary, you realize your opponent's a bit slow, so there's a wiggle room to go with the monks. Instead, he just keeps walling himself in. He is playing this really, really cleanly. It's like tilting to watch if you're a Golden Hood player. He just hasn't given you an opening. It's when you watch French players play like this, the type of games where you're like, well, this is easy. And then you go and open the game and queue in and play French and realize, oh, actually, it's kind of not. Because reading the flow of things is simple when you have God vision. But like when you consider the limited vision, like he doesn't know that Vortex isn't on crossbows potentially, right? Or he doesn't know that Vortex isn't on the flanks right now. So the discipline to, also the risk to actually put all of your knights and archers in one location is a bit tricky. You know, so far he's been on point, right? We've seen Vortex try and go towards the 4 location and immediately B responded. Like he didn't leave an opening. So that's the goal for B, right? Until he has the arbitrary to just dive and end the game, he's kind of playing this mid-map area as a diplomatic solution. Of, I'm here, so don't go after my economy. Because if you do, I'm close enough to go after yours. We'll both lose out. And the reason that's really smart is in this situation, there was a time where Golden Horde had a big advantage in those type of moments because of the batch production from all the stone. But then they nerfed the cost of it. It's like 1,150 stone or something. It's insanely expensive. So you don't have that same ramp-up point anymore. But B does, because he's got arbitrary scaling and he's got a guild hall, which is amassing the resources for him. As you're being chased by 35 people that want to tack you to pieces of sharpened metal, don't think about it. Just run, bro. Imagine building a wall and it just getting ignored because some idiot didn't build the foundation into the building. I'm not calling Vortex an idiot. You literally can't build the buildings. What others are coming, though? Good to know on the monks. 1 relic home for each player right now, or soon to be home. He just being a pain in the ass. I love that he snuck those few in just to kind of force responses and force idle. Militarily, he is behind right now. But remember, this is mass melee versus melee range. So like, the advantage for him is the numbers. He has to keep those numbers up. We've seen this a few times in the tournament already, this idea of just get lots of melee and you can beat anything. It does have its limitations, and it is going to be that crossbow line that's already getting pretty scary. Yeah, we're not too far off of being able to one-hit kill these heavy cav units, actually. I think it's about 20 is good enough. Actually, maybe more. It might be like 25, because remember, they're very tanky, and they also have the extra armor from the Yasak. But B, the most important thing for him right now, castle drop. Also, the start, dude, the UI is so delayed. Was that like 10 seconds? 15? I think it's like 15 or 20 behind. God damn. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna try. I don't want to be Mr. Negative here. I'm just like, I am gonna have to make people aware. Is like, this bar is behind, so it's not indicative of the accurate moment in the game. Like right now, army size is already shrinking, but it's not going to show in the bar. So just really focus on the screen to figure out who's winning the fight. B with the full retreat. Choke point. Oh, that mill gets in the way. He turns with his knights now. Pavis drop's going to be there. Range fire is coming in. A little bit difficult to hang around that long against this many spears. Has to keep retreating. He does have the castle to fall back towards, but these choke points are chocker. They're kind of killing him. Nice garrison. That was smart. That was really well played by B. That was a death sentence there. The garrison comes in clutch to get him out. He charges forward again. I like this. He's exploiting it now because he can keep charging and then re-garrisoning. That's really smart. And a burn attempt to try and get that one relic on the ground. The rotation. Some of the Tortugude moving towards the economy. B, he shifts his knights over the left side to chase that away, though. Villagers are in trouble. But the knights will be able to shut this down. It's going to be minus a few workers, but he's split the army now. Archers, crossbows, left to deal with mostly spears. Knights are going to keep on chasing. The divide seems good, but the numbers do not. Vortex is maintaining a military lead. The dive now reaching towards the castle. There's no garrison inside said castle. He sends in the knights. I like that. It's weird because he's frontlining with archer crossbows, but the problem right now is there's way too many spears. The Batu Khan buff comes through. Gold workers on the backside do get caught by the Tortugud. Continuous dive underneath the castle. Trying to bypass him. It's going to be a hog. Knights come back up. They have to go the other side. And the archers get in. He's playing a game of Ring of Roses here. And in and out. He cuts the north side forces. This rotation around. Man, you wish you had boiling oil right now. Body blocks are going to be there. He's holding him in place. Maybe worth going for a re-garrison right now, actually. His knights are coming home. He shut down the Tortugud. The Warlord's now going to be there to pin him in. He can't leave. He has to stay. It's like when you discover that your host is a psychopath murderer. You're like, okay, I'm just going to... Where are you going? We were about to serve dessert. It's you. Oh, no, man. The reinforcements aren't coming, by the way. Vortex, his troops aren't rallying in. So B is going to survive. A heavy hit to his economy, though. That was an insane strike, and he's still going. What? No. The Knights lost vision. He goes in again. And Vortex's reinforcements are now here. B, it's going to be even more arbitrary. He has to now. He can't play Knights. Like, not in mass. It needs to be, like, more crossbow focused because his economy is now a lot weaker. Nice charge in there. Catch them trying to burn down some structures. What a wild game, dude. B should be dead. This is what makes Golden Horde look broken in a lot of people's eyes. The way they just committed there, it looks so casual. But B's sick micro with the garrisons in and out of the town center and the castle is really the only reason he's not dead right now. Truly. And yeah, he drew the food from the guild hall. He had to. He's got huge food problems. He doesn't have farms yet. And oh my, I think Vortex has done it. Surely. Because Vortex is now going imp, guys. Like, that's the only reason he's not double downing. He's delivered a critical blow. I don't know if he knows about the guild hall pull. If he did, then he's as confident as can be about what comes next. Stone Army is queued up. It's been a while, but finally in comp, we're going to be seeing Imperial play from Golden Horde. And B doesn't have that same runway. He has to set up a cajillion farms now. How? Burns coming through in the guild hall. Stone Army is just 60 seconds out. Well, low. Good luck with that. Buys a bit of time for crossbows. He only has one relic to do this with. Actually, there's a second one ahead. He could drop the relic and move for it. Vortex. I think now B's probably suspicious. The army doesn't look that big, and it's mostly just spears, so you have to be questioning, where did the economy go? Because I haven't killed his economy in a while. 57 worker kills. It's kind of insane. B does still have a lot of knights. 24 knights is pretty hefty. It's going to get harder, though, because remember, the moment Vortex hits that Imperial Age, his heavy cav, of which he has about 20, auto-upgrade. He's going to start sighting for the knights. Just want to go hunting right now. Oh, wait. The tech up's now coming through. This is... I don't know if you really want to be fighting that. So you're just trying to hit move, right? Because outnumbers the reinforcements. Good way of cutting the knights. Yeah, I think for a second he thought that was going to be a cheesy fight for him to kind of milk a bit, and then the upgrade comes through. His Tortugud are now hitting for, I think it's like 18 base damage. It could get a little bit scary. So B needs a lot of time. Like, this wouldn't be the first time that B has the comeback of the day. If you guys remember, there was the Beastie B set where it looked like he was toast as Bruce, and he somehow won. So I'm not going to write the man off here, but Vortex is in a solid position. Remember, with the Stone Armies, he can rapidly produce up to 200 pop at a discounted rate on his stone usage. Knights are heavily injured, though. Crossbow count is looking solid, but the problem is he doesn't have a front line here. Hello, guys. We might want to get some protection in. He actually peels the spears to go hunting. Yeah, spears aren't going to do much damage there, though. Nakan doesn't get the snipe on him, and now he can't because, remember, the damage gets redistributed towards the Tortugud, of which there are quite a lot of them. Micro B still trading evenly despite the disadvantage. It's getting a little bit worse now. His knights need more time to heal up. He doesn't want to engage with them, so has to keep retreating. Still, if you're killing a Tortugud for an arbitrary every time, it's worth it. Even with the stone discounts. 1,000 food. I think if B keeps trading like this for another 2-3 minutes, he'll have Imperial. Wait a second, guys. They both doing the same thing now, aren't they? Yep. Charge in. Ooh, no brace. That was an attack charge coming through. Those are elite spearmen, by the way. That's a problem, guys. Elite spearmen. They got buffed as well. It's not just the brace factor. You now move at 1.3 with spearmen and Imperial. Oh wait, no, that's in the army tactics, isn't it? So he doesn't have that yet. He's just though. Oh god, he pulled the food again. So we're not getting a tech at all. B can't afford it. He's all in the gold. Arbitrary are coming. Vortex is pivoting into Horseman. A good read. But he needs to upgrade them. Veterancy's been queued. Arbors seemingly cannot get close enough here. Has to keep retreating. Farm count is, what, triple farm cluster now? So he's getting infinite food, but it's nowhere near the power of Vortex. And like that, he peeled off 2 knights. Did he notice? I think he did. Vortex just pulled back some troops. So he will have a guard. Arbors are about to be counterplayed, guys. Like, he actually has a problem there with the horseman switch up. And is it batch production? No, it's not. So he hasn't invested the stone in getting additionals, is the thing. Yeah, kind of a weird thing with stone armies in this position. Like, do you now save up for the batch productions, which are incredible, or do you just keep spending the stone as much as possible? It's a tough choice to make. You'd think with the economical lead he has, he could be greedy and go for batch production, but doesn't feel the case. Do you guys realize this entire game, Vortex has only been building melee? Like, I think that's the main reason B's just not dead. I mean, Arbor the Tree are still just such a goated unit in AoE full. Batu Khan, nicely done, gets the buff, but gets sniped. Oh, deprived straight away. Oh, fully reset again means Imperial shouldn't really be happening before 34 minutes, 35 minutes for B, if ever. You see the fixation. Like, if you look at the gold options, B snuck east side, Vortex hasn't done anything. If he sends 1 knight out there, that's curns. Everything is fixated on the 8k on the left side. If B cracks that, Vortex is going to have problems because he will only ever be able to build spears. That being said, it's really only what he's building right now. But that does mean this gold goes to use elsewhere. You need techniques. That's the big difference maker that could just give you the win. Unites are going to slip into the economy. Dive continues, and damage is a shrug at this stage. Elite Horseman just not really being answered by B. He's rallying a few knights home now. Arbitrary having to stand their ground here. Nicely played there. He's using the choke point against the melee mass, but second wave coming through to force the continuous retreat. The knights in the base. As Vortex realized that, oh my God, finds the left side. Okay, he actually might think that's where B was getting his gold. So that's a good thing for B, is the right side, the 8k gold, is still not being raided by Vortex. Bad news is it's still lost economy when you really can't afford lost economy. Castle will reset things. So finally he gets some safety net here, but lost about half of his crossbowmen. And now that you know it's Horseman, what do you do here? Could you spear crossbows? Because the problem with spear crossbowing is you won't be able to rain anymore. What the knights are for. And also your spears are just substantially worse. Warlord coming out. That is going to be enough to scare him off. These choke point warlords have definitely been buying time. Castle's helping a lot as well. But remember, horsemen have a lot of ranged armor. They're cheap to boot. So you've got to envision that the dives are going to only go deeper. And no, he saw it. Or he's suspicious. Vortex is rallying troops for the 8k gold. I think that gold getting blocked will be the end for B. He's got 1,000 gold still, but the worker losses that far out. If those are knights raiding him, he's in trouble. B's not pulling workers away, by the way. They're still gathering. They realize that they go north. They're going further from the base. Look at the mini-map. You can see them ring rosing now. That should be headlock moment, surely. I mean, I say this, but he has got 35 food workers now. He's got the farms fully set up. It's like B. Maybe Spears is attainable now. Feels necessary, especially now that you just got harassed off of gold. Yeah, there's the workers we talked about. So they got ran all the way home. No gold access anymore. He already tapped the reserves. Vortex, perfect moment for him as well. I think he was patrolling there to secure his next vein because he just tapped the 8k gold on the left side. These knights just kind of feel like a burn on your resources now. Guildhall being kept alive for the moment, but a bit of a struggle. You know what might have been interesting actually for B was men-at-arms, now that I think about it. That sounds kind of nuts, but think about it a bit deeper. Like Horseman, Spearman, you build men-at-arms crossbows. That would have been the way, and oh, he didn't pull... Wait, he did, okay. The UI is delayed. So he got the Guildhall food out, but now he's not getting any infinite resource anymore. Like, this is the Aesop French's sleeve just removed. You know, it's like everyone is here playing poker, and that guy's got like the hidden pistol. Guildhall is always that hidden pistol. You get to the river, the flop, you're like, damn, I won the hand, and then you get shot in the chest. Because all of a sudden your opponent has 2,000 food or 5,000 gold. He is making him work for it, though. Holy. And the problem really is that Vortex still isn't solving arbitrary. Because B, he just ran out for the gold again? No, dude. It's too obvious. Vortex just caught him again. There's only one vein he can try to tap, realistically, and Vortex is not going to fall for it. So, gold gets scouted again. Gets one batch and has to run. Maybe he could repair the Guildhall and just switch it to gold. Because, like, you don't really need it on food anymore. You need gold. That's the crazy thing. If he could actually just get the gold for Imperial, Vortex can't really dive Red Palace defenses. Not with Spear Horseman. He'd have to switch to Siege. In the choke point we go. Imagine the value of boiling oil this game. I mean, in fairness, yes, it would have killed its worth. But GG finally comes in. He doesn't want to lose any games. That was crazy. 35 minutes. That game felt like it should have been over at 20. But he wasn't convinced. He makes Vortex work his ass off just to get game 1-1. Damn, that was, what could he have done different? I do find the idea of the men-at-arms detail intriguing. But, like, I guess he was worried that his opponent would just go Tortigood. But, like, in theory, you know, you're draining what little gold you had. I think the reason why he stuck Knights Arbitrier is that he didn't have good food income, but he had access to an 8k gold that probably shouldn't have been allowed that long. But, like, once you're at the stage where we're talking men-at-arms making sense, it's probably too late. The ship's already sailed. Because remember, men-at-arms got discounted on cost and production speed. And, like, against Spear's Horsemen, even though they're elite, they're going to struggle to get through that. Question mark now, where are we going next? I would, Boldland, probably? Actually, he might go 4 legs with this draft. I mean, Holy Island wouldn't be unusual for B to try and draft into. I think he respects Vortex on water enough, though, that like the risk of going 2-0 down is silly. Really silly. So yeah, Boldland it is. Probably looking at... Could you Roost here? I think he wants Roost for 4 legs. So probably what? Japan Ibids? Because you're expecting Vortex to pick probably Mali and Sengoku or Mali and Byzantine. So maybe not Japan. We can snipe the Mali and get Japanese versus Byzantines, which is good for Japan. Maybe Macedonians. There was a weird cheesy build where you fought Macedonian based and rushed. And like if you force Byzantine Macedonians, it could be good there. Depending on the spawn. But I'm happy with this outcome, man. It keeps things tight and sweaty. Like Vortex not just being easily relegated to the couch. What was the tiebreaker? I believe if you're like usually like round bombs like this, they'll do it so that they'll check the result of you and the person you're tie breaking with, and the outcome of that will be how you decide it, right? I haven't checked you could probably go check their rule book on it, but that would be my guess on what they do. And look at that, Japanese Iabids as anticipated, and then Mali and Byzantine. So it's gonna be snipes on Japanese and Mali. Just kind of makes sense. I think Japan is loving life against Byzantines, but hating life against Mali. So you can't take that risk. You have to get rid of it. But Ibids versus Byzantines, depending on the spawn, can be a little bit annoying for Biz. The Ibids can't easily do things like the Desert Raider tricks because of the javelins, right? Then again, if there was any player in pro play that would try and do mass Desert Raiders against Byzantines, B is that guy, for sure. But I don't know. Did they... They don't have anything in here about tiebreakers? Yeah, then I'd assume they'll just do the logical thing, which is if people are tied on points at the end of the group, you review the outcome of the series they played, and whoever won that series gets the advantageous position. Which is like how most do it. Or you can do it the Dota way. The Dota way is always funny. I love nothing more than three-way tiebreakers in Dota 2. You guys have not seen what happens there. You can get infinite tiebreakers, and it's so funny. It's not fun for people working 12-hour days, but I'd still find it funny. I wish more scenes done it, because it is kind of like it's a different skill set, right? It's endurance at that point. I think the longest it was even 9 tiebreakers or 11 tiebreakers to decide it. Which, if you know anything about Dota 2 game lengths, it's a very, very, very long time. All right, let's wait for it to get in game. Bro, gift game. Oh, what are we seeing on this spawn already, though? It's hard to tell because the mini-maps aren't very high quality. Berry south side? With the stone? Okay, that's actually not bad. Ooh. You're not going to get outpost rushed here by Ibids. That's wait a second. Wait. I literally opened this game. I was like, this is good for Byzantines. You're not going to get outpost rushed by Ibids. That would be silly, right? Welcome to B territory. One and all, we are here with the Homestead Cup. B is insane. Who else does this? He's Dark Age rushing Ibids. Vortex might have a problem here. He's leading the series, but I swear, B was so close to destroying his last opponent, which was Sengoku, with this Dark Age Ibid play. And looking at Vortex's spawn, I was just saying he has a great spawn. And I was going to follow up with a statement because he's not against a Sith that Dark Age rushes. Now he has a terrible spawn. Stone berries on the south side in open terrain. I think he's got an outpost problem coming here. Folks, if you haven't been catching B so far, he's not only been entertaining, he's been stomping out the competition. 3-1 victories for him twice He can still make it a third time round, but for the time being, he was behind Vortex. He's in the yellow with the Byzantines. Akratoy gets forced early. Vortex at this stage is just looking for resources to go for attack up. But he didn't go for berries, so he wasn't expecting this rush. Because when you expect a Dark Age rush, you go on the berries first and you choose Hippodrome. Didn't choose it here. I think he got enough gold. Yeah, definitely. He's fine. But now, like, what? You're going to build a Grand Winery you won't be able to touch? Has at least got some extra stone gathering coming in, so tier 3 assistance feasible. But B is now steering south side. And he has a villager on the way, so this should turn into an outpost drop right there. Like, you can actually... Here's the funny thing, guys. Vortex made a bit of a blunder. A forced error, actually. He activated Akratoy to get the gold, which means he can't Akratoy now to stop the outpost. He could pull a lot of villagers, but you saw the health bars. A lot of them are already injured. This is pretty brutal, actually. I find this refreshing, by the way. Like, Ibids never play Dark Age. We roll our eyes about it. We come to expect what they're going to do in a game, but then you just get B taking a different direction entirely. So he does show extra respect, actually. He could get a bit more jammed in there if he wanted to, but he doesn't want to risk the pull. And look at what Vortex is doing. Grand Winery to the north side. The scout's going to find that, though. Oh, no, he just came that way. Oh. I reckon B gets suspicious at close to 4 minutes. Because 4 minutes in, you're going to be like, why is he not... Why don't I see a landmark? And yeah, he already is suspicious. He's coming back now. I don't think he gets stopped building it. Actually, he might. He actually might. He's lucky that B didn't build 4 to 5 spearmen. Because 3's pretty lean. Because now the problem is, if B wants to stop that Grand Winery, he's going to probably need all 3 villagers, 3 spearmen to head up. Unless he leaves the villager here with a scout to garrison. An outpost. Good choice. Vortex, that's well played. That's necessary. Yeah, he saw... Wait, did... He cancelled the outpost. Oh my god. The confidence. I mean, of course... Like, so here's the problem now, guys. Vortex, the way he stopped the outpost going up here is the Akratoy defense. Because it's going to be coming off cooldown soon. But he can't. Because where's the Sistans? There's no Sistan out here. He doesn't have the stone to build it. And look, yeah, he's going to wedge it right up here. Right here, because even if you try to prep arrow slits now, you won't get it quick enough. You're going to have to pull the workers. The confidence to do a 90% complete outpost and then cancel it to walk this far in. Holy crap. And Loggy Wing down the way, just 70 seconds away. Yeah, so just going to be a stand ground formation. Vortex, not enough stone to get assistant out here. But if he brings everyone... Okay. Yep, those ones have Akratoy. I gotta give him credit for that. That is so painfully inefficient. Unless you now want all these villagers gathering berries. It's a lot of people on food, to be honest. But you can still justify it. Yeah, B, I think you got the cancel. He's just going to keep doing this to waste and idle out the economy. Props to him, right? Like, it's a really smart pull. So he activated Akratoy on the tree line and then ran them up north. Another cancel coming through from B. Nicely done. Yeah, I think he realized just a little bit too close. I want to try and milk the range here. And do we have arrow slits from Vortex? I don't think we do. I'm just going to pull a few villagers. Oh, wait, no, the move! Oh, no way. B got greedy. He went for the attack too soon. Now the burn. It's going to have to cancel again. Still going to keep doing this. That's insane. Did you see that, though? B, he should have got the strike, but he moved forward and tried to re-engage, but there's this internal cooldown on melee, which you can't skip. What he wanted to do is, if he actually just kept moving with it, that villager should have just been dead. But the dervishes are on the way now, which makes this a lot harder to cheese the kills and the spears. And the problem is, with arrow slits, he can still deny, what, 4 of the berries? Shiv's out. We've got Limitane now. Burn's coming through. B still not cancelling. There we go. And he's going to set it up on the north. This is so stupid. He's cancelled this outpost 4 times in total now. 3 on this location, 1 on the other, right? And now he has healing. Archer range coming through. Spears. Oh, no, he didn't go for low HP. He didn't get it. He didn't get it. The Dervish with the targeted heals. Going to keep him alive. No, he goes down. Okay, Desert Raid is on the way, which is kind of nuts. Because remember what we said. This is the worst civ in the game to build Desert Raiders against because of Javelins. And your opponent already built Limitane. So he's probably going Javelins. At this point, why didn't we just build Proxy Archery? Oh, this has been an eventful first 7 minutes. I'm happy. I felt like we were not going to get much happening. It was just going to be chill. And we were going to boom. But then you just see this rack straight away from B, and what else do you expect? So he's going Horseman Archers, and Vortex goes Longbow. Now that is surprising. Actually, I guess it makes sense. Gives him a better ability to stop the Dervishes. So instead of him worrying about Desert Raiders, he's more focused on how do I get rid of this annoying healing. Because he knows how good Ibids are at pro level. Like, they can win games off those 2 candidates. Double Longbow already queued. He was waiting as well to make his choice, by the way. Like, you can tell, he saved up enough olive oil for both batches. What now? Okay. Horseman getting a bit too excited there. I think maybe that was an A click with multiple units, and that was meant to be them clicking towards the villages, but didn't. Still, more Horsemen on the way. First batch of Longbows are now here. B's going to just back up a little bit and show some respect. We have got tier 3 system, but guys, do you notice a problem with the efficiency of Vortex's economy? He never got a system up on that Grand Winery. Yeah, it never got buffed, right? He's now building one, but by the time he gets it, it's for the second berries. The primary is going to be gone. I say primary, the secondary, because he had to build his Grand Winery in a weird-ass place. One thing to keep in mind is, like, I don't think you can rely on outpost defensive Byzantines too much here. Because Ibids do have siege engineering already, so they can just steer into that easily. So really just have to be holding your own on the basis of your actual raw military force. And awkward time in there. He's got the spears nearby, though. Be a little bit careful. Almost goes -1, but Dervish can kiss the boo-boos better. Control's looking pretty good overall for B, though. I mean, Vortex is getting what he needs, but nothing beyond that, right? He's kind of being held hostage here. But props to him, not a single zero villager losses so far this game. Not a single villager going down. Archery mass building. Whoa, Vortex. Uh-oh, wasn't looking. Luckily for him, B wasn't full paying attention because he wasn't moving with the formation. Because he could have got closer between attacks. Which would have gotten a few more limit. Okay, no, Vortex is not looking. Alright, that's going to be like an extra -3 than necessary. Which is worrisome, considering you don't have much protection now for the Longbows. He's starting to hold some reserve resources here. He has got ranged armor on the way. Both of them going for that. Vortex already having Steeled Arrow. Cute thing about Byzantines, they just research so much quicker. B maybe stepping up a bit too fast here. Yeah, his horseman spam hasn't been that crazy. He keeps holding reserves, so I feel like the real goal here was to go castle. But it's come at a price. I don't know if he was expecting Vortex to walk out this fast. Especially after Vortex lost, what, 6 spearmen for Zilch on the back? Like, you'd assume after someone has that happen, they're going to be a bit more defensive. Reed does get punished. Vortex now marching upfield. He's got the broom room. He's now prepping for castle. You don't care who wins. You just want 5 games. Dude, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's looking like it might need a reverse sweep at this rate. Despite how well B played the opening, I think Vortex just played it better. I've been hyping B up a lot, but Vortex has just been calm and composed, right? A guy who is famous for his ability to attack, had to do right on the defense time and time again, and he has. Health bars may not look pretty on those workers, but none of them died. And now he's going to have, what, 16 Lombos for when he techs? Makes it a bit scary to dive. B has ramped up to 11 horsemen, though. Yeah, the problem is he's prepping his own tech. So this isn't even a full commitment for him. It's not full Divide. Outpost also now coming up from Vortex. She needs to pull the trigger on the Golden Horn Tower. Probably going to be using the woodworkers along with some people on the food. You just want to keep gathering the gold. Like, the key thing here is getting Veterancy Lombos and Veterancy Limitane. And there you go. Golden Horn Tower is on that back tree line as expected. Villagers rushing up the outpost. B still hasn't started his tech yet. Horseman raid is good, though. Finds a few. Nicely done, actually. Gets 3 worker kills back there. Wow. Okay. That also slows down Vortex's food income. That was about 1/3 of his food force. Just not working. Actually, more than that. Sorry, no, that was 2/3 not working. And he goes Master Smiths. I told you guys, Anatan and B have been practicing, I think. Inspiring each other. We're getting another Master Smiths game, but it's not a feudal Master Smiths where is the most value. Instead, he opts in castle, but that means he's going to get +2 damage on archers out straight away. And the extra armor against mass Lombos. It's a pretty cool idea. Especially when you consider Vortex isn't building heavy cav, which would be the perfect way to go when your opponent's doing this. He's even getting the Bloomery research, so he's going to get the extra damage on the Horseman. Just milking it for all it's worth. It's also, remember, going to give him Military Academy straight away, which means when he pivots into Camel Lancers, it's only going to take 24 seconds to get them out. And we have got Caddis queued now by Vortex. So finally, the first one's going to be coming out. B's still 45 seconds away from his tech. Needs to just stay away from this. He's just trying to steer and buy time, right? He doesn't want to try and engage, even a partial threat here, because the Lombos are just shredders at this stage. There's probably a high likelihood that your opponent's going to have Steeled Arrow 2 coming in as well, so that's also on your mind, because this many Lombos justifies it. And just 20 seconds away now on that Master Smiths. He's even getting the melee armor. So just shrinking the Limitane DPS 2. It's full retreat. He's got the back gold though, that's fine. Now this is scary for both players actually, because for Vortex, like, he's very strong, but also now is overextended. There's no easy retreat here. Especially with heavily armored units coming. B adds in the Ghoulam. Alright, looks like production really wanted to catch a beastie foot cam moment. Back to the game. Gold has been idled out there again. Vortex is rotating back towards the main, but time is being bought. He needs to think about a retreat here. You can see that B is angling to cut him off too. Cataphract sneaks in, that's good. That's a lot of workers that are going to have to run from this area, actually. Oh my god. That's like 40 workers. That's like his whole economy. And now that cuts the army a bit. What do you do about this? It's to micro the villagers away. Horseman now trying to get the commitment in. Veterans, he just kicked through. It's already there for the archers. A few Ghulams are arriving, and they're bogging down a lot of attention, but the Cataphract is still killing on the back. Unnoticed. More arriving now. He does not have an answer to Cataphracts. Vortex now committing harder. Looks like it's broken. There's a few horsemen littered through this, but they're not reaching Lombos, really. The Ghulams were allowed to stand still, yes, but that's kind of it. Warlord going to be coming through. He just lets that one trigger because who cares? Second wave now arriving. And Vortex looks poised for victory here. That army's wiped. Healing's not going to be able to sustain the limited horsemen remaining. In fact, he even dives past you to kill the Cambulance. That Cataphract did get shut down in the end, but now I'm worried about this. Longbow Deathball. yeah, at this stage, adding one Golem or adding one Camel Lancer, these guys aren't going to care. They'll kill it. And it's going to get worse because he just saw your whole economy shift north. So what does he do? Walks north. And this means B just has to basically put anything he can in front of him or start losing workers. Longbow's going in. Archer's going down. Dervish gets sniped out. That's a relic on the ground, not generating resources. And he dives for the berries. Oh, his idle time is killer, man. He just kind of looks dead from it. Lombos. Oh, the shivs? What? He has textiles. This man is not balanced. He's on tilter. It's kind of working, but it's coming at a high cost. Look at the worker count, up to 13 now. Keep spiraling higher. A few Limitane just drawing attention there, baiting a little bit more time. Lombo count has indeed been shrunk, but you know what's equally shrunk? Worker count. I'm sure Lombos cost more, but they're easier to replace. Even the aftermath of this, it's like still reasonable trades for Vortex considering what the hell just happened. Like militarily. He sacked a lot of Lombos to get those kills, but that looks like game. Yeah, you can see he just let go of the keyboard. GG coming through. Vortex needs this to stay alive, to have a chance of making it out of groups. And he's doing it in the best way possible. He's one game away from a clean sweep. That's sick. Yeah, because down here, they haven't updated it for him yet, right? So that'll be plus 3 points, and B won't get any additionals. Right? Wait, is it per game, or is it wins are worth certain points? I have to double check the scoring. Depends how they've done it. Because that doesn't sound right to me, because that would mean the Vortex can go up to here. That's not right. It's just 1 point, right? A series worth 1 point, and then this matters afterwards. So this is huge for Vortex because he was a huge deficit. It shouldn't really hinder B too much. It would mean that if Wham 3-0s Beastie, I think maybe he gets first, or it comes down to the result of B versus Wham, which was a B win. Like I said, I don't know what their exact format is because it isn't written into their rulebook at all. And now B is going to go for the 4 legs. So this will be, what, Roost, Knights, Templar? And then Vortex is probably going to pick Mongol, Sengoku. Probably saving the English for Holy Island. Yeah, I don't know, Camian. I don't think you're getting your full 5 games. I think we might be done in 3. That's no fault to B. It's just full praise to Vortex. He's dug deep today. I feel like you need clean outdrafts now by B. Like, if he's going to trust the Roos again. The good news is he's not up against Knights Templar. I believe BC had Knights Templar in that infamous game. And, okay, there you go. It's going to be Snipe and Roos, Mongols versus KT. Oh, sorry, I forgot he had Tuklak. That makes more sense than Sengoku, yeah. Mongols versus Knights Templar. Knights Templar can play Dark Age, guys. Actually, can they? They used to be able to. Before they changed Harbors to cost 100 wood extra for Knights Templar, Knights Templar are actually quite good against Mongols because they could so easily kind of flex their eco early on, fish, and then build into spears. But the Harbors are now 100 wood more, which kind of changes the numbers a bit. What do you think, guys? We getting 3-0 or are we getting comeback? Not what would you like to see if you dig deep and are real. You know, dig deep in yourself and you know it to be true. Are we actually going to see a comeback from him? Or is he just toast? Checking that. I think B wins this one, but Vortex still wins this series. I'm curious. Because I think like Mongols do a bit better than against Knights Templar than they did in the past. Expect the unexpected. What are you asking for here? Ford Rax Knights Templar? That would be very unexpected. I doubt he'd do it against Mongols because it just has too much risk. I don't know. It's like it's been a while since I've seen this matchup on Four Lakes, and it was pre-nerfs to Knights Templar. But back then, they legit would would dock drop, and then they just kind of Ford Rax, and they still break you. All right, that's a lonely Cascade. He brought reinforcements. Poor guy. Oh, no, he's not alone. It's just anti-social man over there on his phone in the corner as far away as possible from Cascade. What's the beef, bro? Okay, maybe I'll remember to resolve the bet. You just have to remind me. I can't believe they don't let you rig it yourself. What does that leave us remaining? Gorge, Sengoku Tenklak, Tuklak? It'd be Sengoku Malian or Malian Tuklak. And then you'd have like Sengoku English for Holy Island. B would have HRE. You wouldn't Rus there though, right? Rus on Holy Island? Probably HRE Japanese. And then for Gorge, he could Macedonian Rus or Macedonian Japanese? Probably Macedonian Japanese. Very dangerous. Mongols can beat anything on this map, but KT has some moments. Yeah, like they have surprising burst into spears because of like the wood food ratio in early game. 10k on B win. Whoo, doggy. Someone wants to bankrupt. Question is, are you bankrupting yourself? Dun dun dun. One sec, just need to grab something. Ah, there we go. Oh, whoops, sorry. Left that out there. Whoops. $20k bet on BK Wolf. Okay. He's cooking. Alright, let's get in game, boys. We're a minute in. This time, one and all, I have not seen this matchup in a long time. Last time I saw it, Knights Templar were double buffed compared to where they are at now. Let's see if in the more crippled state, they are still strong enough to crush the Mongols on Four Lakes, because B needs this to stay alive. Vortex is 2-0 up. He's in the yellow as the Mongols. If he wins this Four Lakes game, he stays alive in the Homestead Cup. And he denies B a first place finish, potentially, in the group stage. I think we'll have to double check the tiebreaker rules, but B has yet to drop a series. He's 3-1 twice. He would need to 3-2 reverse sweep to keep the big flex alive on his first international LAN in Age of Empires 4. Knights Templar, definitely a powerful pick anytime fishing's involved, but you can't discredit the value of Mongols. And also, keep in mind, this is a Mongol specialist. Vortex, still to this day, I believe, views this as his signature Sith. And the funny thing is, some people think Mongols are quite weak. They rant about how they don't really perform well on ladder. Doesn't matter. In tournament play, Mongols has remained a reliable staple pick for most players on the strategic level for years now. No matter how they get nerfed, they find ways to sliver in. So how are we going to do this? I wondered if there was going to be some Dark Age aggro. But now that I think about it, what used to happen in this matchup when KT first came out is that you would try and Dark Age rush them after they start fishing. But then their economy was so good that Knights Templar would just build a Rax, and then they could out-spear spam Mongols, which is very, wrong. So wrong. They should not be allowed to do that. But now, I think it's a bit different, is that you have to basically play fishing. Because if you don't just play fishing, let's say Mongols try to spear rush, the harbor of Knights Templar is insanely tanky against Dark Age rushes. What do I mean by that? They have got a lot of value in that harbor. You pay 100 wood extra, but what you get for it is you get your hands on +2 fire armor, which is huge against 10 fire damage per unit, right? That's 20% damage reduction, as well as 500 extra HP. It's so difficult to burn through quick enough. So yeah, most players don't bother. They only playable in hybrid? Sure, but that in pro play, that's still a decent amount of maps. So what are you waffling about? I got like the guy who basically only likes playing Mongols moaning that they're not strong enough. They work in hybrid, they work well. And that's also probably why like most pub players say they think Mongols suck, is because a lot of pub players don't like playing water maps. But like Mongols, very popular in pro play because Phrygian Marshes is a staple pick. Four Lakes is in this one. Maps like Kalauga even comes into the mind. And look at this. B's actually going double dock already on separate ponds. Interesting. Different approach from the two because Vortex is locked in one corner. So very greedy from B. Does feel like you're a little bit vulnerable doing this because it gives more wiggle room for your opponent to sneak a dock in unnoticed. Oh, are we live, by the way? I think we're a few seconds behind. Yeah. It said we were live, but we were 30 seconds behind. Lol. Wait, was it 30? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. So, double dock, complete, this done on the way. Kingdom of France from B. Who was it who done this the other day? Someone done this the other day, and then in the interview, the other player said, that's a bit weird because people don't do Kingdom of France. And he actually justified it for the push. I don't know if it was B. It might have been B. In this matchup, it can make sense, though. You know, your opponent's gold is pretty exposed. You can force him into spears. Mongols would prefer to be into Keshiks with this type of economy. If you're into Keshiks versus French Knights on equal footing, Keshiks will crap on you, but the whole idea is that you should be into French Knights before your opponent gets Keshiks, right? And if you look, you can see B has minimized the risk that he gets dock dropped. On the mini-map, you can see that he's actually intentionally put fishing boats in really inefficient positions on the outskirt fish. So he's put them like up here and down here. So they're going to take ages to drop off, but they're going to give him scouting vision on those locations at most times. So take out complete first for B. A lot of food already to work with. And he goes straight into Pilgrims. Vortex already prepping the Keshiks. Cool thing about playing as Mongols, you can start building your stables in the Dark Age. So he's actually going to be able to ramp up ahead of him. Yeah, B's 2 fishing boats ahead though, right? Has to survive that first. I think that's the thing, is like Mongols have initial tempo on these water maps because of the bulk stone into double Keshik. B's still going to be going Chevalier, and I think economically he can get ahead of the count because he's already spreading wider for fishing. But what he'll need to do is he'll have to avoid the first fight. Triple stables now. And Chevalier are cheaper than the Keshiks, remember. But like the quality difference is really important. He does scout the first one coming out. He didn't see the other stables though. He only saw 1 stable. I don't know if you really expect 3 stables straight away like this. It is pretty crafty. I mean, B can barely afford to actually maintain those 3 because of harassment on the gold. Nice initial hit. Remember, Keshiks just want these trickle trades because you're never healing the Chevalier. Yeah, the Onion Knights, the Baguette Knights, they get bulky when you group up together. I mean, that's the positive, but it's still going to be a health bar that continues to go down. It's kind of like what we were talking about earlier, something like, you know, a Keshik versus Tortugu's situation. It's DPS and sustain versus just tankiness. Spears forced out of Vortex. Okay, so I thought it was actually going to be B would be the one to blink first and think Spears, but no. Vortex pivots ahead of him. Keshik, doesn't quite get the finishing touch there. A liability knight there now. We'll just pull him back entirely. Vortex is ahead on fishing right now, by the way. Something's gone wrong. Yeah, I'm surprised B actually had to forfeit that over. Maybe the odd time on the gold just slowed him down a bit. They are now both going to spears. I actually wonder if instead, could B have actually just done Hospitaller and built spears? I guess maybe he's like worried about the... If he does spears only, it's just going to be Archer Keshiks, right? You can technically then go archers yourself, but it's like your opponent potentially has double, like, direct unit counter type. Value count is looking pretty strong right now. Vortex goes 1-1-1. So he's looking for kind of like a hard and fast hit. B's just looking to scale to almost like a cheesy death ball comp. Yeah, he's going for the mass melee beats everything logic. And it's pretty successful on water maps, actually, because realistically, the thing you have the most of is by far food. Even peeling off for a raid now. Already lost 2 workers, so he needs to get some return fire. Could creep in towards the gold. Vortex does have the yam to retreat fast, though. And he does. He gets out early. No entrance. I'm a little bit scared right now for B. He is going back for the archers, which was what was kind of missing here. But that's going to delay his push point, right? And the reality is now Vortex's economy is stronger. Right? His food is ahead. Wood's practically the same. Gold, slight advantage there for B. But I feel like these Chevalier are fairly easily countered. I mean, maybe B's thought process is once you get to 40, the effective HB is insane because they will get +1 per nearby knight, right? So you have 41 knights in range. Every knight is getting 40 extra health, which is pretty bonkers. That makes them as tanky as like French knights, but cheaper. He's thinking about going for the burn. Vortex, trying to cut reinforcements. I like that. It's like if a dog goes down, I rebuild it. If you lose, 5 spears, 3 knights, you're just behind. A bit early on the push up here. Vortex needing to chill. As Archer's now arriving. Spears just trying to whittle away. Notice the Keshiks are not committing at all. He's just sacking infantry. The Keshiks are just too valuable. Does reach the TC, so we'll be able to scare him away. A lot of low HP bars there, but I think worth it for B just to kind of keep strangling him to keep momentum. And now B up to 18 fishing boats, so no longer behind on food eco. Steel Arrow is coming in, though. And that's interesting because B doesn't seem to be getting blacksmith techs at all. Yeah, so Vortex actually has kind of a window here of just building raw archers to a certain degree. As Chevalier health work when other knights die and you're at like 1 HP, they still like... Oh, I get what you mean. It should leave you at 1 HP. Because it's usually based on percentile scaling with most things in AoE4 anyway. So B actually not too far behind then. He has got Undermesh coming. Yo, what's up, Teach? Appreciate the sub, buddy. Welcome back to the swarm. Thank you very much. A bit of headbutting there. Nice snipe. Gets rid of 2 of the Chevalier. Military lead is shrinking for B. Yeah, it's that small ego difference, isn't it? The few worker snipes earlier on. And then there's the inherent fact that as Knights Templar, you sacrifice villages to go for an age up. Speaking of age ups, look at Vortex's economy. If there's a civ that can actually tech under pressure, like this is one of them. When you're scaling army like this anyway, right? Like it's not like an English white tower drop where, haha, you just can't come in. It's different. When you're scaling army, both sides long feudal, there's a lot of civs where if we keep facing off and I go for attack, I then just lose because I don't have enough troops. But for Mongols, the sweet spot is like 50 army. When you're there, you can afford to stop producing units to get attack up. The reason is the Kurotai acts as a buffer. against the downside. You get a huge damage buff, 20%, and you get healing as well. It means you, essentially, the moment you tech up, kind of already have your veterancies. And it just works really well with this type of combined efforts, right? Like, in particular, Keshiks. High base damages benefit more there. And the other cool thing is actually, like, Kurotai does affect bonus damage. I remember I had this discussion with, like, devs years ago. I was like, it should affect bonus damage, and then thank goodness we got it. Because prior to it, Kurotai was kind of a meme. But ever since that changed, like, it makes it very difficult for, you know, your opponent with mass spears to dive feudal archers around a Kurotai. That's before we then talk about the double aura effect of having Yan. B, not going to be too far behind him. He's getting the gold necessary now. Gonna, what, go Genoese? Nah, I think go Castile. Goes Angevin. Okay. In fairness, it's Archer Keshiks. I guess I've been watching too many Vortex games. I thought he'd try and Castile and lean around the Sacred Sites for bonus damage to mitigate the Kurotai. But I guess the thought process is they're Mongols. They can just fight away from the Sacred Site and have Kurotai. So instead, he just gets the bulky spears. And it also makes sense with 23 fishing boats. So remember, the Angevin spears, they are spearmen with armor. Pretty effective when your opponent goes heavy cav archer. He's pushing forward now. Veterancy just kicked in. Keshik's upgraded. Archer's still waiting a little bit longer. The Kurotai is on the way. He denies the gold. A little bit of gold reserve here is going to be important for getting those heavy spears out, but instead, B does prioritize the veterancy on archers. He's got back gold, but it isn't going to be safe here. The wall by one is going to be a mistake. And Vortex, I think he knows. He's moving across now. B shifts away with the gold workers, but it has been seen. Kurotai is about to park here. He's going for the cutoff. The gold workers are in trouble, and the army not in position to protect them, so it will be a snipe down on a few. Shifting the army across now. Needs more time. He prioritized Archer veterancy, not Chevalier, so they've been delayed. And the clash is coming in. Veterancy for the Mongol archers is important here. Plastic Knights die fast. And now the defense arrow. Bit premature by Vortex. I think he got a bit excited there. Yeah, no, you want to try and force your opponent into a fight before declaring that arrow. The whole idea is the moment that arrow gets seen, most players are going to try to pull away. So if you can get a line engagement and then he pulls away, he's just getting hit in the back 2 or 3 times. There, it was like 3 or 4 units getting hit and that's it. So kind of a wasted tool. Vortex definitely with the army quality still. However, those heavy spears are changing things. It's going to be a retreat pattern towards the Kurotai. Nice garrison in now. Great dodge there coming in from B. He really has been the guy to watch for these garrison plays so far this tournament. Whether it's garrisoning into a transport ship, garrisoning into a castle, garrisoning into a town center. He's had more garrison moments than every other player combined already. Crossbow switch up is on the way from Vortex, which is 100% the right call. You need it. Small groups of Angevin spears, your archers can kind of hold them back with the Kurotai buff, but ultimately you need a counter unit type. And in fairness, your opponent has got Chevalier and the spears, so there's a lot of heavy tag units already. Vortex now switching Men-at-Arms too. Men-at-Arms has been buffed. It's a little bit more spammable. And the interesting thing here is like your opponent is raw mass archers. And the Chevalier are lower base damage knights anyway, so Men-at-Arms can kind of stand their own against them better. Still, we've seen driving this TC relentlessly. The Lion's defense arrow is off cooldown. He activates it again to stand still for a little bit longer. Trying to go for the snipe down. Well, the heavy spears are getting low, but same can be said of the Keshiks here. Starts to spread the line. There's a few spearmen in there to try and clear out the Chevalier. But B is reclaiming control of his base. Yes, going to be forced retreat. And the moment those archers have to leave the Kurotai range, they're a non-factor. Right? Like, they can kind of snipe down the spears given time, but they're not going to burst them. Both sides losing practical cav. Vortex is going to be rebursting them, though. Has a few more of the Keshiks on the way. Archer trade really important here. B has a phenomenal lead on the count. Yeah, Vortex just can't trade against that. He's got Men-at-Arms accruing, but that takes time. And he might have little of B on a death push. Now, B's got to be aware of the weaknesses of mass archers here because he, in his interview after he beat Beastie, who had gone mass archers against him, highlighted that it's not as GT as you think. You just have to start building heavily armored units, and then the army count doesn't really matter. And what is Vortex building right now, chat? You see it. It's a lot of heavily armored units. Horseback and foot. So he gets in with the clash. Archers. Just going to have to keep backing up here. Really got to be careful with the Keshik positioning, though. That's kind of my worrisome part. But the archer count, shrinking fairly fast. He's just drawing him in. I like the way that Vortex is playing this, where he's just like pulling back slightly to get you in range of the melee at all times with your range units. Still B. Ain't dead yet. The Kurotai is going to come in from behind. This could be really important. Kind of critical, actually. Because now you got the damage buff. You can't really hang here anymore. No, the healing as well offsets all your damage. So I cannot believe that was allowed to move across map. Yeah, because B didn't pull villagers to try and pin it or anything. Now we start to reset. And we have to be real about what matters here, right? It's the heavy spear count on one side, the men-at-arms on the other. And that count is really tight. The archers become a bit of a non-factor moving forward now. At least, like, for B. I think Vortex gets more value because of the Kurotai effect, right? But B isn't going to be weak necessarily. He is playing into crossbows. And Vortex thinking Horseman, which is odd against heavy spears. What? That does surprise me. Is Clash going to be coming in? Khan, did he activate the arrow? Yeah, I think he went defense arrows. So this men-at-arms are taking like 1 damage. Keshiks are raiding in the base in the meantime. But just look how tanky they are. Dude, the health bars aren't dropping. That's insane. It's so good. And that's without melee armor, by the way. He hasn't been getting techs for melee at all. Like, Vortex has been ignoring them entirely. The Keshiks keep raiding. More at a time, a few more worker kills. He's still finding additional ones over on the gold now. He's taking the lead. Worker count in his favor. Military count still very much against him. And B is now getting the answer. It needs to be mass crossbows. His goal should be to scale towards like 20 crossbowmen. And then the men-at-arms aren't really a threat anymore. These Keshiks will eventually get wiped out, but definitely worthwhile. Dragging the army to split into 2, getting the worker kills. There is revenge potentially coming here. Like, this is quite a bulky army. But we've seen this before. The Khan's going to have arrow again. It must almost be off cooldown at this stage. Like, honestly, this wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for you getting so close to things like Yam. The Yam is what's going to make those men-at-arms super effective. Like, I'd actually love to see Vortex just set up a forward outpost. Because then this retreat is always screwed. Because B has a slow-moving unit too. He's got heavy spears. I will just unpack. Horseman wave is building. He doesn't really want to reveal this. Surely. Okay, scrap that. We revealed it straight away. Whoops. I'm going to say something crazy here, and don't judge me too hard. But what if Vortex built like 3 Springles? B does have a lot of range units, yes. Which is why you're about to call me an idiot. But those Springles get 2 or 3 shots out, which are damage buffed by Kurotai. And you're fighting in choke points, so he's going to hit like 12 targets. It's not a bad trade. The only problem, I guess, is the initial cost of setting up siege workshops. It's pretty pricey in itself. Kurotai. Oh, no. He hasn't got it. Hello? He can't deploy right now, but the horsemen get around the back. Only a few heavy spears are being pulled for that. The crossbows are in a bit of trouble. The attack click. If that Kurotai deploys, this is a wipe. Without it, more even affair. He finally realized that Vortex repositions now. But he's lost a lot of cavalry because of that. Men-at-arms now with the heal. Crossbow count, still decent. About, what, 12 in the front line here? Vortex scares him away. I cannot believe that. If that Kurotai deploys, the damage burst off those horsemen. You're probably seeing like an extra 10 range units at least on the back dead. Vortex. The other thing is, like, having that Kurotai throughout the fight, these health bars are past halfway. Instead, they're now just terrible. A lot of them practically dead. Now the deep push. Is this enough to break him? The problem now is Vortex doesn't have wood gathering to add in archers or horsemen. It's limited on wood count entirely. And we're also getting to the point that there's no Kurotai again. Guys, he's pushed him past it. He's fighting out of Kuro range. Does have TC fire. That's going to be really effective against the archer crossbowman dive. He realizes it, starts to back off, sends the Angevin spears deeper to idle more economy. He's on the verge. You can almost taste the victory at this stage. And surely he has it. Kurotai had some sick moments in this game, but B, can't fault him. He's been maintaining military lead throughout all. Dicey moments along the way, sure, but no doubt about it, he won't go down easily. B gets a game on the board, ensuring that it is not going to be a stomp out to keep Vortex's tournament hopes alive. I really am wondering if... I'm still curious. Like that is a sick question to ask Vortex and B. Whoever wins at the... Like, this critical fight here... Look at how this fight started, right? 44 to 83. Cut off about 15 from B because they're reinforcing. This rotation, imagine that you have the extra burst on your men-at-arms and the horsemen. Watch this fight and watch what I mean. Like, this is the thing you want to be asking in an interview, is both of them. Like, think back to this game when it shows up in the replays. Talk me through this. That Kurotai deploys, how dead are you? Either player, you ask them, right? Because, like, that's the thing. Is, like, if you look at the amount of front line left for B, it's about 12 units, maybe? You add in the extra 20% DPS and the healing, you know, you're all of a sudden going to have practically no front line left, and all these health bars are going to be probably about an extra 40 HP, 50 HP. It is crazy how critical of a difference that was. And part of it was definitely B blocking the Kurotai, and then part of it was Vortex being too focused on other things to redeploy it, right? I think he just assumed it was done. And that's where the glow is really annoying, because when you see the glow because you've got Yam, you assume you have it for, like, Kurotai. Next up, we are heading to Holy Island. So this is going to be probably English Tuklak versus HRE Japanese, or does he do HRE Rus? If any player was going to do Rus Holy Island, it's B. And as expected, it's going to be an HRE snipe. So we're getting English versus Rus. Now, that's a curious matchup. I think part of the thought process here on why you pick Rus into English, like, I think he had to know HRE was going to get sniped, right? It's like Rus versus English. They both have the same idea, which is my first boats are my most important. Because if I build a lead with my first boats, that's how you inflate because of the positioning on the right. You convert a fishing boat for Rus. And then for English, if you win the first boat trade, then you justify going Admiralty without losing something. Vortex English pretty good. Damn right. I don't know. I feel like this is 3-1. Despite that insanely good game out of B. Gamba? Oh, yeah. Give me a sec. Let's see. Let me resolve that. B-dub. You're surprised Lucifron took down Anatan? Not with the way he's playing. Going this day, I literally said that, yeah, he's going to win it. But based on going into the tournament and recent performances and like the expected amount of practice, etc., I had Anatand as second out of group. Rus used to be strong on this map, but that was back when the water system was different. Set sail for the high seas, for a rarity has occurred on this day. One and all, welcome back to the channel for your daily dose of Age of Empires 4 action and a blast from the extreme past. Rus trash Civ, especially on water. No one in their right mind ever picks this Civ on a water map anymore. But here on Holy Island, with his back up against the wall, down 2-1, B will be the man to try and bring them back. And in his way, none other than Vortex in the yellow playing as the English. English that has been a solid, ironclad plan and execution for the Spaniards on this map. This is going to be a fun one, folks. These two, like, actually, now that I think about it, back before the water changes, back when Rus was pretty dominant, Rus versus English would happen on this map, no? I'm pretty sure. I am curious to see what B's got planned, because both of these civs kind of follow the same logic, which is they're both about the opening plays. If English gets the opening play right, they get enough of an advantage to spend out on that expensive tech called Admiralty that gives them +1 range to all their boats. For Rus, the idea is that you always beat your opponent to the first military boat because you take a fishing boat across the map and then you click a button to convert it into a different boat. Now, the problem with English versus Rus is like that opening play, I think for English, either wins them the game or continues it. For Rus, it either continues it or loses it. Because Rus have like a bunch of problems on water, guys. So for a start, we moved away from one boat winning water a long time ago. It rarely happens now. So that was one of Rus's big edges just gone. The other problem is Rus doesn't really have a triangle on water. So the triangle, remember, is archer ships beat explosive ships beat springle ships beat archer ships. But that doesn't make sense, KP, because Rus have all those things. They do, but one of them's terrible. Demo ships for Rus have multiple problems. So for one thing, actually, it's one thing that causes two problems. The boats are bigger. The lodger ships are inherently bigger. Look how fat that fishing boat is. So the demo ships compared to other civs are a lot bigger. And there's two problems with this, actually, that makes Rus long-term waters pretty bad and predictable. The first problem is because their hitbox is bigger, because their boat is bigger, they more easily get killed by archer ships. And the other problem you run into is that because their hitbox is bigger, but the explosion point isn't bigger, when you right-click to detonate a lodger explosive ship, it blows up further away from the target. So the target usually takes less damage, and you get less multi-kills. So that's a simple explanation as to why people don't do Rus on water. Those problems are so humongous, it makes it not worth. So Abbey of Kings tech up coming in. B has not started his tech up yet. I'm assuming we're getting Kremlin, because Kremlin protects you against the Abbey of Kings King Dive. It stops your opponent from thinking about a cute idea of like adding in 2 horsemen too, really, right? Second dock coming up. I mean, looking at the starting spawn. That's weird. Instead of just taking the near deep water fishes, look at what B done. He sent his far out. The reason that's weird, you don't need to come back. That's the thing with Rus that makes them good on water. Your fishing boats just drop off. They don't have to move away. You don't even need a dock. But the reason it's weird in my brain is that if your opponent attacks, your boats, your fishing boats, are now much further away from the safety of docks. I don't know if there's like a feigned loss of water for B that he's envisioning, where he'll look like he hasn't got much water and he'll lose water, but then he'll secretly, while building up on land, have 4 or 5 fishing boats hidden in the corner. If so, that's a pretty big gambit. Vortex has got the archer ship queued up. Kremlin with 7. He needs to be fast because the king is coming. And yes, this is elimination for Vortex. He has yet to win a series. So he needs this win, or he's aus. Actually, it might be... I think it would be between him and... No, Beastie won a series. Wham won a series, right? Like, Vortex, literally, if he loses this, he's gone. If he wins this, it comes down to tiebreakers, and I'll have to double-check who's beat who and who's winning against who.
Yes, sir.
Oops. So tech out complete. What's B going to be doing? Converting a boat or just building afresh? I imagine you'd have to convert one against an archer ship. We'll see, though. Nah, he just queues up a Springald. In fairness, Lodias are very tanky, but they are also very fat. It's like the benefits of having extra fat to repel strikes, but also making it much easier for me to hit you. And even the king coming in. Oh, he's looking for the worker. Yeah, because B delayed the build-up on the second dock, so he hung out a long time. So that king's going to get a kill. Spring ship arrives to scare him away. And oof, he does get the dock up, but that's -1 all the same. Nice try, but Archer ship does get away. Admiralty on the way. He does man the sails. That should be the Falcon Punch to get the kill, right? Is it one hit? Yeah, nicely done. Good micro by B. Admiralty did just complete, though, so Vortex now has additional range on his boats. And B, remember what he said about the demo ships sucking? He's trusting them. Double demo play. And what's up, Mum? Stables now. Nicely intercepted. Can't really dive a Kremlin. Remember, Kremlin already has all the upgrades. It has arrow slits and also has the castle turrets. Vortex, just diving past. This is the annoying thing when you kind of wedge yourself against each other this way. His Springald will always hit your galley first. Speaking of the Springald, speaking of the galley, needs to shift away here. Man the sails to try and retreat. Demo gets the detonation to finish off the galley. But now an extra demo coming through here is going to force a lot of idle. Has to retreat away. Needs that body block. That's sick. Cost him a fishing boat. Make it 2. But it keeps the Springalds up. And much cheaper to replace fishing. That was sick. The body, you see what I mean? It's like another problem compared to standard demos. Those things are so fat. There's another negative. You can just block them more easily. Looks like King is going down. No? Okay, oh, he kited him. He kited the Gremlin out to 1 HP. He now scaling into a lot of Springals. I think this is my chief concern, is if he couldn't beat him with a demo play, now you get into a Springal war against a Civ that has better range. Your upside is you have more wood. Like, you know, that used to be one of the classic reasons as well why Roos was so highly valued on this map. Or on water maps in general. Russian demo still iffy? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, I haven't seen any patch notes saying they were changed. They're still just a mess because, like, you can't serpentine with them. You can't dodge. Archer ships are, like, almost impossible to not get hit by. Nice raid there. Vortex getting another kill. Already reacting with spears because he saw the knights being queued. And he already has a wall up, right? Like, it's pretty well defended. Whereas, you know, for B, it's a bit more gambly. If Vortex's king goes to the south side of that tree line, there's nothing to guard it. More knights coming. Even archers. So B's just trying to make this more about land as time goes on. Nice timing for the replay. Oh, sorry, the screen, camera and camera. So B's going for a demo pull again. If he lets him come in, he can get around the back. In fact, I think B has one demo ship waiting in the corner right now. And oh, what a bait. Oh, that's a sucker punch right there. That king can just go home and heal now. Vortex just giving a little bit of poke. You can see B's just trying to get rid of the galleys to enable the demo play. But, I mean, you can't, right? You just get body blocked out. You need to pull back now because that's going to be a boat down. Oof. 1 HP. The final one the formation can reach. I can't believe that. That's a 2 HP boat. That's outrageous. Yeah, like, you see the risk B has to take, though. He has to get so close to the enemy formation to snipe the galleys because they don't need to be anywhere near. +1 range might not sound like a lot, and that's why I like to put it another way. It's a 15% range increase. Actually, no, it's more than that, right? Because like 5 to 6 tower range on the Springles and whatnot. It's a 20% increase in range. Now it sounds like a lot. When we talk about longbows compared to archers, which is... What's that end up being? That's like a 40% increase in range. We say it's like game breaking. So this 20% increase in range is pretty freaking strong bare minimum in your mindset when you think about it. Pinging again, what other time? Nicely done. Vortex just perfectly microing that while also aggroing on water. This is the thing that makes everyone scared to play Spaniards on this map. Lucifer and Vortex are two of the best distract and strikes. I.e., they'll hit you and then hit you somewhere else. And they'll do it at the same time. And the crazy part is they'll make it look like they're perfectly microing both simultaneously. Guys are freaking monsters for it. Oh man, the Sails pushes in. Comes at a cost. Galley's going to turn around. That's one demo down. A lot more behind this, though. 5 demos chasing forward. Spring Ship's looking for the snipe out. On land, Spears are going to be chasing across. Demo denial again. The Galley's out of formation, though. That's a problem. He has got enough Springles to snipe, though. And the man the Sails comes through, so able to retreat. He gets the denial. B does not find value from this. No, and it's just kind of getting worse, right? Like, he's still getting denied off of gold, so remassing gets a little bit harder. He can't keep too many villages out there. His archer force is looking a bit worrisome, but Vortex has now reacted with longbows, which is much more chill and easy for sniping economy. Now the push-up. Fishing boats also on the front line. It's that +1 range, man. And you just know when you're low on numbers like this, if you man the sails, he'll retreat, wait it out, come back in. Or, even worse, he'll just turn and hit you because he has numbers. Love that micro. He just splits the far off one to shoot the demo while the others keep retreating. White tower on the way. This is about to be a +2 range advantage, which is just kind of game ending for water. If this was another Civ like China Shushi, there's probably a demo ship play that works. It feels 5 times harder to pull that, maybe 8 times harder to pull that play off against English's Ruse. Brute forces in again. 1-to-1 sinker. Archer ship from the side. Nice denial of those demos. Forces the retreat. He's about to get the bad news. Rough time as well, because I think his knights were now going towards the white tower. Ah, just the scout. He sees it. So at least he gets like a 5-second warning that he's screwed. Because look at this. It only takes 30 seconds to get Springle Cruise. So if Vortex isn't going to retreat, he has advantage. He'll keep pushing. Notice that Vortex has not built a single demo ship this game. Doesn't need it. I think that's just everything it needs to about Ruse. But this is what makes English feel so strong. They're the best Civ at only building Springles. It's all about that range. Armored Hull's now on the way. Springle Cruise doesn't just give +1 range, by the way. It gives plus 20% attack speed. He's now got 40% more range, 20% more attack speed. And he's about to get more health as well. There's no point retreating, he knows it. If he retreats, he dies anyway. Demo ship getting blocked. Just so fat! There, I said it. I fat-shamed the boats, okay? I fat-shamed your boat, Babushka. They are way too big. They get in each other's ways more often than any other Civ's boats do. Now LAN, knights are coming. B's going mass demos just to try and recuperate. He snuck some demos in. Oh, he's converting. He's converting everything into attack. All right, full attack mode getting activated here. This is smart, actually, because he jams from behind. He can basically force him into a pin. The problem is he now has to somehow, with like 1 Springle ship, snipe 3 archer ships. Now, you're probably going to ask the follow-up question, how do you do that, KP? I don't know. I'm not the pro. Oh, God. All right, that would actually help. It's down to 1 archer ship. Backstab coming through. Oh, he doesn't get it. 07's in chat. B's unbeaten streak. about to end. 3-1 win, 3-1 win into a 3-1 defeat. Yeah, there's like no way back from that. Vortex, now I'm going to have to figure out tiebreakers because you might not be dead. That's not Eliminato anymore, right? Oh. No, it is. It is. Vortex is still gone, I'm pretty sure. Because he got 3-1 by both the other people, right? So the outcome now is like, it'll be a comparison between one of these two, because Beastie Wham next, right? It depends. I don't know what the tiebreakers is, so we'd have to double check. But I think he's eliminated. Because the way it works, guys, usually most tournaments, unless they want to do tiebreaker deciders, which maybe they want to do here, I think it would make their day very, very long. What they do instead is they'll just go, okay, so we got Vortex and we've got Beastie in third, fourth. Same points. Who wins? And they'll just go and go, okay, well, Vortex versus Beastie was a 3-1 victory for Beastie. So Beastie wins, Vortex out. I think if they're going that way, like either way around then, that means Vortex is still gone. They go by games won difference. That's true. If they go by games won difference, what would they need then? If they go by games won difference, that means if Beastie or Wham is a 3-0 victory, then Vortex still goes through, right? And the other guy goes out. Is that correct? No, because the 3-1. I don't know. Someone smart at doing the group calculations figure this out for me. I'm pretty sure he's still out though. I'm going to ask Cascade. He's a smart lad. He'll have the answer. I'd assume he's still out based on the results. Because, like, he lost to both players that now play the final series. Plot myself up here. And what have we got next? After this, I think it's Marine Lords series after this, right? No, Marine Lords last. Sorry, yeah, that's Beastie Wham next. So we have got the Beastie Wham series coming up next. Match score, game diff, head-to-head, then prob tiebreaker match. If BC versus Wham goes 3-0 or 0-3, Vortex is in. Ah, okay. Thank you, Cascade. You gave me the thorough. So, Vortex can still win. It comes down... Basically, if either one of these players gets one
some people
win...
would say benefits friends.
Then it
Some others
should
may
be
actually
Vortex
feel
out.
the other way around. It's one of those matchups where we aren't too sure. So was this a matchup you wanted to play, and how do you evaluate that game?
Yeah, normally I do better from the Golden North side in this map. I feel if nothing happens early on and you don't lose villagers or anything weird, I think the matchup is actually good for the Golden North once you reach Castle Age. I think you only have to be careful with him aging up with the Guildhall, right? That's the reason I was pressuring so hard, because I was so scared of him taking the food, going to Imperial, because then it becomes really hard. But if you don't let the French get to that point, I think it's good.
By the way, do you guys notice that, like, Core
like we saw
put
in
on
that
a
game
proper
that you
shirt
up
now?
to Castle Age
He
waiting for
genuinely
Hilly.
looked like he just got out of bed.
Was there any point there where you thought you could die to a timing, or did you feel that you had taken enough advantage through the game that it was a safe age up?
So the thing with B is sometimes you age up and he doesn't care. He will spam units in 1H below you. So I didn't want to go out and pressure hard because I was scared of him just spamming units and having a bad fight. And like I said, I think on Castle Age, against Castle Edge, Golden Ore has advantage, in my opinion. So that's why I wasn't in like a
That's
big hurry.
interesting, actually.
Okay. Moving to the second game, it was Ayubit against Byzantines. We've seen B open Spearman as Ayubit in that matchup sometimes, but you still decided
BC also need a clean 3-0 sweep to still top
like,
the groups.
let's say,
That's
standard,
true.
Going into goal, not opening with a
So
mill.
B will get top if
Did
it's
you
3-1 or
don't care
3-2.
about him open Spearman? Did you don't remember? Or did you thought you would be fine this way?
I know he likes to do that sometimes, but I had my berries were kind of safe, my main berries, so I thought
That's actually, dude, that,
I can.
in some ways, that's like the best outcome for the group. Like basically every single, well, it is the best outcome. Every single spot is still up in contention based on the outcome of the final series.
Probably just open standard, and then if he pressures those berries, I can go to the back ones, which is what ended up happening. I'm not sure if he would have made more spears, maybe 5 or 6, maybe I would have been on travel. But the thing is, you can always make the tower on time, so the landmark was gonna go up no matter what. And then I think you can just go for Akritoy and defend well enough, right?
So do you think that the early game was in your favor? Like you had a few idle time, but not villager losses and managed to cancel the tower. Like, were you feeling confident in game that you were in a good spot, or you didn't really know?
Yeah, I think I was ahead, or at least I was feeling that way because I was scouting all the time and I saw there was no threat of fast castle. So when that happens in this matchup, you can just see it, right? And once you get enough lombos, it's good enough. I think the only thing I needed was to get my landmark through in good berries and be able to secure the main pack. After that, I felt kind of comfortable. Even though at the end, I don't know why, I didn't have resources for anything. So I was actually kind of scared because for a while, I wasn't making any unit.
Okay. Now moving to the third game. In the draft, I believe he picked Templars and Rus, and you decided to snipe Rus. Was this because of the earlier game he played in that map against Templar, or did you feel confident with Mongols against Templars, or what was the reason?
Well, the thing is, I wanted to play the standard Mongol style, which is dock into Keshik pressure, and I was scared if he was Rus, he would just make Kremlin, and I would have nowhere to push. And then I'm not sure if my economy is better than his to just go for the late game. So I thought with Templars, maybe it's not a good matchup for Mongol, but maybe I can make something happen and end up ahead somehow. And in fact, I thought I was ahead, but I don't know what happened. Maybe I should have gone Imperial.
Core just being there, yeah.
Yeah, like at some point he got a
It's like, I don't know what to do.
Heavy spearmen, right? And then he suddenly the army composition isn't that strong.
Just
right?
look
Because
at the
you're
bros
playing
talking
mostly
and look
Keshik
really intrigued. There you go.
basically
Just
I
like
don't
that.
have
Now you're
much
like,
to
oh
kill
wow,
them,
this
I
is
guess,
cool.
right?
That's the way you do it.
Yeah, it
When
was
you-
a close
when you,
one,
like,
like a very close
just
timing.
in
on
camera
the
on
VSTC
interview,
that
just do
could have
that.
gone either way, I guess. Finally, the last one, English against Rus in Holy Island, where you I noticed you aged up with not that many fishing boats. Were you scared that he would play some aggressive build order, or were you just confident about that side?
Yeah, so there's two styles here. You make like fast second dock, or you go for early H-up. Against Rus, I was really scared he would just H-up and then morph all the ships and destroy me. So I went for the safe build. But even though, to be fair, I was scouting, so I know it wouldn't be like a big rush.
It
but
did feel
I
like a bit of an
thought,
unusual opening with Rus.
that when he
actually.
H-up, he will just morph everything anyways.
Like anything
and
on
still
water
kill
with
me.
Rus
So I
feels
wanted to
unusual.
have early upgrade for the ships, the +1 range. And that's why I went for a faster H-jump.
Yeah, because Rus is not really a common pick nowadays, right, in this map. So it's probably the first game against Rus in a few months. So maybe it's hard to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your win. Thank you for the winner's interview, and see you around.
Thank you.
Core looks so different now. I always remember watching him smoking and raging. Dude, I remember like the first time I ever saw like Core like on his stream, right? I was like, oh, who's this guy? And he had like a sheesh pipe in front of him, but it looked like some sort of disability or something, because like the way he had the sheesh pipe was always like, it was almost like it was close to being one of those
My name
things where you
is
put it up your nose,
Whammo1.
you know what I mean?
I'm a
So
Canadian
I remember that like being a big freaking like meme thing. I was like, oh, bless. Look, we got like a disabled gamer and he's like playing high level. That's impressive. And then you realize, oh no, he's just a sheesh smoker.
tournament moment would probably be Red Bull of the most recent one, going up against Mirror and also beating Vortex. But qualifying second and coming second, doing very well in the tournament was a big achievement for me. What got me into RTS? I've always been very strategically aligned. I've always loved developing strategies, thinking in my head. But I would say my dad in particular got me into RTS, and my brothers as well. We've always had the competitive spirit between us.
I never heard him talk about brothers.
I don't do that much outside
have a
of
brother?
gaming just because I love gaming so much, but I like investing, I like financial stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna predict it's older brother, because a lot of people, if they have twins, like, nah, let's not do another one. I say that my partner's a twin, and they had another one afterwards. But like most people, I feel like, ooh, that was a lot of work. Let's not risk that we get another two at the same time.
It's a different kind of strategy for me, but it's another passion of mine that I really enjoy. The hardest part about being a pro would probably be the social interaction for me. I am a little bit better at it.
Would
these
never
days,
guess
but
that.
It takes a while for me to really get into the social interactions, but it's the hardest part, even aside from the gaming. The moment in Age of Empires,
like just think to when they're sitting on the couch, they're always sitting on the side.
that was where I fell in love with the game, would probably be after they changed the spring odds. At that point, the game became for me super interactive, super full of strategy. Spring odds before the change were, in my opinion, one of the worst things for the game and really made it feel very stale. The greediest. Honestly, it's a tough question. But
Seriously, like feedback, by the way, like, that's it. I'm actually going to tell them that as well. By the way, feedback for these player interviews. Really worth having a pop-up template that reads, shows the question. Like, it's very weird that they're missing that, because like you don't like, if a lot of people are gonna be hearing someone talk for like a minute but not know what they're talking about.
Beastie might not feel like he is, but every time I feel like I go up against Beastie, he's super greedy, and I feel like he gets away with things against me that he shouldn't. So I say Beastie. The player most likely to forget Wheelbarrow, it could even be me, but besides me, I would say Vortex or Puppy Paw. I think those two in particular forget their upgrades almost as much as I do. Who's winning the tournament and why is it me? It could be me. I think it's either going to be me, Puppy Paw, or Anton.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
think it's about time.
Oh, buddy, let's not talk about the Anno
last
one.
year, but I think he's in a really good shape right now, so he could win. Or Anton.
My name is Alexander Krstic, better known as Beastie. I am a
Didn't they already do this interview?
professional gamer for the past, 16 years now. I've been competing in a couple of different games.
We already had this interview, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So what do you think, guys? What's the last outcomes? Puppy Paw versus Marine Lord and BC versus Wham. What do you think we're seeing? After what I saw here, and I'm thinking playstyle, I think BC 3-1s. Like, those two things together. I mean, Wham kind of hit on the head himself. Like, BC gets away with a lot more greedy crap against them than he probably should. And I'd agree. I think BC gets away with a lot when he's played up against Wham historically. Even recently. Which is kind of wild from a group stage perspective, isn't it? Considering that Wham 3-1 Vortex, and Vortex just 3-1 B, and B 3-1 Beastie. And now I'm saying that Beastie is going to 3-1 Wham. Maybe 3-2. Balance in all things. Balance as much as it can get at that point. That's crazy. I mean, that's what you want to see as well, to be honest. Like to see Wham wins and Puppy Paw wins. I mean, yeah, but I'm just being realistic. I don't think Beastie's that out of shape after what he just done to Vortex yesterday. Do I think Beastie's going to be like grand finals? I don't think so, but like finish somewhere here, like quarterfinals, semifinals, right? Probably. Oh, one sec, guys. I've got to switch over. I've got to send an email quickly. Sorry, I'll hide the white mode from you so you don't get blinded. Also, I can run ads now, right? No, I can't. They already played. Oh, wait, no. I'm gonna run like 2 minutes ads now so you don't get them in game, okay? Burp. Angelica. Is it like a weird form of Angelica? Like Slavic Angelica? That's an interesting name. Oh, that could fit well for this. One sec, guys. Almost done. So I got. I'll send that later. Actually, I just remembered I forgot to add someone's name to that stuff. All right. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just quickly pulling something. Yeah, I'll do it a little bit lower. Need to go yell in someone's ear because they're falsely representing some of my creators. Always good. And they know they don't represent them either, so that's the most shady part. What do you think the draft priority is going to be for these guys, by the way? I reckon... Marlene's obviously high priority. I wonder if we actually see some Roos out of WAM now that I think about it. It's one of the players that occasionally would do it. Just haven't seen it recently. Just realized actually I need to get some water, guys. Be right back. 1 second. Oh, all right, guys. Sorry, I had to explain to my daughter why we have to work. Like, Daddy, why do you work? I was like, because she's like, is it so we get money? I was like, yes, darling. What on earth have they done to the size of their thing? Let the heart rate monitors N4C. I think they should add those to all LANs. It can be nice. It's like a little quirky on top thing, but I don't think it's like a make or break detail of a LAN, I guess would be my point. But yeah, it's a cute thing to add in when you can, for sure. One sec, sorry, just copy and pasting some stuff in the background. Gonna have burgers today, chat. I'm just putting them in. I need to go flip them halfway through. My dad earns money watching video games and talking to himself. I don't mind earn that much money doing it though. Chill. My dad also has to manage other people that watch and play video games and get paid money. What a weird life. that delay realizing, oh wait, we are live. All right. So opening game, Borderland, French versus Byzantines, Golden Horde, Malian Snipes. Pretty much like to be expected. Kind of getting a lot of this actually. Isn't this? Did we have this earlier? We had a similar matchup for sure. One sec. Set this up. God damn it, wrong sheet. Trying to add something to one of my sheets and I had the completely wrong one. Seafood. Ah, there we go, getting game. Type that in, set that up. Nice. Alright, good. Email sent. Multitasking, doing 2 jobs. Did BC clean his mouse map? Probably not. I didn't look. Wait, was it actually clean? Ah, it did. This is going to be a weird one to cast because I'm going to have to go flip some burgers in a minute. But like opening wise, what we got? It goes French versus Byzantines. Tournament being played on the new patch? It is indeed. They even had early access to it. I think like French versus Byzantines is a very intriguing game. It's more a skill expression than this side wins, right? Like what it is Byzantines basically need to survive with no losses, and they just start to scale really big off the percentage assistance and to a really big bulky like longbow spear combo. And for French, it's just like keep raiding, chip away. You scale your worker lead anyway, so if you're keeping your villager count low on Byzantines, then the percentage factor is weaker, right? It's not giving you as many free villagers. Oh, what's up, Frey? Oh, you left the bike out. I'll put the bike in then. I've got to take a Freya inside. Be right back, one sec.
Κράτησα.
Ναι.
Oh man, I'm gonna be getting fat. Apparently, I'm getting 4 burgers because you just put them all in. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Beastie doesn't have his apple box. Look how short he is in the camera. All right, so opening wise, what? Wham went on the deer. To be expected. So just able to gather up a lot of extra surplus food because you know you're never going to get harassed. Like, when was the last time you saw a Byzantine player willingly play Dark Age, Lamau? Spawn wise, not too bad. Beastie got double berries pretty close together north side, then back berries too. And double back tree line. Like, overall, I think you're pretty content with this spawn. Not the most outrageously OP spawn I've seen ever for Byzantines, but definitely not the worst. For Wham, corner gold's really nice. And berries there. Actually, really, really nice spawn for him. The rest is kind of like superfluous, fugazi. You know, you just do what you're going to do. One annoying thing for him is that one of his tree lines, I think, got pushed further away by the berries, but you're expected to be the aggressor anyway. I don't think it matters that much. An outpost coming up. To be expected. Beastie getting it pretty aggressively positioned there. A little bit dicey because now when you gather the berries closest, if you're a little bit slow, just a little bit slow on reacting to garrison, a knight can get in between you and the tower. And then you just kind of get body blocked out, you're headbutting a lance, and you're basically dead. So do want to be a little bit careful of that. But as long as his reaction speed is on point, as long as he sees the raid early, he should always make it to tower. I think the reason he done that is there's a high possibility that Wham would just rush archery opening. And then if you park archers on the berries, like the outpost doesn't protect the outside berries, right? So that's why he made the choice. And yeah, there you go. Correct instinct because archery range is already there. An outpost coming in. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Did he see this ahead of time? I don't think so. French outpost rush. What? Appearing into the future. 2030 strats coming to you early in the preview. Not really something you see often. Can he actually do this? Double spear and knight here? I think so. If you front with the scout, you can always absorb the hit and then the knight wins. 3 spears is a bit more dicey, but he already has 2 knights, so like the numbers favor. Maybe with a villager pull gets annoying, but like, do you really want to pull villagers into knights? I mean, there's easier ways to die. You can like just... Okay, I'm not going to list ways to die. That's how I get banned on the platform. Knights dive past. I love that. He's like, well, okay, the villager's pretty much done now. Maybe a little bit early, but the archer does now arrive. Let's go for the strike in. A little bit ambitious. I think that greedy choice may have backfired for Wham. Oh, no, dude. No. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. The outpost. Just touch it. Just touch it. Just burn it once. Come on. The knights. He goes and gets him. And he'll get the villager as well. No, come on. All right. Beastie denies the tower. Second outpost now going up. That's so weird. That dive in, that was like high risk, high reward. Because if he just guards the tower, I'm certain he actually just gets it up. Because those knights can buy you like 6-7 seconds. The body blocks would be good enough. The tower will be up, and then the spearman can't dive, right? But he wanted that little bit more. They're not happy with his, what's the word? Not happy with his wrong in life. Extra stables coming in. Which is interesting, because you think you'd want more archers. But I think the concern now is like... Oh, no, there you go. He's going archer. I was about to say, because like, there's a lot of spears. Maybe he could have justified double stables. The logic, your opponent's about to get a lot of mercs coming through. But I think you just need raw archer count to deny the spears at this point. Merc house begins. And in fairness, like, it makes sense. It was a double spear play from Beastie. He went double racks. Which is interesting when you consider he's already level 4 Sistan, so his production rates are crazy high anyway. So what's the next move? Because Beastie's holding his olive oil. Is he still deciding between Jav Lombo? No, there you go. The choice is in. It's going to be Jav. Yeah, I mean, but he's got 273 surplus. So maybe the Merc house could have been a bit sooner, but there was a lot going on, a lot of harassment. Also, the build order was different. He had to build a second outpost. That's not normal. Like, double outpost defense on berries is when you're really being aggressive. So I can do. I'm thinking about those burgers right now. My gluten-free rolls. Or like some gluten-free tiger bread. It's actually pretty good. I got it on sale. It's down to like 80p. I would not pay what it normally is, which I think is like £3 for like 4 rolls, and they're not even that big of rolls. Okay, so second group of jabs already in the way. By the time that comes out, he'll almost be ready for the third. That's scary. At that point, you can split the jab damage and kill 2 archers with each flurry. Wham is rushing archers, right? He went double range over double stables. Like, he'll probably go back for multiple stables, but the priority was archer count. Doing a good job of exploiting the map, though. And notice how he's hugging close. Like, because if Beastie sent one Limitane out on the far north or the far south, you're going to be idled up on, like, 5 villages for a while. It's not great. One sec, I'm going to go check on burgers. It should almost be done.
This.
Sorry about that, guys. There's a rainbow, so of course Freya had to show it to me. What happened to the spear count? Holy crap. 32? Biggest Britney fan in AoE 4 right here. Damn. The archer. Oh my god, the position on it. Like, javelins are getting the trade of their life, no? They're happy with that. Guys, this doesn't look so great for Wham. Beastie also has triple outposts scattered around his base. So, like, it's very hard to find raids like this. And if Wham doesn't do damage soon, I'm pretty sure Beastie will just go for the tech. Like, 35 spearmen, you feel pretty safe. Dude, he's got layers to the K. Oh, no, 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 not that choke point. Get out. Go, go, go. Afuera, doggy out. I'm getting flashbacks to release Byzantines when I see this many spears. Holy mother of pearl. That's just absurd. Archers idle the front side. Okay, so Wham did get a kill there. Something, finally. Now we've got to secure additional berries. Extra javelins on the way. Can Wham tech his way out of this bind? I'm not sure. I think if you try to tech against this, you just get rushed. You have to make it very unobvious that you're going Castle Age. This is 41 spears. Like, we actually saw French in this situation against Delhi in the Beastie game against Vortex yesterday. Beastie highlight is like, yeah, in this situation, like, you just keep building army and then you just send. And it's kind of what he's done here. But the weird thing about this Civ compared to Delhi is, like, there's a double risk that they all in send you with this type of bulk, or they do just genuinely tech. Because unlike Delhi, if Byzantines tech here, they may not get their techs for free, but they will get them really fast. He's halted production, so I think he's planning to go. Yeah, queue up more javelins because it's just olive oil anyway, but no more spin. 44 is enough against 13 knights, I think. Maybe. And you can always sneak the Golden Horn Tower at the backside tree line, so it won't be obvious straight away. But I think Wham, like, he's aware. Because now, why would Byzantines build this many spears just to sit in their base? Which Javelin's a little bit exposed. Villagers going back to work is ambitious. Short range charge can be dangerous, but Wham getting open there. Beastie quick reaction. And why are we doing? Not this again. I mean, he's sniping out some of the javelins, but it's not 30 archers here. It's more like 17 against about 15 jabs. That's not great. That's not great balance. You have like 3 times the archers, maybe. And in fairness, like, javelins are a limited resource. Archers are eternal, but you can only justify things so far. There is a wrap around the back, though. Knights. Oh, there's just so many fucking spears. God. This is like trying to play with Musafadi and sneak into someone's base, and they've built outposts everywhere. You're like, what the fudge is the point? They're still just getting so many good trades here. I'm kind of losing faith in the plan now for Wham, right? Like, this has been 2 very rough engagements. He's found a little bit of eco damage, but there's an argument, a very fair argument, is not enough. Level 4 System's like a 20% eco buff, and he's buffing practically everyone. So you have to add in another, what, 9 workers, 8, 9 workers. So they're actually balanced on worker count, really. The good side is, obviously, Wham has surplus food income, and he is at least teching. So, okay, so, like, he made the right call. I think double downing would have probably been just an error at this point. There's just too many spears. But playing next stage makes a lot of sense. Because also, the other thing is, you know, if Beastie wants to go to Castle Age when he's playing Javelins, there's kind of a thought of let him. Because Javelins become less impactful once you crack Castle anyway. Like, they're already an anti-archer. Archers don't get that much more tanky, so the extra damage doesn't really go to good use. And the trade-off ends up being is that Javelins have a weaker attack speed. So if you're already overkilling a unit, then attack speed is your best friend. You want more of it, not less. And wow, okay, Wham goes Royal Institute with 14 knights. Huh. Well, Beastie doesn't know. There's like an advantage in that. I don't know if you'd suspect Royal Institute with so few knights. Like, usually, it's Royal Institute becomes a paranoia when your opponent's like 20, 25 knights. Like, but this few, it might be the big boy ambush, to be honest. Like, if he forces a fight as Royal Institute is completing Bloodlines, Beastie is unlikely to realize. And by the time he does, he's already committed, right? So there is an opportunity here. The trade-off is, if your opponent sniffs it out and you don't get the commit, he'll now know that you don't have any scaling. Because Guildhall is considered to be like the godliest of castle landmarks the longer the game goes. Like, I don't think there's a single better castle-age landmark as the minutes in the game goes on. Someone's going to say Regnitz, but I'm like, Regnitz is conditional, and even if you get those conditions, like, Guildhall competes really freaking well. When you're like 70 minutes into a game, and you can afford to wait for it to accrue up to 7,000 gold, it's like an unbeatable source. Small spear raid. I think that's teardrop shields, which I like here. Mehmed. I prefer Guildhall to Mechamed. I can do what I want with Guildhall. I can't with Mechamed. It's like, I can build some different sieges, but let's be totally real. I'm just going to build Great Bombards. At that point, what you're talking about is the fact that like Ottoman Great Bombards are insane, rather than the landmark is insane, right? Trade out coming in. Knights, a delayed arrival, baits the spin forward. You can actually see BC was paranoid. He had some spears going north and south because he wasn't sure where the attack was going to come from. So frontline archers into backup knights. Now he's got the royal bloodlines, remember. These boys are beefy. Beastie, he's switching for Ranchian, weirdly enough. I mean, it's odd because the archers are all just gone now. The Jav's done their job, so what's the idea with Ranchian? Knights should be able to clean up. Spear count is practically non-existent. And he's still got 30 knights. All right. This was a snaky Royal Bloodlines play, but it was a hell of an effective one. And my food is ready? Pog. All right, I'll be there in a sec. That was crazy. Well played by Wham. And now he's got Arbitrier coming in afterwards. I don't know if it's because it's sort of Varangian or if he just wants it because it's good late game, but it's going to suffer a bit against Javs. If there are any Javs left. Knights commit. Needs to deal with the Spear of Varangian. Health bar's way too low, though, so he just has to get out. Yeah, I mean, the first fight was good, but the follow-up, it's almost like we forgot. We have Royal Bloodlines. There's a reason the Knights aren't dead yet, and it's because they're about to be dead. Burger time, they don't even play HRE. I mean, he only built like 2 Varangian. All right, I'm going to go get my burgers because this game is... Oh, you mean me burger time. That's true. Burger time. All right, be right back. I'm going to get my food.
Longtemps va-t-il demeurer?
Whoop. What we got? Still trying to do knights. Needs to get rid of the camel on knees, though. The javelins are wide open. Oh, hold on a second. That UI's lying again. That spear count's about to go down to like 5. Uh-oh. There's no spears left to deal with this many knights. Okay, maybe it's not going down. There's some spears rotate. That makes more sense then. Still, you need them in your base. That's kind of important. I think he just starts cleaning up economy now. Right? Like, you haven't got much to safeguard here. Show the burger. That didn't work out very well. Had to use barbecue sauce, though. Bit lame. Night count going down a bit? He's starting to leak into the worker force, though, is the problem. Like, if it was just held here... I mean, that being said, it's happening the other way as well. BC is finding strikes with the spearmen. Mangonel and placement defense is coming in pretty frustrating. Farm's getting idled out. There's so many freaking towers everywhere from Beastie. Oh, tofu. Supply cut down? Yeah, this is a deceptive thing, right? Those nights last a long time, and then they all just die at the same time. Because he's not playing kite strategy, he's playing all in, which makes it a bit weird. No cheese, tomatoes, cucumbers. It's low effort meal, bro. It's got cheese in there. Although it's got red Leicester. Which is weird, because we do have some mature cheddar. It's got some of this. Some red Leicester. But yeah. No cucumber. I think cucumber is cringe in burgers. Actually, I just don't like cucumber in general. But also, we didn't have any tomatoes cut up, so. Who's winning this? Oh no, I feel like... Sorry, I got sauce in my face. BC's better for food a few minutes down the line, but it's still kind of weird right now. Like, Wham has got a lot of surplus food to hit into, and you need some raiders. These farms are great, but like, they have their limitations. And what is up, Sangar Saga? Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Appreciate you. Welcome to Swarm. Wife must be an aggressive H3 player if she's building burgers like this. Dude, they had like tuna pasta. So I wasn't even the main landmark. She didn't even have ketchup. Without ketchup, I had to have barbecue sauce. That's lame. You want to know why that's lame, chat? Because if you had ketchup, you could have mustard as well. Patties look juicy. They are. They're good. Also drop. I mean, it did drop. Not in the way intended. Whoops. That might just be death. Wham. Hello, please tell me you built a wall that you can go through, not as in a gate. Backstab clash coming through. The camel riders need to be sniped, though. And they're not. It's just the weird thing about being forced to try and build Arbalest into javelins. It just doesn't feel good. It feels depressing. We can wrap around towards the back, but walls are up. BC will get out. And now I'm starting to get a little bit worried about the food. Because Wham's been blocked off the north side. I think BC might have him. Wham's going for a gambit. He's diving the main again with the Knights. Oh, the spit. Hello? And Knights running to death. That's GG. Yep. Nicely played by Beastie. Good defensive play. Oh, it's what you want to see out of Byzantines. Wham should not able to find that strike. I mean, it felt weird at a very early point with him being forced into archer spam against Javs, right? That never really seemed to pay off at any stage. Beastie just kept forcing the bad fights for him. Burger's pretty good. Probably need more sauce. See? It's got red Leicester in there. Just don't know why she didn't use the really nice mature cheese. I like the plate. It's a really nice plate. Stole it from my kids. Little kitties. And the best part is, guys, I go in, and Freya's clearly making me a card for my birthday tomorrow. And I haven't looked at it. But she asked me earlier, like, Daddy, what's your favorite color? I'm like, green. And then I just hear Emma go, Freya, you can't make the dinosaur green if you make the grass green. So she's literally just been drawing me a picture of presumably dinosaurs, grass, background, everything. But it's just going to basically be a bunch of green lines. Golden Horde sniped again. Delhi versus Mali. I don't know how I feel about this matchup now in terms of who it favors anymore. Surely it's Mali, right? Nah, it depends on the spawn. Like if gold veins are pretty bad as well, you're gonna have a bad time. I have 2 more burgers to reheat and eat later. I'm gonna be a fat boy. Look at this spawn. A little bit ass for Wham, no? Far corner gold. Left side forward gold. Then far forward gold. His second gold option could be harassable pretty easily, no? He could kind of try and mid-wall, like wall for the mid-game to enclose the relic on the back and the gold, like just wall between these tree lines, right? That's not something you do ultra early. Like, you know, if you're just a chill guy playing like plat rank, you maybe do that. But like a high rank, spending that much time building a wall is just a death sentence. Like you throw away so much lead. Here you go. You little gambaholics. Have a way at it. Oh, do you guys see the most recent video from CoffeeZilla? He didn't expect to post it because he didn't think he'd be able to because he could get sued. Ponzi scheme got shut down like the other day. I think the thing I really liked about that video as well, it didn't just feel like I'm doing my thing, but also just making my money. I gave a lot of shout outs and told people to go support the guy, the reporter who was basically being sued by this giant company and was at risk of being on the streets. So interesting. Dome of Faith still, even though Tower Victory got buffed, guys. Tower Victory got a pretty good buff. It was operating about 5% attack speed instead of 20%. They fixed it. No one cares still. Like, if you're Tuklak, sure, but if you're Delhi, you don't care. Is this boring for you guys, by the way? Me sitting here eating? I tried to avoid doing it. But at the same time, I don't know, it's kind of unhealthy the way I've had to avoid doing it. I remember we do like 7 or 8 hour cast days. And then I go to eat, and I just gorge myself because I'm like really hungry. And it's like, I ate too much, now I've got to go to sleep. Whoops. And it's like, that's the way it works as well. It's like, when you know you got long stream days, like casting on your own, you burn a lot of calories, right? So like, I'll eat a lot before I start the day as well. We love this. If you want this content, we usually have to pay for this on OnlyFans. Wait. Don't give me ideas. Gotta turn my VODs into sub only. This would probably be a good situation, like, to do a proper watch party with. I'm just eating food, and we're listening to what the casters say, and arguing what they say. Interesting. We saw Mali Delhi the other day. Much more delayed playing to racks there from the Malian player, whereas Wham opted to go racks and stable straight away. More defensive play style leans more defensive, right? And we did talk about the second pit mine being really hard to attain, so it does make sense he'd want Donzos earlier, and then just follow up Sofa as well. Let's stop doing that. That hurts. No. He could have actually hung around for the Donzo kill. Definitely pull back a little bit early. That's a good start for Beastie. He's beating counter units, lol. And he goes archers. Okay, that's good for Wham because he added in Sofa. So now Beastie's probably going to end up in 1-1-1 build. "100% left side camera is worse quality, right?" That's because it's not an Elgato. No, I'm dropping crumbs. Be right back. Need to drop this off inside. I'm back. So Wham spams the crap out of Donzo's. We have got the archer reaction. It's going to be 1-1-1 now. I got these, by the way. It's gluten-free cake. I'm going to be a little fatty and have one. Like an early mini birthday cake for me. So who's favored right now? Wham has got 4 cow online, made that 5. No sacred site control yet is kind of rough for Beastie. In fact, he's not even pulling people out to them, right? Nah, because Wham's been camping it. I think he's got a scout on the flank or a sofa on the flank. It's really hard to go out and capture sacred sites against sofa. Yeah, I kind of like Wham's position a bit more. Raid coming in. Pro Scouts completes by default, so yeah, you get to it eventually. So BC's picking up more food at home, but obviously, Marlies don't really care. They've got food eternal. All right, what do you think of this, guys? This is the cake. They're so freaking tiny. Dude, you get 4 of these. 4 of these cost you almost £3. They're tiny. The icing's not the best either because it's like, it's milk-free as well. I don't care about that, but it's milk-free. Tastes decent, though. Good snipe on the sofa. Still, he lost the Scholar. Which, so it's kind of good for Wham, right? Scholars are like, what, 90 gold? But then you miss out on the 125 on the cap. So the sofa costs less than denying the Scholar. I mean, BC's military count is just so much higher, but the way he's playing, it doesn't feel it, because he's quite split, right? He's starting to group together now, though. Don't know if you can really defend this. This many archers should just kind of wipe you. Yeah, he doesn't want to give it over. I think you have to. Like, he's switching jabs, but it's way too slow. He just made things much worse with that attempt to defend. And oh, the Ghazi, they're in. Minimize the losses, only 2 down. Still, every little matters right now because you're only halfway towards full cow, and your opponent now has sacred site control, right? You should be able to lock in too. Wham still does have a few sofa on the flank, so he can just try to decap. But direct fights are a big no-no right now. It's like one of those shot collar moments where they're like, don't think about beer, but you're a chronic alcoholic. And then every time you think about beer, you get shocked. That's kind of like, that's where Wham's at with these sacred sites right now. Don't think about them. Don't look at them. Oh, sorry, main fight, rather. Don't think about fighting. Don't look at fight. Every time you look at fight, bzzz. Trying to put the other piece of this cake back. Maybe eat it later. Yes, we should definitely replace asset. Licking the icing. That makes me feel a lot fatter, actually. Ghazi ready again. Another 2 kills. I mean, it's just feeling like a classic Deli game, no? Nothing too interesting for Wham to do to get out of this position. Unless he finds like a divine raid with a few sofas. Which seems unlikely. Beastie, does he think about teching now? I think you just keep lobbing. Like, you're out Zergy, the Zerg Civ, right? The way you kind of falter is if you just let him back Zerg you, because the quality of Zerg is much higher for Malians. If you both become limited by population, then Malians' units are much better. Like, he might end up buying his way to it eventually because he's now got triple Sacred Site, potentially. And that's going to generate a lot of gold, like 150 gold per site, right? It's really strong. What's Wham missing here? The problem with Javelin defense is it kind of sucks against mass spears. A long time ago, people started to realize that actually spears is like your easy way of counterplaying it. If you have the economy to just raw bulk, which, you know, food income a little bit low for BC. That's because it's basically doing rapid gathering. He'll go up to like 1.2k food income again, which is more than enough. He's still kind of inting into the base. Fuso attempted to cut reinforcements. Now clash underneath the TC archers. Doing the Donzos nicely. Those spears just kind of absorbing a lot of blows from either unit trying to strike into them. I mean, if you had like 10 Sofa in reserve, this is a really good follow-up fight for Wham, right? When you clear the spears, but there isn't. There's like four cavalry units in total. So Dive just reaches past. Archers should just probably be looking for different targets now. I know, he's going for the more Donzos. Once the Donzos are gone, it's probably worth chasing villagers instead, because like you don't really kill javelins fast at all. But here we go, he's moving around. The villagers are coming across here as well. That is danger town, and the archers are latched on. They're bypassing. Workers going down. BC's lead building. Wham looking ran out of town at this point. Oh. Another 3-0. Ain't looking good for Wham. That much is for sure. He has at least got 15 cow, but he's been drained. He's been exhausted. And you may have a lot of passive food, but your opponent does have a lot of passive gold to balance you out. That's a good raid target. Scholars are vibing right now. But we're here to hell. Why you guys do it? Wham, now just trying to reestablish raw jabs. I guess the thought process here is that Beastie's probably running out of food, so he can't re-blob spears or build Ghazi instead. So not the craziest thought from Wham. Then again, there's berries, there's deer, there's more berries on the left side. He's at least raiding one location. Scholars should be able to top those off. Yeah, so this is like a good moment for Beast to just start replenishing on the go, because remember, at this point, he's researched every tech. And if he doesn't want to go Castle Age, there's no reason really to leave the Scholars garrisoned. Like, leave the ones in production, sure, but anyone who's researching is pointless. I think he's anticipating that Wham will try and tech, which isn't the case right now. And wait, did that Warrior Scout just get 2 kills on his own? Bill Diff, man, what? Can Wham get a decap? I don't think the east side Sacred Site is protected, right? This is the thing about Delhi Pro Scouts. Like, when you're a Civ that just doesn't touch deer at all, you're just feeding them something later. You can't really stop it. Like, if it wasn't for the Pro Scouts situation where you didn't eat deer as Malians, then BC would already have to be switching farms, which hurts him a lot, right? Because, like, if he switches farms, that gives you breathing room to rebuild up to, like, you know, you'd be at this 30 when your opponent would be at maybe, like, 60. Still bad, but more manageable defensively, at least. Now, big bad boy has arrived. Charge underneath towards the TC. Sofa trying to be spammed out, but not really fast enough here. The spears are still kind of a conundrum. How do you clear them fast? Triple Sacred Site timer is ticking down, but that's got a long way to go. Looks like Beastie did miss Siege Engineering, but that's now being triggered. He'll burn through the wall. Ghazi just to scare off the Javs. Does invite the Donzos forward, but that's kind of what BC wants here. The archers just want to trade out against Donzos. If you're losing one archer, killing one Donzo, that's actually a good trade, guys. Because Donzos, they cost 90 resources. Archers only cost 80. Spears. Returning to fight. Second wave coming in. A few Ghazi in there too. I think Wham at this point is just holding on by the thinnest of threads. Like, we've all been there, right? Against a Malian player, you're like, pray. Like, as a Malian player, you're like, pray, and they run out of food soon. Same as, like, when you're playing English against an all-in, you're like, yeah, I've got infinite food. He hasn't. The problem is, he doesn't need infinite. He just needs a definitive strike, and that's what he's finding here. Too many archers at this stage, not enough javelins. TC dive feeling inevitable. Even if he doesn't dive that, he's diving elsewhere. In fact, in the corner, Beastie is already looking to hit up some extra workers. He found out towards the gold. So we'll just reset out the base. Siege engineering is now almost complete. Probably looking at a double ram and then a push onto the housing. Good news for Wham, he lost so much military, he doesn't really need housing anymore. And that's what it was. It was archers against the sofa. Always the frustrating thing about playing against Delhi. They burn through your wall, and then they build a wall there with the actual military. So nicely played there by Beastie. Because the risk here is, like, if your opponent creeps in and then wall blocks you, you can't get out. And let's say it's like, you know, javelins plus a few sofa. You don't have kite potential there, right? So it strips any risk, no matter how minimum. Yeah, someone said, like, was it Zuby02? It is free for Delhi. Kind of looks it when you see games like this. I don't think it's as impossible of a matchup as it once was, but yeah, it's still rough, right? One sec, just double checking. Does the final series matter as well? I think it does for elimination still. Actually, no, it doesn't. Anno's out. Yeah, so it only matters for placement. This is like the final series that decides someone's fate. If Wham doesn't get a game in this series, he will be out. Vortex will be through. That's scary, dude. Especially when you're about to go 2-0 down. Like, it's like in the back of your mind, like, please don't go 2-0 down. Please don't go 2-0 down. Village just got nowhere to go anymore. That's game. What do you think, guys? Is anyone reassessing where they think BC's going to end up in playoffs? I.e., where he's going to finish? Misplayed. Add javelins so late that you can never deal with archer mass. Yeah, but it's also the spears, right? Like, the argument is, like, add a javelins too late. Like, come back to spears. As I mentioned, spears can deal with them anyway. They really can. Like, spears can actually ruin javelin strats. And have done a lot in the past. So 2-0 up. A foreboding sense of doom. Can I just hear a sigh? You can't tip the streamer right now. The page owner needs to update the settings to receive tips. Wait, really? Oh, is this because they just introduced everyone having the ability to get subs and crap? Did this change something? I like money. Where's money? Trying to see if I can find that. Anyone know where that setting is? Actually, tips is something different, right? It's not like bits. Mario Kart music? What's wrong with Mario Kart music? You're the guy who always loses at Mario Kart, aren't you? I can tell. Okay, I'm trying to find the setting. It's cash. Yeah, no, I figured. Thank you, thank you. I just don't see an option on my back end. How to enable tips. Yeah, like, isn't it through the third parties? I thought we already had that down below. Pretty sure I had a tip thing set up. Well, now that I think about it. I'm not even sure it shows in every scene. Now, how does Streamlabs Dono set up? But actually, fair point, I don't think it's in this scene. So give me a second. Because they're meant to have added a way to link that through Twitch. As in the Twitch alerts. That's a lot of people. Yeesh. I was about to say they've been breeding, but that's very clear. There's literally a baby there. Okay, I'm turning on what I think is tips now. Give me a second. Okay, it should be on, I think. Let's see. Yeah, that's that good stuff. Okay, I hear it, but I don't see it.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Why don't I see it? What? What? That guy from the Monty Python sketch. What? It doesn't show. What the hell? Oh, there we go. Should work now.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Let me know if it doesn't. Very weird. I don't know why it was off. Does it work now? Let me know, chat. Oh, Kalauga time. Japan versus HRE. It doesn't? Did you refresh? It should work now. That was the tip thing. Maybe it needs a minute. Let me know in a few minutes if it works. Sorry, it shouldn't be that hard to give me money. I don't know why it's being weird. Oh, very unusual. That's the only one I can see in my alerts menu that makes sense for it. Oh, I need to be down here now. Okay, can we get in game? Because Beastie's sound is way too loud. I mean, I guess I can turn that down. I'm struggling to find it. Will it look different for me? Oh, God. That's way too big. Where's the tip thing, actually, now that I think about it? Where is it? I'm blind. About me. Oh, this one isn't working. Oh, here. What do you mean here? Is it meant to be here? I don't have one. Or did you mean this one here? This one should work. Oh, you're right. What the hell? Oh, so you did mean that one. 1 second, 1 second. Let me check. I don't know why that turned off. Thank you. Let me double check that. I see. I think Streamlabs done something stupid. I'll get that sorted now. Thank you. I didn't notice. I don't know what they changed. Lul. BC wins this game, he tops group, Vortex go through and Wham is out. I believe so, yeah. That's pretty crazy, right? All right, should be working now. Thank you for that. I don't know why that wasn't set up, because it's already been set up before, so that was a bit weird. But it should be working now. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is pretty crazy as well. Like, opening-wise, okay, what's been happening so far? BC, this is a scary thing. In theory, you know, you got Samurai, but does that really match up against H3 economy and movement speed? Not really. I'm a little bit concerned here. With Fort Gold as well, goes for a cheeky short wall. Let's give him choke point hold. Might be worth occasionally shivving with the workers, but I think Wham just wants the gold to get away. Actually, no, this is Wham. Canadians are really obsessed with Dark Age Samurai. I remember seeing this in the past. Samurai do often feel a bit underwhelming, but keep in mind they recently got buffed. They're less expensive, so actually might have a bit more credence to it, efficiency-wise, than it did in the past. Let's get him back. Needs to be careful on the chase. Movement speed is not on your side, especially now that you're adding in Samurai. So you can get kited and surrounded. He goes off the scout. Ooh, that was cheeky. Pulls it all the way away. He can actually turn around and kill that injured spear. And that one too. Okay, he just keeps retreating. Fresh spear's coming. Ooh, body blocked himself. Okay, I think Wham has weathered the storm. What could be scary now is if Beastie follows up Minework. Minework over Arhan could make a lot of sense on this map. Then again, his spawn is pretty decent for Arhan. I'm pretty sure he can capture the deer, the gold, and the wood underneath a chapel. But like, if you just go Minework, your all-pike spears can beat Samurai cost efficiency-wise, right? Which is a little bit bonkers. There you go, Minework coming in. Long gone are the days where Beastie's like, I would rather uninstall game than build Minework. No, he's a reformed gamer. I mean, he's so much better these days. Hey! What's up, Atraxi? Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it, buddy. I'll use that to buy myself a birthday cider. Thank you very much. For tomorrow. Samurai actually doing well? Yeah, but if you don't kill Prelate heal, right? Just be mindful of that. And the Prelate doesn't have an Arhan Chapel to go in, so he can afford to do that. Might even build a secondary. Wouldn't be a bad idea. And Tech Up's coming on the other side. Wham's not being greedy. It's not going to be a fast castle type build. He's putting more Samurai. All right, I'm curious. Do the Samurai just lose to all pike spears? Because it's not just all pikes, remember. You can also get the +1 melee really cheap. Plus side for Japan, they have double melee tech in Feudal, so they kind of balance out against all pikes. But it's still like cost efficiency wise, spears are pretty impressive, especially when you consider the movement speed of them. So we'll be rejuvenating his boys. Tech up advantage, 30-second window. Veterancy should be getting queued momentarily to make them hardened. Unless he forgot. No, there you go. And he's going to be charging across. So, I don't know if Wham was planning fast tech. I doubt it. It looks like the plan was always to go towards fishing now, which makes sense for a Japanese pick of Clouder. But the hardened in, like these Samurai need to be really careful. They don't have good position anymore. Tries to bait him in a bit more. And Wham just bypasses, takes the opportunity. Nicely played there. Double dock? No, single dock, sorry. Yeah, that's just the same one from before. It just takes ages to build. Sams haven't been upgraded, by the way. Wham does have the resources. It's coming through. Okay, so now does Beastie... No, he doesn't. He doesn't continue. He's switching men-at-arms. This is an interesting matchup, actually. I haven't seen it played towards this direction in a while. Very weird interaction, actually. Men-at-arms spamming in Feudal Age can still beat out Trickle Samurai in Castle Age. Was the discovery I made last time I saw this. That was with an Arhan buff, though, so you had a much better economy. Because the idea is just like lots of decent-ish men-at-arms beat few good men-at-arms. And also, like the idea of things like Adachi tech and heavy maces, very expensive techs for both sides to get into, and heavy maces is better. The deflective armor is usually a good advantage for the samurai, but you have to remember, like, deflective armor got nerfed across the board, right? I don't think it was just mounted samurai. So these foot samurai also don't have those freebie hits every 8 seconds. Beastie on the march again. He did just get all pikes. No melee one, surprisingly enough. No, instead prioritizing Steeled Arrow. Yumi coming in from Wham. Missed times when Japan would focus on melee. There was a time where it was all they could do, though. Like that. But you remember back then, Yumi sucked. So I don't know. There's the gives and takes. Speaking of which, few Yumi are here now. The scout is. Oh no, the scouts are getting the aggro. That's really bad. The scout just wasted the Yumi's time. So he could have taken out probably 2 extra spearmen there. Instead, he gets pushed off of the berries. That tiny detail, that one scout, is such a griefer, man. Bam's got to be a little bit annoyed about that. Because, like, if you get rid of 2 extra spears, your samurai can just kind of hold there a bit longer. And you trickle more Yumi to turn it around. And it's not like the Yumi can die easily, because your opponent doesn't have enough archers at that point. Had significant idle in all his games, this one too. Yeah, I think it's like the weirdness of building samurai, right? It's like you can kind of spam them more freely because they cost less food. But because you're holding less food in reserve to wait, you're probably skipping villages at certain points by accident. Find no sim for Yumi, but you can find for samurai. Dude, just bring a horse. That's the rule of the land. No. Give your people housing, man. I know he lives in Canada. Most of like the real estate is just owned by China, but bro, come on. New clash. Undermesh already there. No Steeled Arrow for Japan. Very sad. And he's just headbutting into Spearman at Arms now. Eesh. It's not a good sign when your opponent has the same number of archers. Even more so when you're a tech behind. Like this is the thing. Beastie's using mine work really well. Not just for the cheese of like, all pikes is great, lol. It's more about the tempo of getting Steeled Arrow and Undermesh so far ahead of your opponent. Like, look at him. He's only now getting Steeled Arrow. Bannerman Aura is going to be really nice on top of that with the Daimyo. Fishing is chill for him right now. But Beastie also has Northside Pond, no harassment. So yeah, like this works out nicely for him. He can force Wham to overinvest and over-indulge in getting rid of this dock. And then just build his own food up on the north side. And there's going to be a Springle ship coming. He's circling around towards the back here. Disruption on the UV scaling, I guess. Or he's paranoid there's a dock play. Oh, he's going for the back gold, right? But the walls are up, so that's not going to work. As he just got rallied underneath. And unfortunately, not enough archers in range to get the kill on the worker straight away. Might be able to catch a few workers up here. Yeah, thinks twice about it. I was about to say, going towards that wall, you'll not be able to get a gate up in time. But this is so annoying, right? Like, Yumi's big advantage is movement speed. That doesn't exist here. It's HRE. They're just as quick. That's what can make HRE feel really nice, these feudal aggros between the two. Doesn't quite get... What? Doesn't get the kills? Okay, so just hemorrhages several archers for nothing. I mean, Undertime's nice, right? And in fairness, it was the right time. Look at Wham's eco. He was plotting Castle Age here. Goes back to gathering now with 15 on the gold. And should be locking in for it. Well, Beastie doesn't really look like a man who's going Castle Age anytime soon. Spoon ship in play. Wham can't afford a demo. No, he's kind of lacking the wood right now. Beastie can't assist, but the archer ship too. It's going to cut him out. This is a bit rough. A lot of damage being spread right now. His own archer ship being brought low. Spiral's ship will go in for the sacrifice to protect the land army. Doesn't get the shot off though. Archer ship, however, isn't fighting. I don't know what it's doing right now. It's on a coffee break. Finally re-engages. Second wave of archers coming through. Beastie, he caught him with one hand in the cookie jar when Wham should have been diving into it to get that bread. Instead, we have a guy with half macro up towards castle and now half the army size he started with. Oh, what? Nah. I can't believe that just worked so smoothly. I can't believe it's not butter. Once he lost the Springald ship, I was convinced that was going to just turn bad for Beastie. Like, he didn't get the Archer ship kill. But at that point, the Archer ship was a liability. Not enough health. It couldn't get back towards its dock to heal. Now you have no fishing versus 6 fishing. And also, Wham had to go full paranoia mode, right? Like, the trees are out to get him. He had to reinvest in all these samurai. So there's no tech play now. And the other scary thing you have to remember, guys, is because Beastie's now adding in fishing, we do get to talk about the idea of Burgrave down the line. Do I think he's going to go for it? I don't think he's going to need it at this pacing. Like, if he does get towards Castle, he's going to be trending towards, like, 15, 20 men-at-arms already. But if he chooses to rush it, definitely an option if you're going to keep establishing more ponds like this. Archer men-at-arms. Just going to kite away. Yeah, a bit of a weird fight to walk into. I don't think he was expecting that many samurai. This is likely Beastie checking to see if it was a tech play from Wham. And he has his answer. It's definitely not a tech play. Archer ships getting involved is not good for samurais. Also just baiting him further in. Like, remember, he's reaching dock area, so he gets healing. It's just depressing playing samurai into boats, man. You just can't reach him. And now it's double Archer ship. This feels like a death sentence. Has he got a demo ship queued? It's the only way he might be okay. He does burn through one of the boats. But, like, now this feels like you've overstayed your welcome entirely, right? Oh, it's just naval arrow slit. No, come on. I mean, a demo wouldn't have changed much, right? Might the other way, though. Well, that's going to be Dr. Null anyway. Detonation does connect. Double samurai and the worker kill. And Doc is down. So now your opponent gets to fish here, fish the other side, fish the corner. And how you're still alive in this game begins to become a fishy question. Because at this stage, Beastie should have the economy to just blow more men-at-arms now. He also has enough archers that he can just start sniping out these poor samurai. Oh my god, he's still trying to burn. Yeah, he's just stuck in a death swirl now. This is really well played by Beastie. I think... I predicted him 3-1. I thought Wham would get a game. But going to this third one after what we've seen so far this series... I don't know, the first game looked like actually probably Wham's best opportunity. Beastie just playing a clean series, man. And that means that we've had, 3-1s, 3-1s, 3-0s. Like, basically everyone losing to everyone at this stage, right? Not a perfect player amongst them. Which means that leaves only one guy who can do it like he always does, which will be Marine Lord in the other group. And he does go Buckree. Well, I mean, he doesn't have any men-at-arms right now, but he will. He's got 1.5k food income. So you can get yourself like 12 men-at-arms a minute. Just go back. You're so confused. They're really slow. Never discredit the movement speed advantage of HRE. Because if you run in and they have to run back, you're going to take a bunch of hits anyway. So you probably felt like, if I don't get rid of the archer ships, I can't come back here anyway, and he's going to get fishing, and I'm already behind. I think that was the mindset for Wham there. Good news for Wham is like he's pushing at the right moment. Beastie will be able to rush upgrade the men-at-arms. He can't rush upgrade the archers. The problem is just a handful of vet men-at-arms capable of stopping this. That comes in. Beastie says to hell with it. He actually commits all the workers. Gonna lose a few for that, but he's got fishing. He can afford it. And there we go. Veterancy queued up. It's gone and in 5 seconds. These men-at-arms are now unkillable. I say that. One dies. No one's going to die, but... He just queued up 6 more. Mercy. So that means Vortex is in, right? Wham, the only player to get 3-0'd in this group, means that he is going to be speedrunning to the casting couch. And Vortex will have to buy Beastie a beer tonight because he just kept him alive. Oof. Oh, Beastie's already doing a victory lap around the living room, I guess. That's rough, man. I don't know. What could he have done different? Well, you kind of see the frustration, right? Like, gotta be feeling get 3-0'd after all that. And yeah, there it is. Vortex like, thank you, buddy. Dude, Vortex has to interview him. Don't give the mic to Core. Give it to Vortex. Vortex needs to be interviewing Beastie. That's the perfect person to interview Beastie right now. I think they are as well. Like, you have to. For those who don't know, Vortex, he was watching the series. Anything but a 3-0 either way would have meant that he was out. He needed it to be a 3-0, whether it's Wham or Beastie. So Beastie just got rid of Wham and managed to secure Vortex's place in the playoffs. So that now means that Wham and Anatand are on the sideline. They are the eliminated from the group stage. Which, once again, shows you how crazy close it's getting at the top. Because going into this event, based on the recent performances of how Vortex has been looking, Wham being a grand finalist at Red Bull Wallow, I don't think anyone would have predicted those two to go out in the group stage. Maybe someone's like, I predicted one. I wouldn't believe a single person who says they predicted both of those at all, right? I don't think anyone would have. That's incredible. And the other group, as a result, is already locked in on who's eliminated, by the way. There's a final set coming up between Marine Lord and Puppy Paw that will decide whether Puppy Paw is second finishing group or third. Likely Luciferon's going to get second. But who knows? We've seen a lot of surprise swirls going around in circles and who's better, who's worse. Maybe we see a crazy performance where Puppy Paw 3-1's Marine Lord. And then things get really confusing here. Because I think in that situation, comes down to game diff, which means that Luciferon would still qualify in second because he got a 3-0 over Anatand, whereas Puppy Paw got a 3-1, right? So the only way that Puppy Paw can take second place from Luciferon, I think, is with a 3-0. I'd have to double check that, though.
Are you feeling, first of all, Vortex?
No! There we go. Give it a Vortex.
It's my interview now. Now, obviously, feeling really well, really good, but I think it's this time to talk us about the series. But yeah, feeling really well myself. I believed all the way. I know it was going to be a 3-0.
I saw your prediction. Stop lying right now.
Well, I mean, I said 3-1, but I predicted myself 3-0. So the other way around, it's good. Yeah, I didn't see the first game, so I guess Core will guide us through that one.
So yeah, first game was Byzantine against French. Wham tried to tower rush you, and I think you defended that one pretty well. I think the game was kind of over at that point, actually. He lost like one knight almost, and the other one lost a lot of hit points, and you didn't really take any damage. So after that, you were in a pretty good spot, I would say. The game got kind of scary.
Basically, Over's a bit strong.
Out in Castle Age, and you didn't scout that he went Royal Institute.
But like where it started to get weird was this, like the amount of archers who came into javelins felt like there was just eventual death, right?
I didn't know, and
yeah, he didn't know
when he was going like full YOLO, like in,
archers.
I clicked on the 9. I was like, oh. Like that was literally on the middle, so I started running back, and I was like, okay, I just need to stabilize, and I win the game because he doesn't have a guild hole, so I just need to not die.
Yeah, I was casting this game with Flash, and I pretty much said if he's not scouting the Royal Institute and he's getting caught in the middle of the map, he might even lose the game there. And then you lost your scout pretty early, you never remade one, and you had no idea about the landmark, and then you moved out, but you managed to bounce back. So pretty good game overall.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, like if I saw the Royal Institute, I'd never move out, right? And like there's no need because French, that's the only way they can win. So you can just sit in your base, make 3 mangonel towers, and it's game's over. So, but yeah, like when he did that die, when I stabilized, because I caused a lot of idle time with like Limitane around the map, and he didn't make any towers, right? So he just went full, kind of like
the raids helped you a lot for sure.
Yeah, so yeah, once I stabilized under TC, I was like, okay, his eco is probably running out, the deer probably running out on the map. So I felt pretty comfortable. In general, I feel pretty good about this matchup, and I think that Wham prioritizes Byzantine quite highly.
Yeah.
So I tried to take it early.
Remember what we said, like Wham won the top Byzantine
he doesn't
players.
get to play it.
Yeah. Game 2, the
Arguably
Delhi
the
Gold
best
is finally back, or It's either 100% win rate or only loses with Delhi.
Yeah,
right?
so I was on like insane lose streak with Delhi. Like in practice and tournaments, I think I was like 0-12 in both combined. And people were like, you got to stop picking Delhi. But I started playing it again recently, and I haven't lost since. So,
yeah, so far
like, that's by the way, like that's BC done that as well yesterday. By the way, like he snatched away the biz, right? Like, it's not the biz that's important though. What's important was the Golden Horde. He snatched away Golden Horde from Vortex. So Beastie seems to be prioritizing in his drafting, depriving the strongest civs from his opponent. Because that's what he done here with like this Byzantine snatch as well.
Because
pretty effective.
Going strong.
Yeah. Reverse streak. So yeah, and game 3 we saw HRE, also one of your OG civs and my OG civ. Do you remember that HRE mirror back in 2022,
that's right.
brother?
When Core beat me, yeah, that was
good old times, brother.
Yeah, he took 5 relics with Cathedral and took him 40 minutes to kill me. It was really...
I mean, I won in the end.
No, you did win.
Yeah, of course I won.
Of course. The GOAT.
So yeah, HRE against Japan. I think we didn't see a lot of Japan wins so far in the tournament. Is the civ just bad overall, or...
I don't know. I think it's fine. I think HRE is just broken.
True.
But you know, I was like, do I gamble or not? Because I thought he was gonna pick Mongol, so I just picked HRE Iobid.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when I saw him taking a while to pick, I was like, he's also thinking if he should pick Mongol or not, and he went with Japanese, so it wasn't my plan necessarily, but. Yeah, I feel like HRE is pretty good. Like I feel, pretty good with HRE. I don't think it's.
I wonder if he expected mass Sam straight away. Because like the Canadians do more mass samurai in early ages than anyone else.
More and more fishing ship. Your archers also move faster, so Japanese doesn't have that advantage. Your spearmen are stronger.
You're just the worst version of HRE.
So I kind of felt like my eco is probably pretty good early, so I just need to get some kind of tempo. And when this dock went up, I was like, okay, that's really, really good because he kind of has to make stuff. And if
the fact he didn't lose the worker either is crazy.
Make anything there.
Yeah.
But he didn't, so yeah, I just committed.
So yeah, 3-0, quick series overall. Tomorrow, your day off, you take first place in the group. So congratulations again. And what's the next point on the program? Women!
Hey, is he first place? I thought he was second.
Scheiße.
Oh, he got +3, didn't he? Yeah, because the 3-0, because all B participated 3-1. Yeah, that's interesting. Because if it had been a 3-1, not only would Vortex be out, but B would have been first group. That's crazy.
I don't know yet.
I was just saying I wasn't expecting Beastie to make semifinals, but
well, do you think I'm gonna make up
just
lyrics
chilling.
in like
All
3
right.
minutes? I'm not a rap god. Wait, chill.
All right. I mean, I props to him, man. He's done a lot better than I was kind of expecting after the opening day in particular. I thought Beastie would be in playoffs, but I thought he'd be like out in quarters based on like recent performances and also what we saw in day 1. But picked it up. GG's. Beastie in semifinals, and then also that means Marine Lords, I think, is locked in as long as he doesn't lose this series. I'd have to double check though. Yeah, no, he's locked in first place as long as he doesn't lose this series because he beat Lucifron previously. So technically, Puppy Paw wins. Then Lucifron goes in first place, I think. Yeah, Lucifron would be first place, and then Marine Lord would be, I think, third. I'd have to third or second. I think it's third. So that's kind of interesting, like who gets semi, who gets quarterfinals. But in terms of eliminations, if you guys didn't catch it, it's already decided there. Anatand is out. So Anatand and Wham finished last in their groups. You can see this hasn't upgraded yet. He should be down here. Because Vortex got 1 more win overall. But because it's 6:30, I am, and they're probably going to have like 20, 30 minutes. Actually, it might not even be that long. What I'm going to do, guys, I'm not going to cast the final series. I'm going to raid through to Age of RTS. I won't be live tomorrow because it's my birthday. But I was just figuring, like, I haven't really had much time to spend with my kids so far since this tournament began. And they go to bed, Ezra now, and then Freya in half an hour. So I figured I'd spend a little bit of time with them, be a good dad. So you can catch the games on Age of RTS. And then I will be back probably Saturday to cast semifinals. Because tomorrow, like I said, is my birthday. So I'm going to spend some time with fam. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you as always.